Golden Age Radio is starting now. Subscribe to get future updates.
Hey everybody, get ready for some great shows. Starting out with Cavalcade of America, Lux Theater with some great Hollywood stars, Groucho Marx, one of the best comedians in history, and also followed by the hilarious Red Skelton.
The Cavalcade of Music, presented by Hunt. This evening, DuPont begins a new series of programs that takes the place of the Cavalcade of America dramatizations during the summer months. This new summer series, the DuPont Cavalcade of Music, presents works of living composers whose music is truly American. Music that has set the style of lighter melody around the world. You will hear songs by such men as George Gershwin, Richard Rodgers, Arthur Schwartz, Vincent Youmans, Rudolph Rimmel, and others. Each program will be devoted to the music of one of these men. Don Voorhees, nationally known as one of our most talented and versatile conductors, will direct the DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra. Mr. Voorhees' long experience in the theater and on radio, as well as his personal friendship with many of the composers, makes him the ideal selection. And as its singing guest, DuPont presents a young man from Northampton, Massachusetts, a young man known to millions of radio listeners, the brilliant baritone Conrad Thibault. The DuPont Cavalcade of Music begins with compositions of a man who rode to international fame on his songs, Irving Berlin. To start, we'll hear a tune Berlin wrote way back in 1912, one that started America dancing the one-step and is still played by today's swing bands, Alexander's Ragtime Band. For the 1919 Ziegfeld Follies, Irving Berlin wrote a number that quickly became one of the high spots of all American popular music. A Pretty Girl is Like a Melody. The first time Conrad Thibault ever came to New York City, he went to a musical show and was enthusiastic about the orchestra. He learned that a youngster named Don Voorhees was conducting. Later on, when he made his first network radio appearance, Thibault discovered Voorhees again conducting the orchestra. DuPont is pleased to bring these two young stars together again this evening. And Conrad Thibault's first song on our program of Irving Berlin music is a hit you doubtless remember, Lady of the Evening.
Sheltering palm is the evening. Daytime has gone to rest. Here in the golden west, soon little stars will appear in the sky, seeming to say,
Three of the most popular waltzes ever written, Irving Berlin waltzes, What'll I Do, All Alone, and Remember. A high spot of the musical success Face the Music was Irving Berlin's melodic song, Soft Lights and Sweet Music. Before continuing our program, we pause for a message from DuPont. Many of us can remember walking down the street and hearing sounds like this.
Get up there. Get up there. Get up.
But those days are gone. Today, it's not unusual to hear sounds such as these.
Flight 139, Chicago, Denver, and Oakland, now leaving from Gate 3. All aboard.
Yes, even the sounds of yesterday and today are different, and what a change they show. But change is the order of our times. We cannot stop it, nor should we try. For in most cases, change means progress. The DuPont Company, for example, has one division that specializes in changing and improving things. This is the research unit, which maintains laboratories and a large staff of chemists and engineers, trained to find new things and new ways of doing old things. Last year, for example, chemists working in DuPont laboratories devoted more than 2 million man-hours carrying on this research program. From such studies of nature's raw materials came Duco, the original quick-drying finish, which helps give you a better car by helping make it possible mass production of automobiles. Again, many packaged foods now come to your table protected from dust and contamination, because they're wrapped in transparent cellulose film you know as cellophane, created by the chemist and made moisture-proof through further research in DuPont laboratories. Still again, air conditioning refrigerants produced by DuPont help turn hot summer into cool spring and open opportunities for employment in a new and fast-growing American industry. And this constant search for something better also gave the world a new engineering material called DuPont neoprene, a chloroprene rubber that is superior to natural rubber for use in gasoline hose, cable, printing rolls, and all kinds of articles that must stand up under oil, heat, and direct sunlight. Hundreds of new or improved products, now used every day in industry and the home, have been developed by research chemists. Men whose business it is to change things for the better. About 500 B.C., Heraclitus, a famed Greek philosopher, said, "You cannot step in the same river twice." In the language of the chemist, that means the only thing that doesn't change is change itself. And DuPont chemists, seeking change for the sake of progress, are continuing toward the goal described in their pledge, better things for better living through chemistry. Conrad Thibault, DuPont's young baritone guest, singing an Irving Berlin song from the picture Follow the Fleet. It is Let's Face the Music and Dance.
There may be trouble ahead, but while there's moonlight and music and love and romance, let's face the music and dance before the fiddlers have fled, before they ask us to pay the bill, and while we still have the chance, let's face the music and dance. Soon we'll be without the moon, humming a different tune, and there may be teardrops to shed. So while there's moonlight and music and love and romance, let's face the music and dance, dance. Let's face the music and dance. Soon we'll be without the moon, humming a different tune, and then there may be teardrops to shed. So while there's moonlight and music and love and romance, let's face the music and dance, dance. Let's face the music and dance.
Irving Berlin is equally at home in rhythm numbers with unusually clever accents. For example, from A Thousand's Cheer, here it is, Heat Wave. Irving Berlin's score of the movie On the Avenue contained 4 of the most played tunes of the year. We'll hear them now. This year's Kisses, You're Laughing at Me with Conrad Thibault singing it, Slumming on Park Avenue, and I've Got My Love to Keep Me Warm.
Sentimental for you're laughing at me, I know. I want to be romantic, but I haven't the chance. You have a sense of humor, but humor is death to romance. You're laughing at me. Why do you think it's funny when I say that I love you so? You've got me worried and I'm all at sea. For while I'm crying for you, you're laughing at me.
As his gifted fellow composer Jerome Kern once said, Irving Berlin has no place in American music. He is American music. It will be by his verse and lovely melodies that he will live. And that seems the truth, for on your piano or in a music shop, when you see a piece of Berlin music, you'll notice it always says, Words and Music by Irving Berlin. DuPont is pleased to present this tribute to Irving Berlin's genius in its Cavalcade of Music. Next Wednesday evening, Don Voorhees and his DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra, with Conrad Thibault again our guest, will present a program of songs by Richard Rodgers and his lyric writing partner, Lorenz Hart. For instance, that melody and many others, next Wednesday evening at the same time when DuPont again presents Conrad Thibault, Don Voorhees, and the DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra in the Cavalcade of Music. Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for visiting com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Errol Flynn and Joan Blondell in The Perfect Specimen with May Robeson. Lux presents Hollywood. This is a play which tells how romance comes to a young man who never does anything the wrong way. Starred, as they were on the screen, are Errol Flynn, Joan Blondell, and May Robeson. And our special guest is Dr. Floyd L. Rue, distinguished psychologist of the University of Southern California. Conducting our music is Louis Silvers. Now, before turning the microphone over to Mr. DeMille, may I say a word about the famous white soap that brings you this program. When the lovely Hollywood stars talk about feminine charm, lovely women everywhere listen. And that's why Lux Toilet Soap, the screen star's gentle complexion care, is being used more and more as a bath soap, too. Such beautiful stars as Loretta Young say, with fragrant Lux soap, it's easy to be sure of daintiness. Its active lather leaves skin fresh and sweet. I always use it. You'll be delighted with the rich, fragrant lather of Lux toilet soap, with the delicate perfume it leaves on your skin. Make it your daily beauty bath. And here's your host and the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Holiday greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The start of a new year is always a time of adventure. And tonight we bring you an adventurer in the person of Errol Flynn, a constable in the New Guinea police at 17, then overseer of a copra plantation, then columnist for a Sydney, Australia newspaper, master of a trading boat, gold prospector, member of the Australian boxing team in the 1928 Olympics. He's never stopped roving. He hopes to do his next roving on his yacht, the Sirocco II, in the annual race from California to Hawaii. At present, he's starring in Dawn Patrol, Warner Brothers' current success. Tonight, Errol reenacts the same part he played in a previous film hit. He becomes Gerald Wicks in The Perfect Specimen. Joan Blondell is the lovely lady who stars opposite him tonight, just as she did in the picture. Born in New York, Joan spent her first 7 birthdays in 7 different countries, traveling with her father, a noted vaudeville comedian. Her first 22 birthdays were spent in 22 different cities. But Joan didn't troop directly into screen stardom. She ran a dress shop in Texas and worked in a New York bookstore before coming to Hollywood and such sprightly Warner films as her new one, called Off the Record. She's heard tonight as Mona Carter. And that grand veteran of the footlights, Miss May Robeson, begins her 56th year of acting by joining our cast as Mrs. Leona Wicks. And so the Lux Radio Theater opens its 1939 season, presenting Errol Flynn and Joan Blondell in The Perfect Specimen. Morning at Wickstead. the imposing estate of the fabulous Mrs. Leona Wick and her still more fabulous grandson, Gerald. Approaching this Pennsylvania mansion, we see two guards patrolling inside the fence with savage-looking Great Danes on leashes. Before the door of the house is a sign that reads, "Don't enter without ringing." Beside it, another that says, "Don't ring." Disregarding all this, we peer into the Wickstead dining room. Grandma Leona Wicks enters briskly and is greeted by a retinue of servants. A chiming clock is heard as Grandma consults the old-fashioned watch dangling from a chain around her neck.
That clock's wrong again. 15 seconds slow. Well, don't stand around like a lot of ninnies. Serve the breakfast. Where's everybody? Where's Mr. Grattan?
Here I am, Mrs. Wicks.
Of course you are. I can see you, can't I? That clock in the hall's 15 seconds slow. Call the clockmaker.
But I really don't...
Then get another clock.
Yes, Mrs. Wicks.
And another thing. I heard a rooster start to crow this morning. Find out who is responsible and dismiss him.
Yes.
Gerald's sleep must not be disturbed, nor Alicia's.
Yes, Mrs. Wicks.
Well, where is everyone this morning?
Good morning, Aunt Leona.
Good morning. It's practically afternoon. Alicia? I don't like your hair that way. Did you sleep well?
Like a log.
Nonsense. Logs have bumps. Young ladies don't. Where's Gerald?
Evidently overslept 30 seconds.
Now, don't you be impudent.
Yes, ma'am.
Alfred, what's my grandson's schedule for today?
Outdoor study, 10 o'clock. Business administration, 11. Luncheon, 12:30. Scientific relaxation till 2. Gymnasium till 3. Industrial law and interstate commerce till 4.
Go on.
Relaxation in the open and the reading of some improving work till dinner. After dinner...
After dinner, he gets locked in his cell. What a life.
Don't mumble, Alicia. What were you saying?
Aunt Leona, you trust me with Gerald, don't you?
I decided he should marry you, didn't I? Well,
then why couldn't we go out and have some fun once in a while? There's a dance tonight.
Now, don't be absurd. You can dance here. Gerald dances perfectly, his instructors tell me.
That's the trouble, Aunt Leona. You have him doing everything perfectly. Perhaps too perfectly.
Well, what's wrong with that? You should be proud to know that your husband-to-be will soon take his place at the head of the Wicks Utilities. And he'll be the mental, moral, and physical superior of every one of his 10,000 employees. The perfect specimen.
Good morning, Grandma. Good morning, everyone.
Gerald, you're late.
Yes, I'm sorry, Grandma. Just a few minutes.
Few minutes? Ha! Empires have been lost, fortunes swept away, because someone was just a few minutes too late.
Yes, but Grandma...
Gerald, I don't like conversation at the breakfast table. Alfred.
Yes, Mrs. Wicks.
I don't like Gerald's attitude this morning. It's positively revolutionary. Now, after breakfast, if you will be good enough to accompany Gerald outdoors and see that he really studies.
You know, it's a funny thing, Grattan. I don't understand Grandma saying that. She knows perfectly well I always keep up with my schedule.
Yes, so I see. Impressive-looking book, that. What is it, Mr. Gerald?
This? Oh, it's the effect of gravity upon inanimate objects. Very interesting.
Oh, a little beyond me, but then I was never a conditioned baby like you were.
What? Hello? What's that? Sounds like a tractor.
Oh, yes, that's what it is. There's some work to be done down by the fence. A new man was hired yesterday, a young man named Jink, I believe.
A new man? Well, I don't understand that at all. Of course, I know there must be employment for everybody, but Grandma knows perfectly well I know how to run a tractor. 6 years of motor mechanics, and she won't even let me put into practice.
Someone had to plant the corn. Oh, no, 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 no. That's why donkeys were born.
Hey, Jen!
Mona!
What are you doing in there, brother mine?
I happen to be working here, sister mine. I'm running a tractor. Now stay on your side of the fence.
All right. Now listen, my darling brother. I've been looking all over the place for you. I've got a real job for you, Jink. That bridge span at Providence. They want an engineer, Harvard man with experience and possibly not too bright. So you'd fit perfectly, darling.
Don't give me that. You don't care where I work. How did you know I was here, Mona?
Well, I figured when a man gives up a job as supervising engineer to be a jockey on a plow, there's a reason. You know, you shouldn't leave romantic summer resort letters lying around. And can that Alicia gal steam up a wicked fountain pen? Oh, who is she, Jink? She live here?
I ought to sock you one, sis. Now beat it before you get me fired for talking to strangers.
Not till you tell me.
I don't intend to. You think I want old Wickstead down on my neck?
Wickstead? You mean the Wickstead? Where the heir to the Wicks millions is being scientifically developed into the first Superman? The perfect specimen?
This is the place.
Oh, do you suppose I could see him? Oh, Jink, please take me inside and introduce me to him. You can do it?
Nobody can see him.
Nobody?
Nobody.
Want to bet?
Now listen, Mona, for Pete's sakes. Hey, where are you going?
I don't know. Maybe have tea with the perfect specimen.
Hey, young lady. What do you mean driving through our fence?
Oh, hello.
Are you hurt?
I don't know yet. Who are you?
My name is Wicks. Gerald Beresford Wicks. I live here.
Oh, I see. My name's Mona Carter. Do you mind if I get out and look at the damage?
No, not at all. Huh. You're certainly very calm. Most girls would be in hysterics by now, crashing through a fence. You must have plenty of nerve.
Nerve? You have no idea.
Oh, well, don't worry. I'm onto your game.
Game?
Yes. They all try it.
Who all try what?
Women, to be fascinating. But I was too smart for you. I saw through you almost at once. Are you a reporter?
No, I am not a reporter.
Well, they sometimes are, reporters and photographers. They pop out of bushes at you around here. Are you sure you're...
I told you I'm not a reporter.
Oh, well then, who are you?
Oh, I'm sort of a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. When I do things like crashing through a fence, it's the Tilly Specknagel in me coming out.
The which?
Tilly Specknagel. You see, when I was a kid and did anything stealing jam or breaking a window, I always said it was a little girl named Tilly Specknagel that did it. I'm usually a very well-behaved young lady named Mona Carter, but Tilly's always there, lurking.
Lurking.
Yeah, and ready to smash through.
You've certainly smashed through. Not much damage to the car, though.
How do you know?
Well, I've just been looking at it. I'm a master mechanic.
Oh, yes, you would be. The perfect specimen must be all things.
Of course.
Of course. You know, I've always wanted to meet you, Mr. Wicks.
Oh, you are a reporter.
I am not. Don't you dare call me a reporter again.
Well, there's only one other thing you could be. You're a designing female.
I am not, you idiot. I wouldn't marry you if... Well, in the first place, you're stiff and you're dull, and worst of all, you're conceited.
Conceited? No, I don't think I'm conceited.
Hey, tell me something. Have you ever been tight?
Tight? Of course not. Grandma wouldn't stand
Ever
for
seen
it.
a burlesque show?
Why, certainly not. Why, Grandma...
Ever kissed a girl?
Now, listen. Don't you start anything. I can't afford to be compromised.
You can't afford to. Well, and you think you're not conceited. Oh. Say, listen. Why don't you mix with the common herd? Are you really so fragile you have to stay cooped up in here? Hey, did you ever think of running away?
Running away? Where to? Nothing ever happens here or anywhere else that isn't dull or boring. There's almost nothing. Would you care to stay a little longer?
Oh, you're unbending. Well, I'll stay for a minute. I feel as though there's something Tilly wants to tell you.
What's Tilly want to tell me?
Windmills. Do you know what you need, my friend? You need to tilt a windmill or two.
Windmill or two?
Yeah, didn't you ever read Don Quixote?
Well, naturally, I've read everything that's improving to the mind, but... Oh, yes, Don Quixote, the man that fought the windmill.
Marvelous. Well, thanks for everything. And if Grandma ever releases you on parole...
She won't.
Or if you decide to hop over the walls, remember you've got a friend.
You?
Nope, Tilly Specknagel. Tilly wants me to tell you that she'd love to help an escaped convict. Goodbye.
Hey.
Girl!
Oh, I'd better stay.
Girl! Don't you dare drive off.
All right, Grandma.
Take a number, Gerald. What's all this?
It's an accident, Grandma.
Whose accident?
Well, this girl's.
What girl? Why did she do it? Why wasn't she killed? Anyone as stupid as that? Who is this young female?
Mona Carter's my name, and you, I suppose, are Grandma.
You're not supposed to suppose anything. What are you doing here? I know. She's got designs.
No, she hasn't any designs, Grandma. It was an accident.
She's good looking, isn't she?
Well.
And so you're Grandma, Gerald?
Well, yes, I suppose so. She
Well,
is.
there you are, then. She's got designs. Mr. Grattan, take a number.
I took it, Mrs. Weeks.
Take it again and look at the license.
Now, this is all very unpleasant, miss. I'll have to see your driver's license, please.
But, officer, I didn't know the light was red. You see, I'm colorblind.
Your license, please.
Here you are.
Now, girl, what have you got to say for yourself?
Why, I didn't know it was allowed.
What was allowed?
For anyone to talk but you.
Oh!
But since I have the chance, there's one thing I do want to say to all of you, and that is, goodbye. It was nice running into you.
Oh, look, wait. Don't go through that fence again. Stop.
Dear. All I do is start and stop this car. Well, what is it?
Well, I don't know.
I do, Gerald. Remember what I said about windmills?
What are you two whispering about?
Gerald, do you remember?
Yes. You mean Don Quixote? Windmills?
Yeah.
Two of them, eh?
Well, start with Grandma. You'll never meet a bigger one. Goodbye. And remember about Tilly Specknagel.
Yes. Goodbye.
Well, I never. Why, the young hussy.
Yes. Grandma.
Well, what is it, Gerald?
Have we a copy of Don Quixote in the house?
Huh?
Darling Alicia.
Jink, stop. You can't do that. You can't kiss me.
Well, I did. And I'm going to again.
Oh, Jink, please. You mustn't.
Oh, why not?
Because I like it so much. It isn't fair to Gerald. It's bad enough I sneaked away for a moonlight ride with you. Oh, I've got to go in now.
Now, listen. If you don't tell that puffed-up ego he's not engaged to you anymore, I'm going to walk in there and kick the
It isn't Gerald I'm worried about. It's Grandma Wicks. Oh, why don't you try to understand? She's been set on my marrying Gerald since I was 16. She's my guardian. I have nothing of my own. If she cuts me off, I have to marry Gerald.
Alicia, are you in love with that Gerald squirt?
Oh, he's not a squirt.
Are you? Look who comes around the mulberry bush, the mulberry bush.
Who?
It looks like young Master Wicks himself.
Gerald, at this hour? Oh, Jink, better let me go. Bye, darling.
Hey.
What?
Hey, you.
Oh, yes, you're the tractor man.
Yeah, it's kind of dark. How'd you know?
Well, you're sitting on your tractor.
Brilliant.
Is that your car over there?
Down to the last rattle. What about it?
Oh, nothing, except I was going to steal it. Well, I saw you. Now I think I'll just borrow it. I want to pay a visit.
If you'll stay away for a year, you can have it.
Oh, I'll only be gone for the night. Will you rent it then?
How much?
$25.
Okay, it's a deal.
Right, here. And, I say, my man, don't mention it, so.
Oh, very well, my good fellow. If you never come back, it'll be too soon.
What?
I said give her plenty of oil, and she'll take you to the top of the world.
Oh, yes. Thanks. That's where I'm going, the top of the world. Whoa-ho! Now, Mrs. Wicks, please don't get excited. Don't get overwrought. In other words, compose yourself.
Oh, shut up, you idiot. Where's Gerald?
Gerald? Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. I was coming to that. He's nowhere to be found.
Well, he's got to be found. Don't tell me he can drop from sight in broad daylight.
But they've been over the estate with a curry coat.
Perhaps he's run away.
Oh, stuff and nonsense. What did he want to do that for? Didn't he have everything in the world? And he's been kidnapped. That's what. Well, don't stand about like a brace of nincompoops. Move. Telephone the G-men or whatever their ridiculous names are. Call the police.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Wicks.
Aunt Leona, do you think the girl who broke through the fence yesterday could have anything to do with it?
Hello, get me the police.
Oh, fiddle-faddle. What earth have Alicia, you might be right. Whatever gave you that idea?
Well,
Here's the phone, Mrs. Wicks.
Well, give it to me. Hello. Police. My grandson's been kidnapped. What? Why, I'm Mrs. Leona Wicks. Who did you think I was? No, I haven't any photographs. What does he look like? Well, male, 6'1". Now, look here. Don't give me any of your impertinence. You find my grandson.
In just a few minutes, Mr. DeMille and our stars will return for Act Two of The Perfect Specimen. Meantime, in our brief intermission, let's eavesdrop for a few minutes on someone who's a good friend of all of us, our corner grocer.
Morning, Joe. Oh, I'm okay. I was a little tuckered out Saturday night. You see, some people don't decide what to have for Sunday dinner till awful late. Oh, now, answer that, will you, Joe? Oh, Mrs. Van Buren? I'll take it. You, say somebody must have been walking on eggs over here. I don't understand. Broken? Oh, I'm mighty sorry. I'll send over another dozen right away. Oh, Bill, take these. And remember, Mrs. Van Buren prefers to scramble them herself. Oh, Mrs. Brown's chauffeur left her order this morning. Help me get it together, will you, Joe? And let's see. Dozen oranges, 3 pounds of print butter, dozen Lux soap. You know, Joe, that lady could spend any amount on expensive soaps, but she always gets Lux. Says it's fine for her skin. Some swell-looking lady, too. You know, I was telling the wife about her, and she kind of sniffed and said, well, what's wrong with my looks? Me and the movie star's been using Lux soap for years. And confidentially, Joe, you've got to admit that she's there when it comes to looks, now don't you? Oh, quick, Joe, here comes Mrs. Norton. You know how she hates to wait.
Yes,
Your grocer or druggist will tell you he sells dozens of cakes of Lux toilet soap to women who buy the best. For no finer toilet soap can be made than this gentle, white, delicately perfumed soap. And yet, it is very inexpensive. Lux soap cares for more famous complexions than any other soap in the world. 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars use it. And it cares for the complexions of just plain folks, too. Fine-looking women and girls the country over. Its active lather removes dust, dirt, stale cosmetics thoroughly. Screen stars tell you it's foolish to risk cosmetic skin, dullness, tiny blemishes, enlarged pores. Use Lux toilet soap regularly. We do. Here's our producer, Mr. DeMille. We continue with The Perfect Specimen, starring Errol Flynn and Joan Blondell with May Robeson. Sunset that same day, the outskirts of the town of Barrisfield. Gerald drives up to a small garage and honks his horn. Getting no reply, he honked it again. Cicero Hooker, the proprietor, comes out and looks at Gerald with definite annoyance.
There, young feller. I ain't thief. Shall I fill her up?
No, thanks. I'm looking for the Carter residence.
Well, you can take your choice. There's a whole flock of them around here.
Well, the Carter I'm looking for has a daughter.
Well, they all got daughters.
Oh, well, this one's rather nice looking.
Well, why didn't you say so? That there is Professor Carter's gal. Say, if you think she's only kind of nice looking, you'd better get you some cheaters.
Yes, but where'd she live?
Well, you go straight down the street here and you turn to your right at the first road outside of town. Then you sort of dogleg past the red schoolhouse, and it's a white house there with a picket fence around her.
Oh, picket fence, eh? Well, thanks very much. Hello?
Oh, it's you.
Yes. Does a girl by the name of Tilly Sprecknagel live here by any chance?
Right through our fence. I didn't think you had that much nerve.
No? Well, I saw something on the porch that interested me. There was a girl reading on a front porch. Might funny.
Funny. Say, tell me, how did you bust out of that Bastille?
Oh, through that hole he made in our fence. I stole Grattan's address book out of his pocket when he was asleep. Now I'll never remember your name or where you are. He never remembers anything anyway, so...
I beg your pardon, my dear, but...
Father, this is Mr. Gerald Beresford Wicks. Gerald and my father, Professor Carter.
How do you do, my boy?
Well, how do you do, sir? I want to apologize.
Not at all, not at all. Always glad to have Mona's friends drop in.
Oh, I want to apologize about your fence.
You see, Father, Mr. Wicks had an accident. Something happened with his steering wheel, and he ran through the fence.
Oh, yes, to be sure. How unfortunate. I must apologize to you, Mr.
Wicks.
Mr. Wicks, for the fence being in the way.
Oh.
I can see now that it is a distinct menace to public safety. I shall have it removed.
Don't mind Dad, Gerald. You know, he's terrifically famous, aren't you, Dad?
Yes, indeed.
He's a horticulturist. The King of Sweden gave him a medal for, what was that for, Father?
For my study of the cytological detail in the development of the zygota of the Coleochaetae. That reminds me. The lily bulbs that Professor Mannheim sent me from China came in on the 10 o'clock local. They're at the station now. You will pardon my excitement, but these are genuine Tonghwas. Most rare.
Tonghwas, not the Tonghua from Yuanqiang Valley? Why, they'll have to be set out immediately, sir.
The perfect specimen sees all, knows all.
What were you saying, my dear?
Oh, about the bulbs, Dad. You want me to drive down and get them, don't you?
Would you mind?
Of course not, darling. Come on, Jerry.
Jerry? Oh, me? Yes, of course.
Goodbye, young fellow. I'll have that fence removed first thing.
Oh, thanks. Well, you know, Tilly, I must say your father could give Grandma a lesson in how to act when strangers come crashing through their fences.
He could give her lessons in anything.
Say, do you know what you called me back there?
No, what?
Well, you called me Jerry. Would you mind still doing it? You see, I've never been called that before.
Why, yes, I'd be glad to. Hello, Jerry.
Oh, hello. Thanks.
Would you like some music, Jerry? The station's still a way off, Jerry.
Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt this program to bring you an unverified report stating that Gerald Beresford Wicks, heir to the Wicks Utilities and the $30 million estate of the nationally famous eccentric Mrs. Leona Wicks, is missing, feared kidnapped. Young Wicks, known the country over as the perfect specimen, disappeared at an early hour.
I think another station would be better, don't you?
So Grandma Wicks has unleashed the bloodhounds already. What are you going to do?
Well, I'm not going to let myself be hauled back there like a runaway schoolboy. I'm going to stay out as late as I like.
Bravo.
Yes, that Don Quixote. He was the one. Courage. Even if the world laughed at him, he didn't care. Oh, let him laugh at me, too. I don't care either.
Say, Jerry, it may be just head noises, but I think somebody wants to pass.
What?
Hey, that truck's on top of us. Jerry, get off the road. Jerry, that big ape's almost knocked us into a ditch.
What's the idea, punk?
What's your idea, you big chump, trying to run us into that tree?
Say, you can't talk to Pinky like that.
All right, down, Clarabella. Now listen. You keep out of this, sister. You wouldn't be the first time I smacked down.
Oh, now look here, my man. You can't speak that way to a lady.
My man? Don't you mind man me, a stuck-up squirt for 2 cents. I'd pop you in the push.
Well, you're making a big mistake,
Mistake? Can't step on here.
Jerry, you can't fight him.
Come on.
Well, remember, my man, I didn't want to spar with you.
Spar? Come on. I'll mop up the ground with you.
You know, you ought to keep your chin covered and lead with your left, like this. Sorry, I had to do that.
Grandma, I think you've got something there.
I hope I haven't hurt you seriously. I'll help you up.
Pinky, are you hurt?
I'm murdered. Oh. Listen, I'm sorry, guy. You know you got a punch there.
Oh, thank you. My boxing instructor, ex-champion McGraw, used to tell me that. I believe he expressed it to kick like a mule.
Yeah, he must have had some terrific mules. Well, my name's Picky Cassidy, and this is my Dame Clarabella Murphy.
Oh, how do you do? This is Miss Mona Carter, and my name is Gerald...
Gerald? You mean to say I got licked by a guy named Gerald? I'll call you Tricky.
Pinky, look at your eye.
Look at me eye? Where's me eye? What's the matter with it? Oh, how can a guy see his eye?
Look in my mirror.
Whoa, holy mackerel, get a load of that lamp. Hey, Tricky, this is terrible.
Now, Pinky, be a man. It'll be all right in a day or so.
No, it ain't that. It's just in about an hour I'm going to have another fight.
Well, don't forget to lead with your left. Where's the fight?
It's the annual picnic at a truck drivers and Teamsters local. They got eats and beer and games and dancing. But the best thing on the whole program is the prize fight.
Yeah, and Pinky was going to get $150 for fighting the headliner. But he can't with his eye closed up. We was going to take the dough and get married on it. No, we can't.
Oh. Well, of course, he might not have won, you know. I say, how about my substituting for you? You know, allow me to fight in your place.
Whoa, what? Would you do that, Tricky? Say, what a pal. What a pal. Shake, pal.
Oh, thanks, pal. Now, if you'll tell me how to get to this picnic, then we... All right, come on, Mona. Remember those windmills.
Ladies and truck pushers, main bout, 10 rounds, between 190 pounds, chloroform Connolly in this corner. And 165 pounds, Tricky Berry in this corner. Referee, Sheriff Snodgrass.
Jerry, it's me. Here at the ringside. Jerry, you.
Hello, windmills.
Here goes the fight.
You nervous, Clarabelle?
Nervous? Say, I felt the same way once when I seen a guy walk a tightrope between two buildings. He almost made it.
Almost?
Say, you in love with Tricky?
I have a great admiration for him.
Look, Tricky's dancing around.
Oh, I'm jabbing at him always. Wait till Grandma sees it.
Hey, what's all those fancy steps Tricky's doing?
Hey, over that butterfly. Hands up on me when you catch him, chloroform.
Oh, Clarabelle, you'll kill him.
What's the matter with you, Tricky? You got saved by this dance, huh?
No, Mr. Conley, but it's very kind of you to ask. Thank you.
Is that your guy over there?
Where?
There. Right on the ball. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Boy, that was close. That's a good thing they rang the bell.
Oh, Clarabelle, I'm scared stiff.
Oh, Pinky's in there taking good care of him. Pinky used to work in a Turkish fair.
Let me throw in the towel, pal. You ain't going back in there with that gorilla.
Oh, yes, I am. This Mr. Conley is a very deceiving character.
He might think he beat me.
What do you mean, think?
Ladies and gentlemen, the rest of this fight will be refereed by Ike Bloomfeld. Excuse me.
What? Hey, Sheriff, what's the idea?
Can't help it, Pinky. There's been a big kidnapping. Gerald Beresford Wicks. They got a dragnet out all over the United States and Canada. We got orders to watch all roads, stop all cars. They say there's a woman involved, and it's my duty as sheriff of this county to assist the search. Carry on, son.
I'm sorry, Pinky, but I'm afraid I'll have to knock this nice Mr. Connolly out. Something unexpected's happened. I've got to get out of here immediately.
Yeah, that's it, kid. You knock him out, I hope.
Hello there, Softy. You're coming up for more, eh?
I beg your pardon, Mr. Connolly, but I have to do this.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, out! Ricky Berry, the winner!
150 smackers. Gee, I don't know how to take it, Tricky, but you know, I feel like a tramp taking a whole wad.
Oh, go on and take it, stupid. You know you're going to anyway. Say, Tricky and Mona, why don't you stick around a while and maybe have a dance or something, huh? You ought to see me and Pinky dance the Scranton Bounce.
Oh, that's very tempting. But confidentially, I don't think I can.
No. You see, he's wanted by the police, and if he doesn't get away, you know what's
Yeah, taking it on the lamb, huh?
Yes, on the lamb. Well, Pinky, goodbye. It's a pleasure knowing you.
So long, Palsy.
Goodbye. And Tricky, if you ever get to Sing Sing, will you send us a...
Where to now, Jerry?
Well, that depends what's on the radio. There ought to be a flash any minute.
Special bulletin.
Here it is.
A woman is under suspicion in the kidnapping of Gerald Wicks, the perfect specimen. Seen yesterday afternoon just before the kidnapping, her identity is still a mystery. The Department of Justice has released this description of her. Suspect number 1, female, white, 5 feet 2 inches, 108 pounds approximately, eyes blue, teeth good, hair blonde, good looking. This suspect has an assured, intriguing
Well, that's enough of that. I knew that Grattan has a terrible memory.
Does that really sound like me, Jerry? The assured, intriguing manner part of it.
Well, come to think of it, it does.
Jerry, you better take me home. They'll catch up with me, you know. I'm wanted by the law for kidnapping, and I'm scared.
Scared? What about those windmills?
What's that got to do with it?
Well, you said if I was ever wanted to fight with a windmill, you'd be out with me. No, I'm not through fighting windmills, Tilly. We're not going home, either. In fact, we're going to park right here and look at the river.
Moonlight on the water. It's lovely.
Yes, and peaceful. Mona.
What?
Mona, you once asked me if I ever kissed a girl.
Mm-hmm. Well?
Well,
Hello there, folks.
Who's that?
Hi there.
Oh, Lord, a hitchhiker. Look at him.
Oh, he's wearing a flowing tie and shorts. He'll catch cold.
He'll catch a free ride back to the asylum if he's what I think he is.
Blessings on you, Samaritans, too. I fain would ask a hoist of you, McCornsford.
Oh, certainly, but we're planning to sit here a while.
Oh, fine. I'm not in a hurry.
Oh. Well, do you mind riding in the back seat?
A lift I shall scorn not, be it ever so humble. A front seat, a back seat, or even a rumble. That's poetry.
Oh, a poet.
Perhaps you've heard of me. Killigrew Shaw.
No, can't say that.
I was afraid not. Few people have.
Where to, Mr. Shaw?
My home, if you don't mind. It's somewhere around here, but I'm not quite sure where. I'm not very practical, you know, but I think a couple of turns to the right would find it.
Very kind of you to ask us in, Mr. Shaw.
Yes, the sandwiches were lovely, but we really can't stay.
My house is yours, 'tas yours, 'tas yours. Do you happen to know what 'tas yours means? I use it a lot and never knew what it meant. You know, it's a great honor to entertain you. What are the names?
Oh, Berry, Mr. and Mrs. Tricky Berry.
Mr. and Mrs. A. Well, that will fix the blanket situation fine. Now, I've an extra sleeping porch and a bedroom in there. Of course, the bedroom's just been painted. You can take your choice.
Oh, no, but wait. No, I don't think
We've got to, Jerry. What else could we do? Where could we go?
Well, thanks.
Fine. Well, good night. Good night. Parting is such sweet sorrow that I must say good night until the morrow.
Shakespeare.
He stole it. Good night. See you in the morning.
Well, Gerald, I'll flip you for the sleeping porch.
Oh, never mind. How dare you say you were married to me? Why, what would
Grandma say? Oh, I knew it. Good night. You may find the paint pretty fresh, but you'll probably have a solution for that, too.
Good night.
Don't slam any doors on me.
Hey,
Hey, what did you do?
I locked you in, that's what I did. Didn't Grandma always lock you in? How dare I say I'm married to you indeed? Who wants you?
Mona.
Who'd have you?
Mona, I'm
They ought to give you back to the Indians.
Mona.
You have no sense of humor at all. You can't even take a joke. And that's what it would be like, married to you, a joke.
Mona, I can't breathe in here. I can't breathe.
Jerry. Jerry! Jerry, what's the matter? Jerry, speak to me. Oh, what have I done? Say something, Jerry.
Oh, yes. Yes, I'm all right now, I think. Couldn't breathe. I can hear the pain. Oh.
Oh, darling, I'm so sorry. Please tell me it's all right, Jerry.
It's all right, darling. Oh, my darling. Alicia.
Alicia? Why, you... Good night.
Oh.
Station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We've completed the second act of The Perfect Specimen. And right after this short intermission, Errol Flynn, Joan Blondell, and May Robson will be heard in Act 3. In just a minute, our producer, Mr. DeMille, will bring you our special guest of the evening. Meanwhile, here's a tip for those clever women who know that clear, lovely skin wins and holds romance. 9 out of 10 glamorous Hollywood stars use Lux toilet soap as their complexion care. This mild white soap has active lather that removes dirt, dust, and stale cosmetics thoroughly and leaves your complexion fresh and lovely. Use Lux toilet soap regularly. Before you renew makeup, always before you go to bed. Now, Mr. DeMille. In a world where perfection is rare, a person as superlative as the Gerald Wicks of our play deserves a little investigation. So we've called in Dr. Floyd L. Rue, Associate Professor of Psychology at the University of Southern California. In his field, Professor Rue is somewhat of a perfect specimen himself. During 1938, his book, Psychology and Life, was the best-selling volume of its kind in the world.
Thanks, Mr. DeMille. But before you scare your listeners into thinking that I have a 3-foot beard and use words even longer than that, please let me say that I don't read palms, feel bumps on the head, or attempt to cure fallen arches.
Having read your book, I can say that psychology is simply a science which attempts to understand the feelings of people and the reasons why they do things.
Yes, that's about it.
Now, take Gerald Wicks, for example. As a perfect specimen, is Gerald a trifle balmy, Professor?
No, Gerald's just suffering from too much discipline. He's had an overdose of Grandma. He's been bossed too much.
Well, what's wrong with discipline?
Too much bossing can make any man lose all hope. He'll swallow his pride till someday it boils over in an act of violence. The jails are full of such cases. Or he might easily seek to stimulate his wilted ego by reviving it in alcohol. Or he might do something as harmless as becoming a jitterbug, to forget his disappointment in sensations of sound and rhythm. Anyway, let's not worry too much about Gerald. Perhaps love may point the way, whether Grandma likes it or not. In any case, Act 3 will tell us.
Well, do you think love is the solution for all human unhappiness?
Not for all, but the right kind of love can go a long way to help. By the right kind, I mean the enduring kind of affection that involves cooperation between life partners and the surrender of certain selfish habits. The Casanova type of lover, who hurries from one girlfriend to the next, is trying to escape unhappiness in love, just as the drunkard attempts to escape it in alcohol. Neither method works. True love teaches us to sacrifice and to consider the feelings of others. It gives us no time for self-pity. And self-pity comes close to being the greatest single cause of human unhappiness.
Well, are there any qualities in a man, Professor, that will never come to the surface unless he's lucky enough to find exactly the right wife?
Let me answer that by saying that there's no woman capable of turning her husband's stupidity into genius. But she can certainly help him to keep from showing it. She can, for example, make the timid soul feel important. His job may be menial, but if he's appreciated at home, he'll feel that life's worthwhile and that he has something to work for. Sometimes an otherwise meek husband becomes a regular bully at home, roaring at his wife if the soup's cold and jumping on the children if they holler for the funny paper. On the other hand, a clever woman can show a conceited man the way off his high horse without his even knowing it. She can teach the spendthrift the pleasures of saving and the selfish man the joys of giving.
You seem to know all about happiness and marriage. Don't you psychologists ever quarrel with your wives?
We're human beings first and psychologists after. The answer's a humble yes.
So, what do you do in a case like that?
We go to see a psychologist. Goodbye, Mr. DeMille.
Your head man, Professor. The Perfect Specimen, starring Errol Flynn as Gerald and Joan Blondell as Mona, with May Robeson as Grandmother Wicks. It's the following morning. In Killigrew Shaw's kitchen, the poet and Mona are seated at the table eating a hearty breakfast. Gerald, with an apron tied around his waist, is at the stove frying flapjack.
The flapjack's pretty good. Where'd you learn to cook?
Well, you see, most of the big industrial plants today have their own cafeterias for the employees, and it's a duty of the employers to make sure the food is wholesome and well cooked. So, as the prospective head...
Shut up.
Oh, yes.
Oh, if I were the bride of a man who could cook, I do not but sit back in a nook with a book. I say that's pretty fair, isn't it?
Yes, your corns are certainly better this morning.
Yes. Too bad you folks can't stay. I'd be glad to engage you, Mr. Berry. $100 a month and board, nothing to do but cook.
Oh, it's very kind of... Oh, no, but there is something you could do for me, though.
Oh, it's already granted. What is it?
Well, we're rather short of funds. Do you think you'd cash a small check for me, say $50?
Oh, delighted. I like to cash checks for my friends, though they're seldom any good. I'll get the money while you make out the check. Faith in my friends I'd quickly renounce if ever their checks refused to bounce.
I'll always remember that Killigrew Shaw. Splendid chap, don't you think? Boom, boom, boom. Don't you think so?
What?
Hey, cat got your tongue? What's the matter?
Nothing.
Well, the rain's coming in. You better put down your window. Cold?
Nope.
Wet?
Mm-hmm. Soaking. It's been raining for hours.
What's the matter with you, Mona? You started out fine, but you've been getting grumpier and grumpier.
I'm not grumpy. I'm thinking.
What about?
Windmills, mostly. The kind you can't lick.
Who can't lick? I can lick 'em all.
I can't. This one's a female windmill. And I didn't know about it till last night. By the way, I hate to be fussy, but I'd like to dry off.
Oh, right. Well, we can stop right here in this town. You've got to get out of those wet clothes, quick.
Don't you think the townspeople might object?
I mean, stop in a hotel, of course. I'll get you a room.
Say, you ain't got any luggage, huh?
Now, you see, we only want a couple of rooms for a couple of hours until the storm lets up.
I guess it's all right, then. Never let it be said that Poppenville was unkind to out-of-town folks. Will you sign right here? If you'll excuse me, I'll arrange for a suite.
Signed?
Yeah, you have to. Didn't you know that?
Well, Grattan always did the signing for Grandma and me.
Well, don't sign your right name.
No, of course I won't. Mr. G.B. Berry.
What about me? I can't sign my right name either. I mean, this as much as you are, even more.
Well, I'll put you down as my wife. I never had a wife, so even if they find out it's me, they'll never know who you are, will they?
I wouldn't want anyone to know I was your wife. Who wants to be your wife?
What's the matter?
Nothing. You big dope. Who is it?
Me.
Come in.
Hello. Listening for radio reports?
Yeah. And I'm thinking about what Tilly Specknagel got me into this time.
Huh. Well, my clothes are all dried out. I'm all set to start again. If only the rain will let up. Oh, I say. You look very attractive.
Wrapped up in this old blanket, toasting my toes in the cinders. I'm an Indian.
You're a darling.
Look out, Jerry. You're weakening.
Oh, no. Mona, don't make fun of me. I mean it. Yesterday and today with you, I never knew before how marvelous life could be, and people on the outside could be. It's been thrilling. I've hated to think of it ending. Mona, do you suppose we could,
I think we'd better start.
No, listen to me.
We'd better.
Mona, darling, I'm in love with you. I suppose I have been ever since that time you came crashing through our fence.
2 days ago.
Or was it?
Yes.
Well, I don't care if it was 5 minutes ago. I'm in love with you, for keeps. And you, Mona? Do you care?
Care? Oh, dear, darling Jerry.
Ladies and gentlemen, this program has been interrupted at the request of the Bureau of Investigation of the Department of Justice, which is now engaged in a relentless search for the kidnappers of Gerald Beresford Wicks. The last person to see the missing heir was his fiancée, Miss Alicia Brackett. Stand by for further announcements on the Wicks kidnapping.
Well, that's that. Now, if you let me get dressed, you can go home to Alicia.
But, Mona, I'm in love with you.
You're engaged to her, aren't you?
Yes, but I...
And last night, when you were half-conscious, you called her name.
I did? Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
Oh, so that was the windmill you said you couldn't
Yes.
make.
I'd forgotten about her for the moment, but Gerald, I really meant what I said about caring.
But what?
Oh, nothing. I guess just but. Go on, Gerald. I'll be dressed in a little while and we can leave. Remember, they're hunting for you, and me too.
Well, let them hunt.
But, Alicia...
Oh, shut up. Now, you get dressed, and I'll be back in 10 minutes, and you be ready. Whoa, Mona. Mona. Oh, I don't think I'm going to marry you. You'll take too long to dress. Hey, Mona, it stopped raining. We better get along. Mona. Mona, hurry up.
Cook. Good evening, Mr.
Cook, did you see my wife?
Yep. She went out of here like a shot out of a gun. She was crying, too.
She was crying?
Yep. Too bad, mister.
Good morning, Professor Carter.
Good morning. You can dump it, let me see. Dump it behind the garage.
The what? What's that?
Aren't you the young man with the fertilizer?
Oh, no. I'm looking for your daughter, Mona.
Who? Oh, yes, of course. My daughter. Well, she's not in. She's gone to Europe.
Europe?
Or was it Europe? No, I'm thinking of the time she came back from Europe. She's gone to visit some friends. That's it, friends.
Well, where are these friends, sir?
I really don't know. But she'll be back in 2 or 3 weeks, I think. Won't you come in and wait?
Oh, well, no, thanks. I better be going along, I think.
And the net is being drawn closer in the nationwide hunt for the missing heir. The search for Gerald Wicks, being conducted by the police and Mrs. Leona Wicks, the heir's grandmother, is at last beginning to bear fruit. After almost 3 weeks, several witnesses and suspects have been rounded up by Mrs. Leona Wicks, and their alibis being carefully checked by the police and Mrs. Leona Wicks. An early hour solution to the mystery is promised by the police and Mrs. Leona Wicks.
Hello. Just a moment, please. Hello.
Oh, phones. They're always ringing and nothing ever happens.
Hello. What? Oh, my, you don't say. Why, isn't that interesting? Oh, yes, come by all means. Goodbye.
Who was it?
A Pennsylvania hotel clerk with a mysterious story. He's coming here. He says that somebody registered there as man and wife. And then he said something about the Pennsylvania state law.
Another crank. I don't know why I tolerate such stupid people around me.
Hello? What's that? The Bank of... Yes? Yes, go on. Oh, my goodness.
Well, now what is it?
Oh, it's the state police.
Oh.
A Pennsylvania bank received a check made out by Gerald for $50 the day after he disappeared. It was endorsed by one of the kidnappers named Killigrew Shaw. They're holding him for instructions.
Instructions? What do they want instructions for? Have him flown here at once.
Someone had to pick the cotton.
Jake, you're the most stubborn, unreasonable...
Alicia, you still here?
Oh, please help me, darling. Do you or do you not know where Gerald is?
Oh, wait a minute. Did you say darling?
Yes.
That's different. I might have an idea where to find him.
Then please tell me.
If I do, I'm asking this for the last time, I hope. Will you marry me? We could set up housekeeping mighty pretty with that $25,000 reward, honey.
All right, Jake. But we've got to find Gerald. Where is he?
Well, I don't know.
Jake.
But a girl once crashed through a fence.
Jake, will you please?
And I know where she lives.
Now listen.
In a little Pennsylvania town.
Oh, stop.
And if my hunch is right, then he's there, too. Come on, Alicia.
Jake, will you please?
There's a gas station up there.
What gas station?
The one Dad said he was working at.
Who was working at?
Keep down low and hide your face. Good morning.
Morning.
My car's on the fritz. Think you could fix it?
Sure. Master mechanic.
So's your Grandma Wicks.
What's that?
There he is, Alicia. Stick your head up.
Gerald.
Oh, no.
Here, come back here, you.
What's the matter with you, Gerald?
Oh, Alicia. I'm so sorry. But when I saw you just now,
What?
Well, it wasn't you. It was bars, Wicks, Dad, don'ts. Master, I just couldn't face it, that's all.
You won't have to, Gerald. But you've got to come home.
And don't worry about Alicia. She's going to marry me.
She's got... Alicia? You are? Why, that's marvelous.
And just what do you mean by that?
Well, it's my... Well, you know.
I know. It's the old Carter charm. You see, Alicia, I've got a fence-smashing sister named Mona.
Is this man mad? What's he talking about?
Now, please, Mrs. Wicks, I'll try to speak to him. Now, you say you cashed a check for Mr. Gerald Wicks?
For Gerald Wicks, I cashed a check. Oh, bad rhyme.
Now listen here, Mr. Shaw. Where's my grandson?
I don't know, but I'd like to see him again. He made marvelous flapjacks.
Mona Carter to see Mrs. Wicks. Carter, I knew it. Show her in. Yes, sir.
You knew what, you idiot? Show who in.
I knew I'd remember it someday. Mona Carter. That's the name of the young lady who assaulted our fence.
Good morning.
How dare you run off with my grandson? Where is he? What have you done with him?
You quit yet.
Alfred, the girl's impudent. Young lady, you're impudent.
I'm not. I came here voluntarily to tell you that Mr. Shaw had nothing to do with Gerald's going away. He was not kidnapped. All he wanted to do was get away from this penitentiary for a while. And don't try to bully me like you did him. I won't stand for it.
Are you adventurous, you fortune hunter? You enticed him away.
Oh, no, I didn't. I simply told him he was a fool to let himself be shut up here by a selfish, domineering old woman. And it worked.
How dare you?
Yes, and how it worked. Oh, if you'd only seen your precious Gerald slap down truck drivers, knock out prize fighters, scoop flapjacks.
My grandson?
Your grandson.
Well, where's he now?
Well, I don't know. I haven't seen him for 3 weeks.
Don't you lie to me, girl. You've hidden him away somewhere where you can practice your wiles on him.
Don't talk to me like that. I wouldn't marry him if you paid me to.
Oh, you wouldn't, huh? And why not, miss?
Because you're his grandmother.
Oh, just a minute. Mr. Wicks. Did I hear you say you wouldn't marry me?
And I meant it.
It's Mr. Wicks. Oh, good.
Gerald, where have you been?
Hello, Grandma.
And why are you wearing those awful clothes?
I'm a $30 a week garage man, Grandma. How do you like the improvement?
Improvement? Don't flatter yourself. You look the same silly idiot you've always been and always will be.
Oh, but, Grandma...
Gerald Wicks, if you think...
Windmill, Jerry.
Quiet. Now, the first thing you can get through your head is, Mona Carter, you're marrying me.
I am not. What about Alicia?
Alicia's marrying your brother Jink on the reward money.
What?
Yes, and you're marrying me, understand?
Not if you were the last man in the world. In the first place, I can't stand your family. Especially this old tyrant.
Who's the tyrant?
You are. You calling me a fortune hunter. I wouldn't marry that pet lamb of yours if he had $50 million.
I suppose he isn't good enough
Well,
for
you suppose right.
Of all the colossal brass. Now, let me tell you, young woman, you're marrying Gerald. And that's that. Grattan, bring me that envelope.
Yes, Mrs. Wicks.
Quiet. Sit down, Grattan. Quiet. Listen, Grandma, I'm choosing my wife, not you.
That's what you think. This girl's got a will of her own. I like her. She's no milk and water, shally-dally, flip-flop, weather vane like Alicia.
Here it is, Mrs. Wicks.
Now, here it is. You see that?
What?
The hotel register. That's where you registered yourself and this sassy...
Mona's my name.
My name's Mona as man and wife. And here is a copy of a Pennsylvania law passed in 1827 and never appealed or amended. You want to hear it?
Jerry, maybe we better.
All right. If a man or woman do jointly and before competent witnesses publish and acknowledge themselves to be man and wife, and in addition, if one or both do by written record under whatever name attest this status, this shall does constitute a legal article of wedlock, and so may be registered and recorded. Oh, there, young lady. You try and get out of that. Well, what are you standing there for, Gerald? Go on, kiss the bride. Go on, go on.
Oh, Mona. Hey, what was that for?
For taking orders again from her.
Hey, Mona, where are you going? Come back here. So, you slapped me.
Go away. I'll slap you again.
This is a fine way to start our married life.
We're not married?
Oh, yes, we are, according to Pennsylvania law. On what grounds?
I'll get a divorce.
That you don't love me?
No.
Then you do, don't you?
Well, you needn't be so brutal about it. Yes, I do.
Well, that's all I wanted to know. You still want a divorce, darling?
Well, as an old-fashioned girl, I don't believe in him. Oh, but Jerry...
What?
I was so frightened.
Of what? Grandma?
I should say not. I was frightened that you never would find out about that old Pennsylvania law.
We've ended the play. And now let's talk to Errol Flynn and Joan Blondell, who made the perfect specimen perfect. Miss Blondell, incidentally, belongs to perhaps the oldest family of actors in the world. Did you know that, Errol?
Yes, I've heard that, sir. And then wasn't there an Eric Blondell who once belonged to a theatrical group called the King James Players?
That was back in 1603. Eric was a clown and got fired from the company regularly. But he had a friend who always managed to get a job back again. This friend also made quite a reputation for himself. His name was William Shakespeare.
Yeah, I seem to recall the name.
What part of Texas was he from?
Oh.
Anyway, Joan, who was the first Blondell to clown for American audiences?
Probably old Uncle George. I have a copy of a program dated 1783 telling about a party George Washington gave at Francis Tavern in New York, enlisting George Blondell as one of the entertainers. And the women didn't do so badly either. One of the Blondell girls has been on the stage for almost every generation for 300 years. Now, of course, Mr. DeMille, they didn't all use Lux soap. That's one of the good things that didn't come along until my time. But I'm one of your biggest boosters. I've always used it for the simple reason that I think Lux soap is the best complexion care there is.
Well, that's one of the nicest compliments of the season, Joan, from one of the screen's most charming assets. And here's one for you, Mr. Flynn. I've just seen Dawn Patrol, and my congratulations to you and Jack Warner for making it one of the finest aviation pictures ever filmed.
Thank you, sir. It was a grand show to make, and I think everyone in it enjoyed it.
Now that it's completed, you'll be sailing for Hawaii, won't you, Errol?
Oh, not yet. That's in the summer. Early in the spring, there's some things called giant tuna, which hold a sort of jamboree down around Cat Cay in the Bahamas. Joan, they're the biggest tuna you ever saw. 500 and 600 pounds. Sometimes they go out of...
Yes, I know. Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, if that's the way you feel about it, all right. I was going to bring you back a tuna fish sandwich, but... Well, thank you, Mr. DeMille, and good night.
Make mine on rye, Skipper. Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night, Joan. Good fishing, Errol.
A dramatic event of unusual importance comes to this theater next Monday night. And in a moment, Mr. DeMille tells you all about it. The original story, The Perfect Specimen, was written by Samuel Hopkins Adams. And in its cast tonight, you heard Byron K. Folger as Alfred Grattan, Lindsay McHarry as Killigrew Shaw, Alma Lloyd as Alicia, Clem Bevins as Professor Carter, Eddie Waller as Sheriff Snodgrass, Ross Forrester as Pinky, Gay Seabrook as Clarabelle, Billy Bletcher as Conley, Frank Nelson as Jink Carter, Lou Fulton as Hooker, Earl Ross as hotel clerk, Lou Merrill as announcer, Bob Burleson as referee, and Edward Marr as butler. May Robeson's new Warner Brothers picture is They Made Me a Criminal. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios, where he was in charge of music for the new film, Kentucky. Here's Mr. DeMille.
Every once in a while, a play comes to the screen which is lifted by sheer brilliance and dramatic power out of the field of entertainment and becomes an unforgettable memory. Such a play we've prepared for next Monday night, Mireling. The story of a love greater than a kingdom, a devotion that triumphed even over death. I'm happy to announce that Mireling brings back to this stage two superb artists. In the role of Prince Rudolph, you'll hear William Powell. And as Marie, the girl for whom he lost his heart and throne, Miss Janet Gaynor. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents William Powell, and Janet Gaynor in Mireling. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. Tonight's presentation, ladies and gentlemen, came to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the complexion care preferred by 9 out of 10 of the lovely Hollywood screen stars. This is your announcer, Melville Ruick, bidding you all good night and wishing you a very happy New Year. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is street. S-T-R-E-E-T.
Really?
You bet your life. $80,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who have on display the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission and the all-new Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Teddy Roosevelt. Delighted. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples. George, who's first?
Well, Groucho, we have some people who were chosen because they have interesting stories to tell. Miss Beverly Ka'anapu and Mr. Ernest Ray. Would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mr. Ernest Ria and Miss Beverly Ka'anapu, huh?
Beverly Ka'anapu. Ka'anapu.
Oh, I see. Ka'anapu.
Yes.
Do you have a Hawaiian name? Is that your real name?
Well, my full name is Beverly Phoebe Kamalulani Ka'anapu.
Mm-hmm. What does that mean?
Kamalulani, that means under the shade of heaven.
Oh. Mm-hmm. Where were you born, Bev?
I was born in Kalihi in Honolulu, Hawaii.
Mm-hmm. I'm all right. How are you? But we always say that if anybody says Hawaii. Hawaii is the correct pronunciation, huh?
Hawaii or Hawaii?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But over here they say Hawaii. Don't they?
Well, that's the easiest way.
Yes, it is. And also there's no joke. I mean, to say, I'm all right, how are you? To say Hawaii, you're dead. Aren't the real, genuine, blown-in-the-bottle Hawaiians pretty scarce now? I've heard there aren't too many of you left. Is this true?
Yes, that's very true. As for myself, I'm part Hawaiian and part German.
Really?
Yes.
Is that so? Well, whoever assembled the parts certainly knew what he was doing. Who are you again? I forgot.
Ernest Ray.
Ernest Ray?
Yes, sir.
Oh, glad to hear it. I'm always glad to meet a man who's earnest.
Yes, that's right.
Where are you from, Ernie?
Billings, Montana.
Billings, Montana. That's right out in the wild and woolly west, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
You spend a lot of time busting broncos and chasing buffalo?
No, I spend most of my time practicing a flute up there.
Oh, it's not easy on a horse when you're chasing a buffalo.
No.
The flute, you say? You practice the flute?
Yes, sir.
Well, are you pretty cool on the flute?
Well, I was the best flautist in the state.
The best flautist in the state?
Best flautist.
Flautist?
Flautist.
I thought you said you played the flute. What's a flout?
A flout is a flute.
Is a flute?
Yes.
A flout flute? Is it?
Flout flute. Flute is a flout is a flute. That's the same as a flute. It's the same thing. It's the same.
Well, I've learned a word tonight, flautist, huh?
Yes, sir.
And you were the best flute player in Montana?
Yes, I was the best flute player in Montana.
Well, that's an easy claim to make. Can you substantiate this claim?
Well, Groucho, while I was still in high school, I entered a Montana, the flute contest in Montana to see who was the best flute player. And I won first chair. And then, after that,
You won the chair, you say?
Yeah. I won the first chair. I won the first position. I was the first flutist in the contest. They rated me first.
Well, suppose in that contest you'd have hit a sour note, Ernie, would you have taken your flute and blown your head off?
No, I had third chair there, but I'd probably been denoted to about the fifth chair, I figure, if I hadn't done a good job.
The fifth chair?
I had third chair in the second flute section.
Did you ever have the second flute in the fifth chair section?
No.
I'm supposed to get you confused.
Yeah, well, that second section, that second flute section, there's 10 flutists, and 5 of them got in the first
10
section.
flautists, isn't it?
Flautists, yes. Yeah.
Well, why do they call it flautists when it's really flutists? Huh?
Well, that's a foreign word. It's a French word, I think.
Oh, well, why don't you play the French horn then?
No, I don't know how to do that. Anyhow, then...
That hasn't stopped the men in our orchestra from playing. Well, I've enjoyed this little chat with you two, but the time has come for some more serious endeavors, like winning some moolah. Is that a Hawaiian word,
Yes,
moolah?
moolah.
Moolah.
Or kala.
Or kala. Huh? Well, you're going to play You Bet Your Life. I don't know if you know how to play You Bet Your Life, but we made a little change in our quiz last week. You play the game this way, the same way, with the exception that we start you off with a bankroll of $100. And that's very nice. You can quit now if you want. No. Every time you miss a question, you lose half your bankroll, no matter what it amounts to at the time. Now, let's see how much money you can make. You selected science and medicine. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is.
Number 7.
Number 7 is $70. In a laboratory, what do you call the small gas burner used to heat test tubes?
Flask.
Talk it over.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Value.
Yes.
No, I'm sorry. It's a Bunsen burner.
Well, you lost half of your original bankroll, so you now have $50.
You have $50 left in the bankroll. Now, what do you want to go for?
Well, let's try number 8.
$80. What is the scientific name for the study of plants and plant life? Talk it over. You're partners.
Etymology. Study of plants.
Scientific name for the study of plants and plant life.
Okay, let's try that. Etymology.
No, I'm sorry.
Plowing.
No, it's botany.
What am I asleep today?
You lost half your bankroll again. You now have $25.
Well, you're still in the running. Now, don't get discouraged. Now, what do you want to try? $90 one? 10? 100?
Yeah. Okay.
How much?
Five.
$50. What rare element do we obtain from pitch blende?
I think we get radium.
That's right. Before you change your mind, it's radium, huh?
Well, you now have $75.
It's your last chance to beat the other couples now. Things are looking up a little, aren't they? Now, which one do you want to try now?
Oh, I'm going to try number 9.
$90. Scientifically speaking, animals with backbones are called what? Talk it over.
What do you call mammals? Vertebrae?
Take a stab if you don't know.
Mammals. Oh, vertebrae probably.
Yes, it was vertebrae. I wish I could have helped you, but I couldn't.
Oh.
Well, you lost half your bankroll, and you wind up with $37.50.
I'm sorry you didn't win more. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Well, Groucho, we invited some Navy men to our show tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Walt Kluznik to be on the show. His partner is Pat Madgwick. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Walt Kluznik, huh? You're a sailor, huh? You are a sailor, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
You don't have to say sir to me, you know. I'm just an apprentice comedian, 3rd class. Let's see, you're Miss Pat Madgwick?
I prefer to be called Patricia Madgwick.
You would? Well, certainly there's no problem for me to call you Patricia. Where are you from, Pat? Patricia?
I'm from England.
England, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Sorry.
Sorry? You don't have to be sorry. We all have to be born someplace. Now then, what part of England were you born in?
I was born in Surrey.
Oh, this is like Hawaii. I'm all right. How are you? You speak very, very good English for an Englishwoman. Of course, after you've been here a while, we'll take care of that. Walt, what is your hometown? Bay of Biscay or something, I suppose.
No, I'm from Butchertown in San Francisco.
Butchtown? What's in Butchtown? Is that a slaughterhouse?
It's the exclusive section of the slaughterhouses.
What made you decide to join the Navy, Walt? Did you want to see the world?
I want to stay out of the Army.
You realize you just wrecked 8 years of hard work on the unification of the services. What ship are you stationed on?
I'm not on a ship. I don't have a ship.
A sailor without a ship? The world is certainly coming apart. Where'd you lose your boat?
I'm on shore duty.
What kind of shore duty do you have, sailor?
Well, I'm a boatswain striker and
a what?
A boatswain's mate striker.
A boatswain's mate? Well, I hope you're very happy together.
And I work down on Terminal Island and I'm stationed
What's a boatswain's mate?
Well, they take care of the rope, the line on the ship and securing of all the hatches. A deckhand, more or less.
I see. But do you have a good line?
Hasn't been working too well lately.
I don't know why not. You're a pretty cute-looking sailor. What do you think of him, Pat?
He's pretty nice looking. As sailors go.
I don't think they don't, do you? They go hog wild. Well, specifically, what do you do in your job, sailor boy? Walter Klosnick? You sound like you ought to be playing for Notre Dame.
Not me. Well, I
know Notre Dame in South Bend years ago.
I take care of the ball fields out there. I'm connected
What? Take care of a ball field?
Yes, sir.
What do you do for the ball field?
Well, I make sure that the field's in condition to play on. I'm connected with the baseball team. Make sure the grass doesn't dry. Throw a little fertilizer here and there. Just maintenance of the ball field.
You never think of a sailor throwing fertilizer around. Well, that's certainly a curious vocation for a man in the Navy. Now, Patricia, what about you? Are you married?
No.
You're not married?
No,
Cute
I'm
little
not.
girl like you, not married? What about you? Are you married, sailor?
No.
Well, we're wasting time. Is there anyone present here who knows any reason why these young people shouldn't be married? Speak up or forever hold your peace. Are you ready for the ceremony, Pat?
Well, aren't you being just a trifle hasty?
Well, I have to be. If I know sailors, he's got a date in half an hour. No, this is all in fun. Well, you're a very attractive couple, and I expect you to get married the moment you leave here. How are you going to play? You bet your life. Now, let's see how much money you can make. You selected, do you know about the change in the quiz?
Oh, yes.
We start you off with a $100 bankroll, and when you miss a question, you lose half of whatever bankroll it amounts to at that time. Clear?
In the race for the $1,000, the Hawaiian girl and the flute player won $37.50, and the secret word is street.
Let's see how much money you can make. You select a general information quiz. Remember now, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. You talk it over your partner.
See, what should we do?
It's a lucky number.
Seven's your lucky number?
Let's do it.
Well,
$70.
that's seven.
$70. What is the name of the plane Lindbergh flew across the Atlantic in 1927?
The Spirit
Talk
of,
it over.
The Spirit of St. Louis.
That is absolutely right. The Spirit
Well, you now have $170.
Now, which one do you want to try?
60.
60. What is the distaff side of a family? Talk it over. Come on.
Oh, the female side?
Yes, that's right, the female side.
You've now run your bankroll up to $230.
Now, what do you want to try?
We'll take
90.
number 9.
Okay. What is the proper term for a bicycle built for two?
A tandem.
That is right. A tandem is right.
You now have $320.
It's your last chance to be the other couples.
We'll be very brave and have number 8.
Number 8. All right. What do you call a motherless calf or an unbranded steer? Talk it over.
A motherless calf, that's a young cow, isn't it?
Yes. Or an unbranded steer. Talk it over. No, I'm sorry. It's a maverick or a dogie.
You lost half of your bankroll at that time, so you wind up with $160.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Before we proceed, I have a note here to remind me of something. Last week, the owner of the Ocean Aquarium at Hermosa Beach, Art McBride, offered to give $500 toward the bus fund for the McKinley Home for Boys. Well, he gave us the money, and I have a further report to make. Mr. Slotkin, president of Abbey Rents, contributed another $500, and those of us on the show put in another $1,000. On top of this, some other contributors, who asked to be anonymous, came through with another $2,500, making a total of $4,500. So that's enough for a brand new bus, and now the 112 boys of the McKinley Home have transportation to take them to Sunday school, the mountains, and the beach. And to all of you who kicked in, my sincere thanks. George, who's next?
Well, Groucho, we have a couple of interesting guests who have special stories to tell. Father Michael Montoya of the Claretian Fathers and Nelson Gary. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome. Welcome to the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
How do you do, God?
Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day.
Okay.
Nelson Gary and Father Michael Montoya, eh? Father
right.
Montoya? What should I call you?
Well, you can call me Father Michael. That'll be perfectly all right.
Father Michael, that's okay. Yeah, you know, I'm no authority on religion. Will you correct me if I make a mistake here tonight?
I'd certainly be very happy to correct you if you make mistakes.
Well, actually, you'd have to start back about 40 years. Well, you're Nelson Gary, eh?
Yeah, that's me.
How old are you, Nelson?
I'm 12.
12 years old, huh?
Yeah.
Where do you live, Nelson?
I'm in San Fernando Valley.
San Fernando Valley?
13888 Dickens Street, West Hollywood.
The Dickens Street. Well, you said the lucky secret word tonight, street, so you win $50, and Father Michael gets $50 for the parish.
Thank you very much.
I hope.
That's possibly sure.
This was just an assumption on my part, Father. Nelson, I realize I'm not being polite, but I think our listeners would be interested in knowing about your arm. Could you tell us about it?
I lost an electric mangle when I was 2 years old.
You lost it in what?
Electric mangle when I was 2.
An electric mangle?
Mm-hmm.
Ironing machine?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's too bad. That's a shame. Do you find it much of a handicap?
No, I can do anything anybody else can do just about.
Yeah. Well, I guess if you got that spirit. There's no such thing as a handicap with that kind of spirit. Where do you go to school?
Van Nuys Junior High School.
Mm-hmm. Are you pretty good in school?
Well, I belong to the Honor Society, and you got to keep up pretty high grades to keep in there.
You belong to the Honor Society?
Yes, you got to get more than half your grades A's.
What is your biggest interest in school?
Athletics, I guess, and in North Hollywood, I belong to a Y club called the Kryptons, and I play first string for their basketball team, and I did play first string for their football team.
Really? Father, what do you think of this boy?
Wonderful. I think a boy who apparently has this handicap and makes a go of things really can prove that where there's a will, there's a way. And I think he's wonderful. God bless him. Nice going, Nelson.
He'd make a pretty good sermon for you, wouldn't he, Father?
Certainly would. Makes a sermon for everyone.
Yes, he does. Make one for me, too. What a schlemiel I was in school. Speaking of sermons, isn't it a problem to keep them timely and interesting?
I don't think so, Mr. Marx.
No?
A sermon should be short and to the point, and of course kept with interest.
Well, how do you do that?
Well, I remember when I attended the Catholic University of America, one of the professors insisted that we imitate the commercial announcers. He says when they talk about material things, they put their point right over. We could do the same when we bring the Word of God.
Well, you probably keep yours shorter than most of the commercials. By the way, Father Michael, where's your church?
In San Gabriel, California. I'm at the old San Gabriel Mission.
Could you describe its history here?
Yes, it's the oldest mission in the Los Angeles County. You see, very briefly, Father Cambon and La Samara came to the San Gabriel Valley back in 1771. And this was 5 years, incidentally, before the founding of our country, before the American independence. And this building was destroyed by the earthquakes and the floods, and they built a second one. And the beautiful building that you see now is the last structure, which was completed in 1804.
That's a real old building. Is much of the original structure still standing?
Oh, yes, and very little of it has been touched.
You must have the same landlord I have, huh? Nelson, my favorite sport is baseball. How is it you're not interested in that?
Well, I am. It's my favorite sport. In fact, I played on a Little League team that won the championship this year.
Really?
Yeah.
What position did you play?
I played the outfield, right field.
Outfield? And how are you with batting? Are you any good?
Well, I batted 365 this year.
365? Is that your best record?
No, last year I batted 437.
Oh, you're slipping, huh?
Yeah. League got older, the pitchers got better.
Do you realize even Ted Williams can't hit that good in the major leagues,
well,
365?
He faced a little better pitchers, I think.
Well, he's a much older man, too. He must be hitting around pretty near 30, I guess. Huh? Well, it's been inspiring talking to you two, to both of you.
Thank
and
you.
now let's play You Bet Your Life for a chance at a lot of money.
If you'll excuse me, Mr. Marks, I think the world of Nelson. I think he's a wonderful boy. And so if you'll excuse me, I met his father, and I think he's also a wonderful man. So I'm going to let him participate in the contest.
Where's your father?
He's right off stage.
He's backstage.
Oh, you carry your father with you?
Yeah.
Well, yes. Well, come back again, though, huh? Well, you certainly got a boy to be proud of here.
Thanks, sir.
You think Nelson can count on you to come up with the right answer?
I doubt that.
Why is that?
Well, I got tangled up in one of these Men in the Street programs one time, and I forgot my own name.
Nelson, I hope you have better substitutes on the ball club than your father is going to be up here. All right, well, let's go. Now, Mr. Nelson, do you know how we play the game?
Yes, I do, sir.
You do, huh? And you too, Nelson?
Yeah.
Well, okay, well, let's go, and we'll see how you make out here.
In the race for the $1,000, Miss Madgewick and the Sailor are leading with $160.
Let's see how much money you can make. You select the sports. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder the question is.
$70.
$70. The world's record is 26 feet, 8 1/4 inches. What is the event? What event would this be?
Broad jump.
That's right, the broad jump is...
Well, you've run your bankroll into $170.
Your bankroll is $170. Now, what question do you want to go for?
We'll go for the
80. $80. Only one boxer has held 3 titles simultaneously. Who was it?
Henry Armstrong.
Henry Armstrong is right.
You now have $250.
Say, Nelson, your old man is no dope.
I hope not.
How much have they got?
$250.
All right, what one do you want to go for?
We'll go for the 90.
$90. It's the 3 big races. A horse must win in order to capture the Triple Crown. What is the 3rd one?
Oh, it's something in Florida. I know what it is. Saratoga?
No.
Hialeah?
No, it's the Preakness.
Oh.
Well, you were up to $250. That was your bankroll. You lost half of it, so you now have $125.
You have $125. Now, it's your last chance to beat the other couples.
Take it. We'll shoot the worst. 100.
You going $100? The Immortals of Baseball are honored in baseball's Hall of Fame. Where is it located?
Cooperstown, New York.
Cooperstown, New York is right.
That's great. That was wonderful.
Thanks and good luck to the Soda Plymouth Dealers.
And that means that Nelson Gary and his dad, with $225 in just 1 minute, get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question. And here comes our winning couple, Groucho, the 2 Mr. Garys.
See, your father turned out pretty handy after all, didn't he, Nelson?
Yeah.
Huh? All right, here we go for $1,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully and please no help from the audience. Here it is. 40 years ago, an American minister wrote a novel called The Winning of Barbara Worth. It sold over 1.5 million copies. It's still one of the all-time records. For $1,000, who was this popular writer? Now talk it over.
Oh, I know his name down there. Wasn't he fine? I don't know.
If you don't know, take a guess.
Okay, who was it? Rupert Hughes will say. Rupert Hughes will say.
Rupert Hughes? No, I'm sorry. It's Harold Bell Wright. I'm sorry, but that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, they lost the big money, but how much did they win the quiz?
$225 in the quiz.
$225. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you and of all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,500. And on Miss Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding 1954 DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth. Two great new cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
Folks, here's a reminder from the Red Cross. You help your neighbors in distress, wherever they may be, when you join the Red Cross. So answer the call. Join and serve. You'll Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meakin. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world.
you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans radio ministry. Together we can honor lives. Thank you.
Medical science offers you proof positive. Yes, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other leading cigarette is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Cigarette program starring Red Skelton with David Forrester and his orchestra, our singing star Anita Ellis, Gigi Pearson, Verna Felton, Pat McGeehan, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. It's a pleasure to bring you Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's popular comedian and the star of the Raleigh Cigarette program, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Skelton's back and Marjorie Main got him, you know. Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How are things tonight with you, Rod?
Oh, I'm really in the green tonight, Red. I went out to Santa Anita today.
Oh, good old Santa Anita, the annex to the Bank of America.
Did you take Mr. Raleigh to the races with you, Red?
No, he hasn't been feeling so well. He's getting that California spring fever.
What's that?
That's double pneumonia that's approved by the Los Angeles Chamber of Commerce.
Well, truthfully, Red, the weather has been wonderful out here the last week.
Oh, hasn't it, though? I was over in the park this afternoon. It was so hot, the little squirrels were sitting around with their fur coats unbuttoned. The sponsor's brother gave me that joke. Tomorrow he'll be back on the road selling Raleighs again.
Well, say, speaking of Raleighs, did Mr. Raleigh go back to Kentucky?
Well, not exactly. We went down to the airport, but they couldn't find seating space for him on a plane.
What happened?
Raleigh's back and Skelton got him.
Well, I heard about you talking to Mr. Raleigh, taking him to the fights the other night at the American Legion Stadium.
Oh, boy, and did I see a knockout. Boy, what a knockout. Too bad her husband was with her. Mr. Raleigh really enjoyed the fights, and we had good seats. I was sitting between two fat ladies.
Were they really fat?
Fat? I felt like a Florida grapefruit between two California oranges. Hey, Anita, did you enjoy the fight?
Oh, yes, Red, but what was that thing that fell out of the fighter's mouth when he got hit in the jaw?
That was his mouthpiece.
Gee, nowadays some lawyers will work any place to make $1.
You're proud of that, aren't you, Red? You're setting television back 10 years, right?
Say, Anita, do you like prize fights?
Yes, I thought the fights were exciting.
You know, I used to be a fighter.
Really? Mm-hmm. Were you like Jim Corbett, stand up and box, or like Dempsey, just slug it out?
No, I was more like reconversion. Somebody was always holding me up.
Did they ever carry you out on a stretcher?
No, I had silver handles sewed onto my shorts.
Say, did you know that I used to be a fighter? Did you know I used to be a fighter?
Boy, you'd never know it the way you're wrestling with that line there. You were a fighter, David? What did they call you?
Battleship Forrester.
Battleship Forrester, huh?
Yep, they gave me that name because I always had to be convoyed to a neutral corner.
I think I'll loan you out to Jack Kirkwood.
Well, were you ever convoyed to a neutral corner, Red?
No, I had a bird dog that used to point it out for me.
Well, truthfully, Red, you don't look healthy enough to be a fighter.
Well, I'm in good shape considering I was very puny when I was a baby. You know, when I was born, I was so puny they were going to drown me.
Why didn't they?
They were ashamed to be seen carrying me down to the river.
Red, is a fighter's life a tough one?
I'll say it is. When he's in training, there's no wine, no women, or no jute boxes.
Well, what does he do for entertainment?
He breaks training. In a bridal break in here now, I'm sure he has something of great importance to say.
Now, medical science offers you proof positive. Yes, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other leading cigarette is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Yes, exhaustive scientific tests of America's 6 biggest-selling brands, certified by a jury of 14 distinguished doctors, including eminent throat specialists, have just proved conclusively no other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars. So no other is actually safer to smoke. See if you don't agree, Raleigh's are right. Right for taste, right for throat. Try Raleigh's. Enjoy Raleigh's rich tobaccos, that milder, smoother, more satisfying Raleigh flavor. Remember, medical science now offers you proof positive.
No other cigarette is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
And now Anita Ellis sings, you'll have to help me. What is this?
Amato Mio.
Amato Mio?
Mm-hmm. It's from the new picture Gilda. I'm going to introduce it tonight.
Mm-hmm. You better sing something else. I can't pronounce that. Tonight, the story from the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire is entitled Telephone. Our characters are fictional. If there's any similarity to persons living, they're imposters. Chapter 88 of Telephones is entitled I Want a Telephone. This is the story of Willie Lump Lump and the trouble he had to go through to get a phone.
Hey, where's the guy who gives out the telephone? Service!
May I help you, sir?
Shut up. I want a telephone.
Have you entered your application?
Yeah, I entered my application real early. You'll find my name right after Alexander Graham Bell.
Have you
Yeah, and I got bills to prove it here.
If you want a telephone, you'll have to pay this old bill, and then I'll put your name on the waiting list.
Well, I'm a veteran. Does that make any difference?
Yes, if you're a veteran,
Yeah.
I can put your name on the preferred waiting list.
Now you're talking. How many are ahead of me, huh?
Well, let's see. There were 3 veterans' applications this morning.
Only 3?
Yes.
Mm.
That makes your number 89,643.
Look, I want a phone while I'm still young enough to hear who's talking.
Is a telephone essential in your job?
It most certainly is.
What do you do for a living?
I play the races.
I'm sorry, young man. I'm sorry, but that doesn't qualify for immediate installation of a phone. Due to the extra load on our present facilities and the shortage of new equipment, emergency certificates get first attention. A doctor's certificate that proves a person is 100% incapacitated might help.
Windy, old birdie. What is this incapacitated stuff? What's that?
Incapacitated means that you're in such bad health you may need medical attention at any time of the day or night.
Well, the shape I'm in, that ought to be easy. Look, I go pick up a wife and go and see my doctor, huh?
Hurry, Willie. Maybe we can get to the doctor's office before he closes for the day. Oh, look, Willie, there's a parking place.
Yeah, there's a guy backing into it. I'm going to beat him to it.
Willie, don't try it. We'll have a wreck.
Oh, no, we won't. What's this, Will? Fuji's, isn't it?
They ought to take away your learner's permit. They'll give us a ticket for parking here.
Oh, I don't see no red fire plugs, and I don't see no red zones.
But, Willie, people don't park on the sidewalk.
Well, there ain't no sign that says that I can't either. Come on, let's go ahead and see the doc about getting a telephone.
Now, when you get into the doctor's office, look sick, so he'll give you a certificate for a telephone.
Okay, give me a kiss, will you?
Why, Willie?
You said you wanted me to look sick, didn't you?
Excuse me, I'm Miss Duzick, the nurse. Do you have an appointment?
Yeah, but if you want to go anywhere, I'll break it.
Willie, aren't you forgetting where you are?
No, I just forgot where you were.
If you'll come this way, you can see the doctor now.
Thank you. Ain't she pretty?
Come in, Mr. Lump Lump.
Dr. Dowd, howdy doody.
Sit down, please. Say, what happened to you? Your clothes look terrible.
Yeah, my wife left them lay on the floor last night.
Well, wouldn't she pick them up?
She couldn't. I was in them.
Now, Mr. Lump Lump, precisely what did you want to see me about?
Well, I want to see about a certificate, piece of paper for an emergency phone. I'm a sick man. I am.
You're so sick.
The life insurance salesman took back his calendar this morning.
Well, where do you feel sick? What seems to be the trouble?
I can't breathe.
If you can't breathe, how do you stay alive?
Now, I just don't think about it.
You know, the last time you came to see me, I told you to drink 8 glasses of water a day.
That's what I've been doing.
You've just been drinking water?
Yeah. Or might spike it with a little something to kill the taste.
I'm sorry, Willie, but I can't give you a certificate for a phone.
Well, how can I carry on my business without a phone?
You don't need one to carry on your business.
Oh, yes, I do. Every week I got to call up the Social Security and see if my unemployment check is ready.
Willie, why don't you go home and sleep it off?
'Cause I ain't tired of it yet.
Now, look, I'm busy. Go on, get out of here.
Look, I gotta have a phone. My head keeps ringing all the time. I'm always trying to take my ears off the hook and answer them.
I'm going to take your head off the hook if you don't get out of here.
All right, you will help me get a phone. I'm going to take this one off your desk.
Now, Willie, stop that.
Yeah, now I got it.
Well, you're not going to get through this door with it.
I'll go through the window with it then.
Don't be silly. It's a 3-story drop.
I know what I'm doing.
You still know what you're doing?
Yeah, but I'm doing it with a broken neck now.
Remember, medical science offers you proof positive. Remember, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other leading cigarette is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Tyrone Power, star of 20th Century Fox's forthcoming The Razor's Edge, says, quote,
I changed my mind about cigarettes after I saw the certified reports. Medical science has proved no other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars. Thus, no other is safer to smoke. I'd rather have a Raleigh. Raleighs are right.
You're right, Tyrone Power. Raleighs are right. So, friends, next time, try Raleighs. Enjoy Raleigh's rich tobaccos, that smoother, milder, more satisfying Raleigh flavor. Remember, medical science now offers you proof positive.
No other cigarette is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
David Forrester and his orchestra now play The Man I Love by George Gershwin. Chapter 89 of Telephones is entitled The New Telephone. After after waiting a year and a half for a telephone, you really appreciate it when it's finally installed. It makes you so happy that you forget all your troubles. Even Junior, the mean widow Ken.
Where are you?
If I tell you, you won't like it.
Junior, if you don't tell me where you are, I'll come after you.
I know you won't, kiddo. Eyes up on top of the garage roof.
Please come down off the roof. You might fall on the driveway and crack the cement.
Yeah. Well, you sure does love me, don't you, huh?
I have some candy for you.
I know. You ain't tricking me, kiddo.
All right, you stay up there. The man's finally coming to install our new telephone, and I want you out of the way.
No, I'll be right down, kiddo. I will slide down the roof into my sandbox.
Junior, be careful. You might tear your trousers.
What trousers? I feel the grass.
And your good play suit, too.
No. Okay, kiddo. Where's my candy? Where's my candy?
Look, Junior. I have here a hairbrush and a piece of candy. Which do you think you deserve?
Well, there's no doubt about it, Grandma. I deserve the hairbrush. You ought to beat me within an inch of me, like climbing up there and taking chances like that. Spare no pain, boy. Yes, I know it will wear you out, but go ahead. I want you to just beat me up, beat me up. Just beat me up, beat me up. Well, now you know how I feel, so just give me the candy.
That's enough. Now you get into that house.
Okay. Hey, who did you say was coming?
The man to install our telephone. And if you'll behave, I'll give you a cupcake.
When?
If you're good, you'll get it for dessert.
The big one or the little one?
That all depends on how good you are.
Crumbs again. Boy, you sure is happy one today, Grandma.
I'm so excited.
Yeah?
Getting a phone these days is just like a blessed event.
Really? Hey, Grandma, was I a blessed event?
No, you were a dirty trick.
I like that. The neighbors are applauding it. How do you like it? Don't talk so loud. The neighbors are listening. Was you surprised when I arrived? Was the folks surprised? Was my mummy surprised?
Yes. She was expecting a child.
Yes. Sometimes when you talk to me like that, I feel like running away with little orphan Annie. Nobody loves me. I'm just a poor little urchin.
Don't cry.
I don't want it anywhere. I know.
Junior, you're going to cry.
I'm going to cry.
Poor baby.
You're such a poor baby.
Would he like 15 cents to get a soda?
No. He would like 16 cents. There's a tax, you know.
Bless his little heart.
Yeah, bless his little heart.
He's trying to trick me into something.
Yeah, he's trying to trick you into something. No. I knew I would carry this too far someday.
There's the telephone man.
I will go. We are going to get a telephone. Welcome to the House of Horrors, Dracula. Are you the man from the telephone company?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, my name's Junior.
Junior, I think you're a nice little fella.
I think you got a lot to learn.
Hello. We've been expecting you.
Yeah, for nearly 2 years. You was as scarce as butter, you know.
You've had a telephone in here before, I understand.
Yes, the box is right over there.
Good. I'll have to open the box to check the wires. It's full of marbles. Somebody's been in this box.
Yeah, there must be pack rats around here. Pack rats, them little rats with packs on their backs.
Junior, don't you pester the phone man.
Oh, he's not bothering me. I have a little boy just like him.
Yeah? What reform school is he in?
Now remember, Junior, you behave yourself. Mm-hmm. You know why we lost our phone before, don't you?
No.
You were always cutting the cord with my scissors.
No.
Oh, you were much younger then. You wouldn't do anything like that now, would you, Junior?
No, I should say not. Cutting cords with scissors. That was because I was such a little child, you know. I got bigger ideas now.
Well, just watch your step, young man. I'm going into the kitchen to prepare dinner. And, Junior, don't forget, I've got the hair hairbrush with me.
Now, I know, kiddo, you wouldn't look like your natural self without that thing in your mitts, you know. Oh, she's a sweetie, she is. I get on her nerves, but she is a sweetie. Oh, I love that grandma.
You know, women sure cause a lot of trouble.
She causes blisters.
Say, you know, you're a smart little fella. What are you going to be when you grow up?
Probably hung. Hey, what you doing there? What you doing?
You just watch me closely, and I'll show you how I install the telephone.
Oh. Hey, when you kneel down like that and your feet out in the back like that and you can't see what's going... Did anybody ever give you a hot foot?
No, indeed, Sonny. The guy doesn't live that would try doing that to me.
He talk like a stranger in town, don't he?
You wouldn't think of giving me a hot foot, would you, Junior?
No, I do it without thinking.
Oh, hand me that hammer over there.
The hammer?
Yes, give it to me, give it to me.
Okay, you asked for it.
Oh! Did you do that on purpose?
It slipped out of my hand. Look at that lump on your cocoa there. Look at that. Oh, boy, ain't that a dandy. You like to match it up on the other side there? It slipped, believe me, the hammer slipped. I will.
Well, all right, I believe you.
You do?
Yes, we all make mistakes.
Not like I done.
Well, there we are.
Yes?
Telephone's all connected.
Well.
What do you think of it?
I don't think it's going to last long, truthfully.
Now, I'm going outside and check the wires. I know you'll keep your hands off it while I'm gone.
I might crisscross the wires a little, you know.
Oh, no, you wouldn't do that, would you? You're kidding me.
You just keep laughing, kiddo. You wait till you call up somebody and the guy who answers turns out to be you. You'll find out, kiddo.
Well, I'll trust you.
Yeah. Oh, boy, here I is with a phone. I shouldn't mess with it. And then again, I should. I got to learn to talk on them, you know. Then again, I don't know why I waste me time. I'm going to do it anyhow. Oh, boy, I'm going to have fun with this thing. I'm going to call up the fire department, the police. Oh, boy, what possibilities. I wonder if this thing works yet. I'm going to test it. Hello? 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 Sounds like somebody snoring on the other end. Maybe there's a bee in it. Maybe there's a bee in it. Get out of there, baby. Bite. Come on, get out of there. A bite to make him think I'm a bee. Come on, get out of there. I'm going to get you out of there before that man comes back. Boy, he'll be proud of me. Now, let's see. Where's the screwdriver and his hammer? I'm going to take this thing apart here. Get out of there now, will you, please? Come on, bite, get out of there. Boy, it's putting up a great fight, ain't it? I got to eat more Wheaties. I got to turn this thing to pieces. Hello? Well, the button stopped anyhow. I ain't crowded out,
Well, kid, everything's shipshape, as we say in the Navy.
I think it's snafu, as we say in the Cub Scouts.
What's going on in here? Good heavens, what's that mess on the floor?
I'll give you 3 guesses.
The telephone!
Give that lady a box of Milky Way.
Now you're going to get...
No.
Oh, you hit me. I'd love to spank him, too.
Sorry, line is busy.
Remember, we'll all be back next Tuesday at the same time. Red Skelton, David Forrester and his orchestra, Anita Ellis, Verna Felton, Gigi Pearson, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. Until next Tuesday, then.
This is Red Skelton saying goodbye now, and thanks for listening. Last week was Brotherhood Week. Why not make every week?
Brown and Williamson invite you to other good listening throughout the week. Hear the Raleigh Room starring Hildegard tomorrow night, and People Are Funny with Art Linkletter Friday night. And return with Red Skelton next Tuesday. Red Skelton is heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer.
Sir Walter Raleigh, that's the smoking tobacco superior on all counts.
Blended from the finest, rich, ripe, burley tobaccos.
Sir Walter Raleigh.
Mellowed with just a touch of rum to bring out a richer, fuller, more mellow flavor.
Sir Walter Raleigh.
Smokes all the way down to the bottom of the bowl. Never leaves a soggy heel in your pipe. Just a clean, dry ash.
Yes, gentlemen, it all adds up to Sir Walter Raleigh. Next time, try Sir Walter Raleigh, the quality pipe tobacco of America.
Red Skelton is brought to you by the Brown and Williamson Tobacco Company.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veterans.com. Together, we can honor their great sacrifice.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. Time from Hollywood, California, Kraft presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, remember that these days your family needs plenty of good, nourishing food. And of course, it's mostly the flavor of what you serve that tempts them to eat all they need. Well, flavor is something that wholesome Parquet margarine certainly has. Delicate, appetizing flavor never possible in old-time margarine. You see, Parquet margarine is the modern margarine made by Kraft. And it's outstanding because it tastes so deliciously good, whether you serve it at the table or use it for baking and pan frying. Yes, if you haven't tried Parquet, you just can't know how wonderfully good modern margarine can be. Another thing, Parquet margarine is good for you. It's a wholesome, nourishing energy food. And every pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. Best of all, Parquet margarine is economical, and that's important these days when we're all saving every bit we can to buy defense stamps and bonds. Why not try a pound or two of delicious Parquet margarine tomorrow? Yes, just ask your dealer for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. It's made by Kraft. And now let's visit our friend, the Great Gildersleeve, who is about to visit a local furniture store in search of a new bed as a surprise gift for his niece, Marjorie.
Now, I like that pink canopy bed in the window, Leroy. How about buying that one for Marjorie?
Oh, no. Who'd help her put the top down on nice nights?
Yes. Leroy, that isn't a convertible bed. Let's go in. I know the owner of this store.
Well, if it ain't my old friend Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. Hello, Spencer.
Schlepperman.
My, you're a sight for good eyes.
Yes.
Why, you're the very motion picture of health. In fact, a double feature.
Yes.
And don't tell me this is little Theodore.
I won't. This is little Leroy.
My, how you jumped up. Why, I remember when I used to bounce you on my knees, sonny boy.
Yes, in about one more year, he'll be able to return the favor, Schlepperman.
Guilty, my pal. You took the words right out of my bridge work.
Yes.
Well, let's not stand around on our ceremonies. Will you have a chair? Or were you thinking of buying a Davenport?
Well, we were interested in beds. Something in a little slumber number.
Oh, hachi-pachi. Just follow me, please.
Okay.
Say, Unc, what's the name of this chair that the man is sleeping in?
That's a Morris chair. Oh, hello, Morris.
Hello.
Schlepperman's kid brother. He's 40 years old and still a problem child.
Gee, what kind of a clock is this, Unc?
That's a grandfather's clock, Leroy. And don't open it. There are no grandfathers inside.
Well, here we are. I'm telling you confidentially, Truckee, when it comes to sleeping furniture, this store is wide awake.
Yes, I know. Leroy, quit jumping up and down on that bed.
Leave him to be, Guilty. Let the boy have fun. All right, so suppose he does break a couple of springs. So I'll put it on your bill.
Yeah. Young man, come down from there.
Okay, Uncle Mort. I was only making a test hop.
Yes.
What a kitty, huh? He's a regular Mickey Looney. Guilty? What kind of a bed would you like to buy if I'm not taking too much priority?
Yes. It's for Marjorie, you know, Leroy's sister. She's away at a Red Cross training school, and Leroy and I thought we'd surprise her by fixing up her bedroom.
What an uncle. An angel without wings.
Yeah, I was grounded.
I wish I had an uncle like you got, Leroy.
Leroy, Mr. Schlepperman is talking. Leroy, where are you? Oh, young man, come out of that grandfather's clock. Joe.
Okay. Gee, that makes a keen place for hiding.
Go ahead, Leroy. Keep it up. I know another keen place for hiding.
Don't be too harsh on the boy, Trocky. Remember, you were a pickaninny once yourself.
Yes. Look, Sam, do you want me to make up my mind about that bed now, or would you rather have me sleep on it?
Okay. How about this creation in solid mahogany with a waterfall design? It's very excruciating.
Yeah. I don't know. It looks a little too stodgy.
Stodgy is the latest trend.
Yeah.
Gee, why don't you buy this dandy double-deck bunk bed for Marjorie, Unc?
No, my boy. What we want is something dainty and feminine, like, say, that pink canopy model in the window.
Ah, now you're talking with gas.
Well, what's cooking with the bed?
Come on. We can step into the window and give it a closer inspection.
Yeah, come on, Leroy. Get away from that folding bed before it traps you.
Coming, Uncle Mort.
Right up here, Guilty. Careful passing that statue. Inhale. Thank you.
Yeah.
And look at that bed. Beautiful, ain't it? I'm telling you, this is a bed of roses.
It is?
Yes. And it's her own exclusive design.
Yeah, whose?
My daughter Rose's.
Yeah. Well, she certainly did a splendid job. Is it as comfortable as it looks?
And just try it. Lay right down. Go ahead. Take a sample snooze.
Yeah, I will, Sam. Yes. Feels very soft.
You see, you float around like you're 99% pure. And why not? It's got a deep sleep mattress, and it's got a double box springs.
And I know something else it's got, Unc.
Yeah, what's that, Leroy?
It's got half the people in town staring in the window at you, too.
What? Oh, yeah, come on, let's get out of here. Silly thing for me to do. Say, Sam, how much is that bed?
Well, just the way it stands with that beautiful speed match spread, I'm asking, and it cost me, but I'll let you have it for one price, $120.
$120, eh? Well, I wasn't figuring on spending quite that much, but, Say, how much will you give me in trade for Marjorie's present bed?
Well, it's pretty old.
How do you know? You haven't seen it.
Well, I have a very vivid imagination.
Yeah.
He's right. Well, it must be 50 years old.
50? Why, Leroy, it's at least 150. A very graceful four-poster, Slapperman. Really an antique.
I'm sorry, but what you people call antiques is by me strictly second-hand.
But this is really better than second-hand.
Yeah, it must be 6th or 7th hand.
Yep. Leroy, you get back in the grandfather's clock. Now, Sam, I'll let you in on a little secret. According to an unconfirmed rumor, that bed was slept in by George Washington.
Recently?
Huh?
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do, Gildy. Suppose you make me a price for that old bed.
Fine. Now, let me see. How about $20?
$20? You're a hard man, Gilding Sleeve.
Hard? Why, that's pretty soft for you.
Well, it's a deal. Shake. And now that it's set, I don't mind saying that I would have gone as high as $25.
Oh, you would, eh? Well, I don't mind confessing, Sammy, old kid, that I would have taken as low as $10. Hello? No, Marjorie's out of town. I'll tell her you called. Who is this? John? Which John? Oh, you must be a new John. Yes. Goodbye. John Lewis. Oh, Bertie.
Coming as quick as I can. Yes, Mr. Gilsleeve.
Which is today's stack of messages for Marjorie?
The little one, the big, thick pile is from yesterday.
I never saw anything like it. That phone is busier than a burglar in a blackout. Everybody wants Marjorie.
Yes, and it's worse when I'm here all alone. Hardly no time to do the cleaning or the cooking. I'm busy with my social secretary.
Yeah.
There's only one thing I hope.
What's that, Bertie?
That Miss Marge will be able to read all my writing on them messages.
Why?
Because I can't.
Yes. Nevertheless, you take care of the rest of them, Bertie. I want to see if those furniture men have the new bed set up yet. Hello, Leroy.
Hello, Uncle Mort.
Hello, men. I see you've removed the old bed and have the new one all put together already.
Oh, yeah. Morris is testing it now. How is it, Morris? See? It's okay. Come on, Morris. Oh, look at him in the arms of Orpheus.
You mean Morpheus. Orpheus is the music god. And if that's music, well...
Morris Schlepperman, get up. I know what'll wake him. Hey, Morris, time to go to bed.
It is. I'm coming, Frank. Wait for me.
That Morris should hibernate for the winter. Say, doesn't that bed look grand? Oh, Bertie, come on in here.
Call me, Mr. Gill, please. Well, ain't that the cutest looking little bed?
Yeah.
I can hardly wait to see Miss Marge climb in and hit the hay.
This bed cost $120, Bertie, and that ain't hay. Oh, you better see who's at the door, Bertie.
Yes, if it ain't one thing, it's the same thing.
Throw that bedspread across, Leroy, so we can get an idea of how it looks made up.
Okay.
That's it, thanks. Why, it's as pretty as a new $20 bill. There's 6 $20 bills.
There's a Miss Van Scudder to see you, Mr. Gill, please.
Van Scudder? Yes, I wonder who that can be. Well, I better go see.
Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes?
I'm Patricia Van Scudder, the interior decorator. I'm to redo Marjorie's bedroom.
Already? Why, Leroy and I just finished a redo job 5 minutes ago.
Oh, there must be some mistake. I received a letter from Marjorie yesterday asking me to decorate her room.
Oh, I see. Well, Marjorie didn't know about our little effort. It was to be a surprise.
Well, if it's anything like the usual man's idea of a girl's room, it's probably more of a shock than a surprise.
Yes.
Hadn't we better look at the room in question now?
Oh, yes, of course. Excuse me. This way, Miss Van Scudder. Right in here. No, this is my nephew, Leroy. Leroy, this is Miss Van Scudder.
Hello, how do you do? Well, I'm genuinely surprised. Why, this is a charming, charming room.
Oh, you like it?
Yes. Why, I can hardly believe you two did this. It's really quite lovely.
Well, all we did was to
Be
buy a...
quiet, Leroy. Let's hear Miss Van Scudder.
Well, really, I'd leave it just as it is, except for one thing.
And what's that?
The bed.
But that's the only thing...
Leroy, please. What did you say, Miss Van Scudder?
The bed.
Wrong?
Oh, but definitely. The color clashes with everything else. And the style. Oh, that style.
Yeah, some style, isn't it?
Oh, yes, quite horrible.
Now, see here, Miss Van Scooter.
Why, to put it in this room is almost as bad as mixing Empire with Rococo.
Hey, Unc, what's Empire and Rococo?
I think there are a couple of racetracks. I see. Then you don't think that Marjorie would like the bed, eh?
I know she wouldn't be happy in this overgrown bassinet.
She wouldn't, eh?
No. However, I'd be happy to go out and find you the proper bed for this room.
You would? Well, maybe that would solve our little problem.
I'll be glad to. Meanwhile, get rid of this pink atrocity, won't you?
You're still sure it won't do, eh?
Oh, dear, no. Why, I'd just as soon put Hepplewhite next to Chippendale.
Oh, we couldn't do that, could we?
Why not, Unc?
They don't speak.
Oh. Well, I must be going now. Don't trouble to show me to the door. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, our pretty pink bed, Leroy. Now I'll have to send it back.
Too bad, Uncle Mort.
Yes. Strange how many things there are in this world you could enjoy if only the experts didn't tell you they're no good.
Hey, Morris, wake up and help me. Here comes your brother.
You who? Oh, yeah. Hello, Sam.
At least you could open your eyes, Morris. It's bad enough to have a pill for our brother, but I got to have one that's a sleeping pill. What's this bed you're setting up, Frank?
It's the one we brought back from Miss Gildersleeve's house yesterday.
Oh, yes. Be very careful with it. There's a rumor around that Washington slept in it. However, as of today, the rumor hasn't been verified.
Oh, excuse me, sir, but I was looking for something in a bed.
Pillows, blankets, or sheets?
No, you don't understand. I want a bed for a young lady's room. Something colonial, shall we say?
Sure, let's say colonial. Colonial! Now, if you'll just follow me, Junior Miss.
Oh, but one moment, please. What about this one that the men are putting together?
Oh, that? Oh, don't give it a second thought. It's too old.
It is? How old?
150, 200, who knows? Now, if you want to see some up-to-date, fresh from the factory colonial beds, I'm the man who's got them.
Oh, no, never mind. This one is just the thing. Imagine a four-poster in such excellent condition. And a Duncan Fife at that.
Please, don't rush me. Remember, this is a genuine aged-in-the-wood Drunken Fife. Now, let me see. $30.
But I'm sure that I can use it at that price. I know just the spot where that bed will be right at home. Suppose you send it to my shop on approval. I'm Patricia Van Scudder, dealer in period furniture.
I'm pleased to meet you. I'm Samuel Slapperman, dealer in furniture, period.
telegram from Miss Marge.
Are you sure?
It must be. It came collect.
Yeah. Well, we'll soon see. Oh, Leroy. Telegram from Marjorie.
Yeah? What did she say, huh?
Regarding redecoration, before you dispose of old bed, be sure to unscrew the left front knob and fish out my string of pearls. What does she mean, Leroy?
Oh, I remember. She sometimes uses a hollow bedpost as a kind of secret jewel box. Where are you going, Uncle Mort?
Into Marjorie's room to unscrew the old great Caesar's ghost. That was the bed we traded in at Schlepperman's. Now, Leroy, getting those pearls out of the bed in Schlepperman's is a job that requires tact and delicacy.
You're right, Uncle Mort. You wait here and I'll go in by myself.
Wait a minute, young man. I'm going to do this job myself. If you care to, you can come along and whistle if you see anybody coming.
Okay. Any particular tune you want me to whistle?
Well, no. I can just,
Well, hello, stranger. Hello, Leroy. Coming back for another bed?
Hello, Schlepperman. No, Leroy and I are just out window shopping.
Oh, of course. What kind do you want? Plate glass, stained glass, or plate glass?
You don't understand. Leroy and I just want to look around. You don't mind our browsing, I hope?
Oh, no. I do a lot of that myself. You should see me browsing over a herring. Somehow, suppose I show you around.
Oh, no. Don't trouble yourself.
Trouble, he says. Why, my time is your time. What's your time?
11:30. I mean, we can look around by ourselves.
Oh, let me show you. Yeah. Say, you might miss some of the little gems that are hidden around this store.
Quiet, Leroy.
I wasn't going to say anything, Unc.
Oh, yes. But really, Sam, don't bother to come along. We'll feel freer to
help ourselves.
Yes, that's it. We may dig out something we consider valuable if we're left alone.
Yeah, at least we hope so.
Yeah.
All right. And if you find what you want, SOS me PDQ. And I'll be there in a flash for the cash.
Yes. Flash for the cash. Come on, Leroy. Are we out of sight?
Yeah. Can you see it, Unc?
Well, here's a four-poster. The knobs and the posts are solid.
Here are some more, Unc.
Good. I'll be as quiet as a little... Oh, quiet. Oh, that's me.
Say, how about this one?
No, Leroy, leave it alone. This isn't Marjorie's bed. It's the wrong color, and it hasn't any posts. And besides, Morris is sleeping in it.
There's Mr. Schlepperman coming this way.
Good. Maybe I can pump him about it, huh?
My eyes are smiling. Oh, there you are.
Yes, here we are. By the way, Sam, you remember that old bed of Marjorie's you took in trade?
Sure. What about it?
Well, I was just wondering what had become of it. Not that I was looking for it.
Oh, no.
Why, that bed sold like a hotcake.
What? You sold it?
What? You want it back?
Well, sort of. I got to thinking about it, Sam. You know, it was really Marjorie's.
Yeah, and she put a lot of value in that bed.
I didn't realize it myself until just recently, and in fact, I never should have traded it in to you.
Well, if that's the case, maybe I can get it back for you.
You can? How?
The lady who bought it took it away on approval.
Huh?
Possibly, if I go to her before she makes up her mind and somehow or the other raise the price, she might turn the bed down.
Oh, that's great. I'll see that you don't lose on the deal, Sam. I know you can put it across.
You do? I wish I did.
Do you want me to come along and help you?
No, I think you might complicate the situation. You know, Truckee, in negotiations for antiques, it needs the cool, experienced head of an old hand with an ear to the ground to put the best foot forward.
Mr. Schlepperman, come in. What can I do for you?
This is just a post-driver's holiday, whatever it is, of course. Now that I'm here, I might as well inquire if you want to keep that bed you took on approval.
Well, the young lady I'm buying it for is still out of town.
Well, I've got a buyer who wants that bed right now. In fact, he says he'll pay up to $40 for it.
Oh, that's too bad.
I hate to be pressing you, but could you give me a quick yes or no?
Wait, I think I can get an answer for you right away. Excuse me, won't you?
But certainly.
No, Marjorie isn't home yet.
Oh, but I don't want Marjorie. This is Patricia Van Scudder, Mr. Gildersleeve, and I have the nicest news for you.
Yeah?
I found just the bed for Marjorie's room.
Well, isn't that nice?
Yes. Wait till you see it. You'll be speechless.
Well, I bet I'll find something to say.
Now, the only thing is this. How much are you willing to pay?
Pay? Oh, anywhere up to 50, 60, even 75, if you think it's worth it.
Oh, thank you. That's all I wanted to know. Goodbye. Well, Mr. Schlepperman, I think we can do business. My client will pay more than that $40 offer you had.
Is that a fact? Mm-hmm. Pardon me, could you be so kindly as to let me use your telephone?
Oh, surely, go right ahead. It's in my office there.
Thank you. I'll be back instantaneously.
Yep. Who is it now?
Hello, Truckee. This is Schlepperman. I've located that bed of Marjorie's.
You have? Good.
But there has developed complications.
Oh, what's the trouble?
Those people who have it now are willing to pay a good stiff price, maybe $50, $60.
Well, I'll give you more than they will, the crooks. Whatever their bid is, I'll pay $10 more. As high as, say, $100.
All right, you're the doctor. Goodbye, Doc. Well, Miss Van Scooter, I just talked to my client, and he says he'll pay $50 for that bed.
Oh, but my people won't let him take it for that. They'll give 60.
60 is a nice price. But this fella so is no cheapskate. He says 70.
My clients are just as stubborn as yours. We say 75.
I'm sorry, but my man will top their offer 85.
Well, Freddie's got us licked. Too bad. They'll be disappointed. Well, you can send your truck over to pick up the bed whenever you want to.
Oh, I don't have to do that. Hey, Frank.
Yes, Mr. Schlepperman?
Wake up, Mars, and come in here. George Washington's bed rides again. Be careful, boys. Put it down easy. There you are, Mr. Gilding-Sleeve. Safely and soundly.
Yes, well, thank you very much, Lee Sam. Now, if you and your men will wait outside for just a moment.
Precisely. Come on, boys.
At last, Leroy.
Gee, which knob is it, Unc?
The left front one. I've got it. Here's something. By George, it's the missing pearls.
Boy, what a relief. Say, now that you have the jewels, what are you going to do with the bed? Maybe Mr. Schlepperman will buy it back.
Oh, that's silly, Leroy. He just went to an awful lot of trouble persuading somebody to let me have it. Say, I've got to thank him about that. Sam, I want you to know that I appreciate all the trouble you've gone to get this bed back for me. Thanks very much.
Oh, yeah, don't mention it. It was a mere trifle. On a big scale, of course.
Yes.
I was really up against a determined woman. For a little while, it looked like I'd have to kidnap it.
Kidnap it? Is that so? Well, I wonder if she still wants the bed.
Oh, yes. Why, if I walked into her place right now with that bed, she'd cover me with kisses. Heavens forbid.
Well, in that case, why not let her have it?
Excuse me, I don't think I heard you right. Did you say let her have it?
Yes, I didn't realize she wanted it so badly. I don't want to be so selfish about all this.
Well, I'll be a dog in the manger.
Yes.
After all I've been through, too. Guilty? If you sell it again, what will Marjorie say when she finds out?
Oh, don't worry. That's all fixed. Someone has found a bed that'll make her forget all about this one.
Well, that's fine. I'll take it back to the other party.
Yeah?
Oh, Frank! Oh, Morris!
Yes, boss?
Where is it? Tell me where I want.
Go get the bed and put it on the truck again.
But we're taking it apart and put it together 4 times already. I'm getting tired.
Say, what do you want me to do? Install zippers? Go.
I'm sorry to give you all this trouble, Schlepperman.
What trouble? This is a dandy bed. I've done more business with this one single article this week than I have with all the rest of my stock put together. Miss Van Scooter, I've got a surprise for you.
Who is it? Oh, Mr. Schlepperman. What is it?
Do you remember that lovely George Washington flute bed? Well, I had to talk myself blue in the face, but I got it back for you.
You did? Oh, you little dear, I could kiss you.
Oh, please, I'm a married man. Do you want the bed?
Oh, yes.
Then everything is peaches down in Florida.
You mean in Georgia?
Ever been to Florida? Oh, Frank! Oh, Morris! In again!
Oh, there it is. Won't Marjorie Forrester be pleased when she gets this bed?
Why, yes, of course. What? Are you giving this bed to Marjorie Forrester?
Oh, no.
Oh, that's good.
I'm not giving it to her. Her uncle, Mr. Gildersleeve, is.
You don't mean by any chance Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve? A large, deep man with a thick voice.
Why, yes. Are you a friend of his?
Speaking strictly from the past, yes.
Well, the next time I see him, I'll tell him I met you.
I don't think that'll be necessary. He'll know it. Well, goodbye, Miss Van Scuda. And if I don't see you again, don't take any more wooden beds.
Well, good afternoon, Bertie.
Good afternoon, Bertie.
It's been a lovely day, hasn't it, Leroy?
Yeah, makes a man glad that he's alive.
Yeah. Anything happen while we were out, Bertie?
Nothing, only that Van Scudder lady's in Miss Marge's bedroom with some furniture.
Huh?
Wouldn't let me get anywhere near it. Claims it to be a surprise for you.
Oh, yes, the new bed. Well, I'm anxious to see it, Bertie. She says it's going to bowl me over.
Gee, maybe it's all ready now. Come on, Unc.
All right, come along, Bertie.
Yes, sir. Making so much fuss over that bed, you'd think George Washington slept in it.
Yeah.
Who is it?
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, just a second. It's almost ready. There. Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes?
I want you to see the room properly. Ready?
This better be good. Yes, I'm ready.
Close your eyes.
Yes?
Now, I'll count 3, and then you can open them. 1, 2, 3.
Well, it's very... Oh! I don't get it, lady.
Don't get what?
This room looks just like it did before.
I know, but the bed. That's the one I had so much trouble buying for you.
But that's...
Oh, my.
Yes, that's the same bed that was there in the first place.
Oh, no. I picked this bed up at a tremendous bargain, $150.
Oh, great jumping jeeps, $150.
But it's absolutely authentic. George Washington slept in it.
Oh!
Cyclone fella, lady. The hurricane is here.
Oh.
No. Come on. Calm down, Unc.
Yes.
After all, you got back Marjorie's valuable pearl.
Yeah.
What's all this talk about Miss Marge's valuable pearls? There's nothing but imitation pearls.
What? Oh, that makes it all the worse. I'm getting dizzy. Leroy, bring me a chair.
No, here. Sit down on the bed, Unc.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me help you over.
Yeah. Thanks. What's this big lump under the bedspread? Morris, you get out of here.
All right.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a moment. But right now, I think you men especially will agree that the evening meal is a mighty important event. Yes, after coming home in the cold from a hard day's work, plenty of steaming hot food on the table is certainly a welcome sight. Well, men, you need good food. It replaces the strength and energy you've used up during the day. That's why you should be sure there's plenty of energy food on the table. Energy food like Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. You see, Parquet margarine is one of the best sources of food energy you can serve, made from American farm products. And Parquet is also a reliable food source of vitamin A the year round. Yes, every pound contains 9,000 units of this important vitamin. And Parquet margarine is so downright good tasting, it's bound to be a hit with all the family. So men, why not ask your wives to try delicious Parquet margarine? They'll find it's grand for table use. A real flavor shortening for baking, too, and just about perfect for pan frying. Yes, ask them to order Parquet, Parkay. It's the margarine made by Kraft that tastes so good, yet costs so little.
Ladies and gentlemen, our president will soon reach his 60th birthday. We can all help him celebrate. We can show him our deep regard and affection by contributing to a cause that's very close to his heart, your local Fight Infantile Paralysis campaign. Let's all say happy birthday, Mr. Roosevelt, by aiding the fight against this enemy of our children. Good night.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week at the same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. Since the dark beginnings of time, superstition has played a dismal part in the fumbling progress of man. We, however, live in an enlightened age, and, thank goodness, we've thrown off the yoke of ignorant superstition. Well, I mean, knocking on wood isn't really a superstition. You do it just because, well, anyway, in Springfield, in the white frame house on Maple Street, we find Jim Anderson packing for a trip to Chicago. And for a change, everything is peaceful and quiet, like this.
Jim, it certainly won't hurt to take them along.
Margaret, I'm only going to be gone 3 days. How many pairs of socks do you think I can wear?
Well, you never can tell, dear, and it's best to be on the safe side.
12 pairs of socks. Anybody think I was going to Alaska for the entire winter?
Jim, they weigh practically nothing, and I certainly think...
All right, put them in. I'll have enough socks for everybody at the whole convention.
Dad!
We're upstairs, Bud.
Jim, you don't need all those shirts.
What do you mean, all those shirts? I'm only taking 6.
But you'll only be away 3 days. You said so yourself.
But, honey, I've got to look neat. All the big shots from the home office will be there.
I think 3 shirts are quite enough. You just have to be a little careful, that's all.
Okay, 3 shirts. Fine thing, a man can't even pack the bag away he wants to.
Say, Dad, can I talk to you for a minute?
About what?
Well...
Handkerchiefs. Mustn't forget handkerchiefs.
I've already put them in, dear.
Oh, thank you. Well, what is it, Bud?
Could I have $3?
No. What happened to that bottle opener I had in the top drawer?
Jim, if it's going to be that kind of convention...
It isn't, Margaret, but I just thought... Well, never mind.
Dad.
Bud, I said no.
I know, Dad, but this is an emergency.
What kind of an emergency?
The worst kind.
I've never known you to have any other. Why do you need $3?
Well, it's for the baseball team. I need another bat.
You mean you've broken the old one already?
No, but... Well, I think I've used up all the hits.
You what?
I'm in an awful slump, Dad. I haven't had a hit in 2 weeks. And if I can just buy a bat with some hits in it...
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. You've got a perfectly good bat. Why waste $3 on another one?
But, Dad, I've got to do something to change my luck.
Luck. Superstitious twaddle. If you can't get a hit with the old bat, you won't get one with the new one either.
But, Dad...
Particularly if I have to pay for it. Well, I guess I'm all packed.
You haven't forgotten anything, have you, dear?
I don't think so. But how about taking the bag downstairs like a good fellow?
Okay, but look, Dad, we're playing a very important game this afternoon, and...
Just a moment, Bud. What is it, Kathy?
I don't care what she says, you can't go. Mother, Betty says I can't go to the club with her this afternoon, and you said I could.
I said I'd ask her, dear.
Mother, it's bad enough going out with a boy I don't even know. But if I have to drag her along...
They're going to play tennis, and I want to watch.
Kathy, if Betty says you can't go, then you can't go. Now stop arguing.
You love her more than you love me. That's why you're always sticking up for her.
I'm not sticking up for anybody. You can watch Bud play baseball.
No.
What?
Holy cow, Dad. You don't know what you're doing.
Oh, I don't, huh?
She's worse than a black cat. She's worse than an umpire.
Now, listen, Bud, there's no reason...
But, Dad, you've never heard her. She sounds like a fire siren. She gets both teams rattled.
Bunch of sandlotters.
It's all right, Kathy. You can stay home with me this afternoon.
But I want to do something.
We'll find something to do.
How about the bag, Bud?
Okay. Not having enough trouble. They want me to take her along.
Father,
What is it, Betty?
is Mr. Davis's nephew tall and dark?
How do I know? I've never even seen him. What difference does it make anyway?
Well, Janie Liggett told my fortune yesterday, and the card said to be careful of a tall, dark man. And if he's tall and dark...
Betty, if he's 8 feet tall and has hair made of licorice, you're still going out with him. He's only going to be in town this weekend, and I gave Ed Davis my word.
But, Father...
Most idiotic thing I've ever heard in my life. Just because Janie Liggett hasn't got a brain in her head...
It wasn't Janie's idea, Father. She has a fortune-telling set, and it's wonderful. It costs $4.
Oh, pardon me. I thought it was one of the cheap $2 sets.
Jim, I know you're going to say it's silly, but I did have a dream about a wedding last night.
Margaret, not you, too.
Well, you remember my grandmother Williams.
The Hottentot kid.
Jim, Grandmother Williams was a very sweet woman. And she said when you dream of a wedding, it means trouble.
Well, that depends on who's getting married.
Jim.
Margaret, you certainly don't believe in that poppycock, do you?
Well, no, but if Betty's going to feel uneasy...
Feel uneasy about what? Since when is a dream something to be afraid of?
I'm not afraid of dreams, Daddy.
9 years old, and she's the only intelligent one in the whole house. You're a very sensible little girl, Kathy.
I'm not afraid of anything. Because I've got a lucky penny and a rabbit's foot and a horseshoe and...
Margaret, what's gotten into this family, anyway? These aren't the Middle Ages. This is the 20th century. We're supposed to be intelligent human beings.
Jim, it's not that we believe in these things.
Then what does it mean? All this twaddle about dreams and fortune tellers and bats with hits in them? You sound like a bunch of Stone Age simpletons.
Why, Father!
Now, just a moment, Jim Anderson. You have just as many silly little superstitions as anyone else.
I certainly do not.
You most certainly do.
Kathy,
Yes, Daddy?
go downstairs and help Bud.
What's he doing?
How do I know what he's doing? Go downstairs and find out. And help him.
Gee whiz.
Now, see here, Margaret.
Yes?
In my time, I've walked under hundreds of ladders, broken thousands of mirrors, ignored millions of black cats. And if you can call that being superstitious...
I'll bet that's Charlie.
Who?
Charlie Davis. And, Father, if he's tall and dark...
Betty.
But, Father, Janie said...
I don't care what Janie said. You are going out with Charlie Davis.
Oh, pooh.
Betty, it's for you.
She'll be right down, Bud. Go ahead, Betty.
If this is the 20th century, why do I have to be treated like somebody's slave?
I don't know what's gotten into that girl.
What are you looking for, dear?
My gray hat was right up here on the shelf.
It's downstairs in the hall closet.
I mean my old gray hat, the one I always wear to conventions.
Jim, it was all worn out. It was dirty, and the ribbon was faded.
Margaret, what did you do with my hat?
Well, I gave it to Mr. Adams.
Mr. You mean the junk man?
Yes, dear.
You gave my hat to the junk man?
Jim, you have a brand new hat.
Margaret, how could you do a thing like that to me? That was my luck. I mean, how could you?
But you said...
I've worn that hat to conventions for 15 years. You know I never go to a convention without it. What were you thinking of?
Father, he is tall, and he's got the blackest hair you ever saw. I won't go with him, and you can't make me.
Oh, I can't I? Betty Anderson, you'll go out with that boy, or you'll never go out again.
But, Father...
You're not having enough trouble. Give a man's hat away at a time like this.
Betty, after all, your father knows best, and if he thinks...
All right, I'll go. But if anything happens to me, you'll have no one to blame but yourself.
Betty, your father's going away. Aren't you going to say goodbye?
Sure. Goodbye. And I hope you have a very nice time.
Most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. A perfectly good hat sitting up on a shelf, not hurting a soul.
Jim, you said you weren't superstitious.
Superstitious? What has superstition got to do with it? I liked that hat. It was the best hat I've ever had.
But it was all worn out.
It was a perfect hat for going to conventions, and you know it. Bud!
Jim.
You want me, Dad?
Get Mr. Adams on the phone.
Who?
Mr. Adams.
The junk man?
Tell him I want my gray hat back.
It's in the closet, Dad.
My old gray hat. Tell him I'll give him $5 for it.
For that hat?
Bud.
Okay, Dad.
Jim, you're being very foolish about this whole thing.
Oh, I am I? Just because I happen to like a certain hat, I'm being foolish. That's fine.
Jim, your train leaves in less than an hour.
Well, let it leave. I'll take a plane. I'll walk. But until Mr. Adams comes back with my hat,
Daddy!
I'm not going to... What is it, Kathy?
Mr. Davis is here.
Oh, no. What does he want? I'll be right down, Ed.
Take your time, Jim. No hurry.
Jim, please don't make a fuss in front of Ed.
Of course not. You know I've got better sense than that.
I do?
Well, I guess I've got everything except my hat.
I don't understand, Jim, after that long speech you made about dreams and fortune tellers.
Margaret, my hat has nothing to do with dreams and fortune tellers. It isn't a question of superstition or anything like that. I merely want my hat. And in the future, will you please leave my things alone?
Yes, dear.
I'm not asking for anything unusual. Just don't give my hats to the junk man.
All right, dear.
Jim, I'm sorry to barge in at a time like this. I know you must be kind of busy.
Well, it's all right.
How are you, Ed?
Fine, Margaret, just fine. Jim, I have some property in Chicago, and I wonder if you'll do me a big favor while you're there.
Sure, Ed, I'll be glad to.
Dad, Mr. Adams wasn't there.
That's impossible. He must be there.
Okay, but Mrs. Adams said he wasn't. She's going to see if she can find him.
Margaret, now do you see what you've done?
Jim, you said...
I know what I said, but good grief.
Anything wrong, Jim?
Everything's wrong. We've had nothing but trouble all day. My good hat's gone. The junk man's gone. Bet he didn't even want to go out with your nephew just because he's tall and dark.
You mean Charlie?
Have you ever heard anything so ridiculous?
Oh, I don't understand.
Oh, Janie Liggett has some kind of an idiotic set that tells fortunes, and she told Betty...
Oh, I understand that part, all right. Used to be quite a hand with a Ouija board. But I don't understand about Charlie.
Oh, there's nothing to worry about, Ed. She went with him, even though he is tall and dark.
But he isn't. Charlie's short, and he has red hair.
Oh, no.
Good news about coffee. You've been seeing it in stores everywhere in recent weeks, seeing lower prices on Maxwell House coffee. And the news gets better and better, because grocers today are featuring Maxwell House at the lowest prices in months. Yes, you'll find the lowest prices in months on the coffee with that wonderful good to the last drop flavor. A welcome occasion for everybody, you, your grocer, and for us at Maxwell House, too. You see, we have one aim with our coffee: to bring you the most in flavor and enjoyment every pound you buy. To bring you truly good coffee at the lowest possible price. That's our way of doing business. And it seems you folks like it. You've made our Maxwell House coffee America's favorite brand. Because you can count on that famous flavor every cup you pour. Because you find more flavor for your money, vacuum-packed in that familiar blue tin. And at today's prices, Maxwell House is more than ever today's coffee buy. Look for it, featured these days at the lowest prices in months. Enjoy the coffee that's always good to the last drop.
Double, double, toil and trouble, fire, burn, and cauldron bubble. It's a far cry from the witches of Macbeth to the Andersons of Springfield, but not as far as you might think. An hour has passed, and the situation has altered only slightly. Bud is out playing baseball. Kathy is out playing, well, whatever it is that 9-year-old girls play. But in the white frame house on Maple Street, the air is charged with nervous tension. Not a word has been heard from Betty, and the Andersons and Ed Davis can do nothing but wait. Like this.
Don't like this. Don't like it at all.
Look, Ed, I don't care what you do, but do something.
Well, let's try this.
Let me me see now.
Jim, I don't understand how you can sit there at a time like this and play canasta.
Well, what do you want me to do? Margaret, we haven't left a stone unturned. We've called all her friends, the club, all the authorities, and they've promised to let us know the second either one of them turns up.
There must be someone else we can call.
Like who? I'm not even sure calling the police was such a good idea.
Jim, you've got to understand my position. After all, Charlie's my nephew, and we don't know where he is, the idiot. We don't know where Betty is, or how the boy with the dark hair got into it. It's very confusing. Whose turn is it?
Well, the whole thing is certainly nothing to worry about. Just because Janie Liggett is a superstitious little twerp.
Jim, after all the fuss you made about your hat, how can you call anyone superstitious?
My hat has nothing to do with it. And I didn't make a fuss.
Then why did you miss your train?
Because I decided to fly. And I wanted to find out what happened to Betty. That's all. Nothing complicated about it. And it has nothing to do with superstition. I guarantee that when Betty shows up, there'll be a perfectly logical explanation of the whole thing.
Well, I hope you're right.
Of course I'm right. Go ahead, Ed. It's your turn.
You haven't put down a card.
Oh. Well, just a minute.
It's certainly taking long enough.
I have a right to think about it, don't I? Just don't rush me.
You know, when I was a boy, we lived in an old house on the north side, and the place was simply crawling with ghosts. Well, one day...
Wait a minute, Ed. Don't tell me you believe in ghosts.
Why not?
Well, it's ridiculous. Everybody knows there's no such thing.
Oh, they do they? Well, let me tell you, Jim, there wasn't a night went by...
Betty? It's me, Mom.
I'm sorry, Ed. What are you doing home, Bud? Thought you were going to play baseball.
Well, I started to play, but... Gosh, Dad, I told you that bat wasn't any good.
Bud, what on earth happened to your eye?
Ye gods, another shiner. Bud, have you been fighting again?
I got hit with a baseball.
That's great. You know, if this keeps up, you're going to have that eye worn out.
I couldn't help it, Dad. I asked you to let me buy another bat.
You were hit with a ball. What does a bat have to do with it?
Well, they took me out for a pinch hitter. And while I was sitting on the bench, I got hit in the eye.
There, you see. That's what you get for being superstitious.
Why aren't you on the train?
Who said anything about a train?
Jim, Bud is only doing the things you taught him.
I taught him? When did I teach him anything about a bat with no hits in it?
Well, it amounts to the same thing. Just because you're concerned over a silly old hat.
I'm not concerned about my hat. The hat has nothing to do with it. And, Margaret, will you please stop changing the subject? Oh, no, not again.
What was that?
The Glazier's Delight. Kathy!
Bud, tell Kathy to come in here, please.
Okay. Tells me I can't get a new bat and then blames the whole thing on me.
As I was saying, Jim, we had a rocking chair in our living room. And every night it went back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Well, what does that prove?
Well, it certainly wasn't moving all by itself.
You know, Ed, you certainly have some very peculiar ideas.
I don't see anything peculiar about him at all. And if you weren't so doggone stubborn...
Stubborn? Me? You're the one who's being stubborn. I'll show you a dozen books that prove there's no such thing as a ghost.
And I'll show you 24 books that prove there are.
Jim, my grandmother Williams said that when she was a girl...
Now, there's a great authority for you. A dame who spent half her life running around with Hottentots.
She was a very sweet woman, and you have no right to make fun of her.
I'm not making fun of her. I'm merely trying to tell you that superstition is silly.
Where did you get that hat?
What?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking.
Come on, will ya?
Well, stop pulling me. Why do you always have to pull me?
Kathy, what did you do out there?
I couldn't help it, Daddy. I was trying to make everybody lucky.
She heaved a horseshoe through the garage window.
Oh, fine. We just had it fixed.
But, Daddy, I was worried about Betty, and they told me if I threw it over my right shoulder...
Your left shoulder, Dopey.
Oh, well, no wonder.
Kathy, do you see what you've done?
She was just trying to be helpful, dear.
Sure, and I'm going to be set back another $4.20 for a window.
But, Daddy, they said it was lucky.
Who said it was lucky?
The man who fixed the window.
Look, Kathy, let's examine this thing calmly and with simple logic. Why is a horseshoe lucky?
Well, Everybody says it is.
Horses have millions of them, and are they lucky?
Some of them are.
That idiotic rabbit's foot you carry around. Where's the rabbit it used to belong to? Did it bring him any luck?
Well, he was lucky while he had it.
But it didn't keep him from getting shot, did it? He had 4 feet, 4 nice, lucky rabbit's feet, and he still got shot.
He must have looked at the moon over the wrong shoulder.
Now, look, Kathy.
Jim.
I'll answer it.
Dear, if it's Betty, please don't lose your temper.
Silliest family I've ever seen. I think we were living in the Middle Ages. Horseshoes and rabbits' feet.
Father, how could you do this to me? How could you?
You get inside. I'll talk to you later. Officer?
We found her at Crandall's drugstore, Mr. Anderson. She was having a soda.
And he wouldn't even let me finish.
Oh, well, sorry you were put to all this trouble, officer. I'll see that it doesn't happen again.
That's okay. We're used to it.
Jim, is it Betty?
Mother, why did you do this to me? Having me dragged home by the police and everybody looking at me.
Darling, we were so worried.
Where's Charlie? What did you do with that rattle-brained redhead?
Did you want the boys? Nobody told me to bring them.
You mean there were 2 of them?
Father, why didn't you listen to me? I told you I didn't want to go with Tommy.
You said it was Charlie.
I didn't say it was Charlie. I said he was tall and dark, and Janie Liggett said I was going to have trouble. But you wouldn't listen.
I'm sorry I listened in the first place. Who was the other boy?
Tommy.
Tommy who?
I don't know, but he's a friend of Charlie's, and Charlie was trying to get a date for him. And he knew he was going to be late, so he sent Tommy, and we met him down at Mr. Crandall's, and it's all your fault.
What's my fault? If you hadn't started that ridiculous thing about Janie Liggett and the tall, dark man...
Will you be needing me for anything else?
Oh, thank you, officer. I think everything's under control now.
Well, I wouldn't be so sure. Sounds to me like the whole house is infested with leprechauns. Better leave a bowl of milk out for them tonight. Otherwise, you'll have nothing but trouble.
Thank you, officer. We'll do just that. Now we've got leprechauns.
Betty, what happened to that idiot nephew of mine?
Nothing. When the policeman came, he and Tommy didn't know what to do. So they're having another soda.
Just wait till I get my hands on that carrot-headed numbskull. Just wait.
Oh, it wasn't his fault, Ed. The whole thing was a very unfortunate misunderstanding, that's all.
It's more than that. It's a perfect example of what I've been trying to tell you. Do you see what superstition has done to this family?
Jim, it's not that important.
It is important. We're supposed to be a healthy, normal American family. And what happened to us? We've become involved in a bunch of old-world superstitions, and all our lives are affected. Bud gets a black eye, Kathy breaks a window... Betty gets the whole neighborhood upset with her tall, dark stranger.
Jim, it's very well to scoff at superstition, but when I was a boy...
Ye gods, now what?
I tell you, that chair rocked back and forth. Back and forth.
Mr. Anderson, my friend, my wonderful friend.
It's about time you got here. Where's my hat?
Jim, you mustn't blame Mr. Adams. I gave him the hat.
Mrs. Anderson, look what I brought for you. The biggest box of candy I could find. This is the biggest box of candy in Springfield.
Why, Mr. Adams.
Go ahead, take it. I want you to have it. It's for you.
Mr. Adams, all we want is the hat. May I please
See,
have...
I brought a doll for the little girl. Presents for everybody. A baseball bat and perfume.
Mr. Adams, I have to go to Chicago. May I please have my hat?
Look, Mr. Anderson, cigars. The biggest box I could find.
Mr. Adams.
3 for a half. That's expensive. But nothing is too good for my friend.
Thank you very much. Now may I have my hat?
The hat. That wonderful hat. You know, all my life I've been an unlucky man, a junk man, a poor peddler. And then you gave me that hat, that beautiful hat.
I said I'd give you $5.
Oh, I couldn't sell the hat. Not that hat.
$10.
Jim.
Mr. Anderson.
$15.
I wouldn't sell it for $1 million. Haven't you heard what it did for me? I just won the Irish sweepstakes.
It's been wonderful news the past few weeks. Maxwell House Coffee featured at lower prices. And today, in big stores and small, grocers are featuring America's favorite brand of coffee at the lowest prices in months. I know how welcome that news is for you folks who know and love Maxwell House. And for you folks who haven't been getting that wonderful good to the last drop flavor in your cup, now's the time. Open up a blue tin of Maxwell House and see how much more pleasure you find in coffee when it has the world's most famous flavor. Flavor you can count on always, because we're proud of it. And we'll never compromise on the quality of a single pound. For the wonderful coffee that's today's coffee buy, look for Maxwell House, featured at the lowest prices in months. It's always good to the last drop.
It doesn't take long for 3 days to come and go. Just about 3 days. And that's precisely what's happened in Springfield. Jim Anderson has gone to Chicago and come back again. And now, for the first time in 3 days, he's at the breakfast table with his family. Like this.
I guess I made them sit up and take notice. Right in front of everybody. Mr. Craig said they couldn't have placed the Springfield area in more capable hands.
Jim, he didn't.
He certainly did. And he's only the president of the company, that's all. Boy, you should have seen the eyes pop.
Say, Dad, you know how many hits I got yesterday with the bat Mr. Adams gave me? 6.
That's fine, Bud. How come you had a game yesterday?
Well, it wasn't a regular league game. I was just fooling around with Kathy's team.
He hit 3 home runs.
Oh, it wasn't so much.
Father,
Yes, Betty?
I'm going to a formal next Friday, and I saw the most beautiful dress.
Again?
Betty, your father just got home.
But, Mother, Tommy said it was going to be the most exclusive formal of the year.
Tommy? You mean the tall, dark one?
Uh-huh.
You know, maybe we're going to have trouble with him after all.
Jim, let's not get started on that again. It was a very successful convention, wasn't it?
It certainly was. I accomplished a great deal.
And you did it all without your lucky hat, didn't you?
Margaret, I never said it was a lucky hat. I merely said, well, a man's entitled to a few little idiosyncrasies. That's all it was, so let's just forget it.
All right, dear.
Daddy,
Yes, Kathy?
is everything all right now? I mean, you aren't going away on any more trips or anything, are you?
No, Kathy, I'm staying right here, and everything's just as fine as it can be.
Good. Now, can I please have my rabbit's foot back?
Did you know now there's an instant coffee with roaster fresh, pure coffee flavor? It's Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor, the happiest combination in coffee. Wonderful, good to the last drop flavor, combined with the convenience and thrift of coffee made instantly in the cup. Unlike most instant coffees, it's all rich, pure coffee, nothing added. Tomorrow, try the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Instant Maxwell House, instantly good to the last drop. Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Don't forget, membership cards for the Robert Young Good Drivers Club are waiting for you at your local NBC station. Get a man-to-man or dad-to-daughter pledge and sign up today. Be a good driver. Get your membership card in the Robert Young Good Drivers Club today. Now, until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned for Screen Guild Theater, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Stay tuned for Screen Guild and The Seventh Veil on NBC.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
remember Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's famous Maisie picture. In just a moment, you'll hear Maisie in radio, starring the same glamorous star you all went to see and loved on the screen, Ann Sothern. But first, your announcer. Here's Ann Sothern as Maisie.
Yep, I'm Maisie, like the man said. Maisie Revere from Brooklyn, USA. I remember I used to live near the river, and there was a view from our window. On a clear day, you could look out and see the laundry hanging out in the line. The boarding house I'm living in now ain't no Shangri-La either, and it's pretty far from Brooklyn, too. But my room is clean, and the other boarders are nice, especially Eddie Jordan. Eddie's got educated brains, too. He knows everything. History, geometry, mathematics, and you'll pardon the expression, physics. Everything that guy knows, except how to make a living and how to keep a date. I haven't seen Eddie in a couple of weeks now. We had a fight, you see, and it was all my fault. But he apologized, so I forgave him. Now I'm sore at Eddie again. He's made dates with me night after night, and he's always standing me up. And after last night, I'm really burning up at him. Oh, pardon me. There's somebody pummeling on my door. Pummeling. That's the word Eddie taught me. Gosh, the things that man knows. Come in.
Hello, Maisie, honey.
Oh. Hello, Edward.
What's the matter, sugar? You're looking at me as if you never saw me before.
Oh, I've seen you before, but not lately. Where were you last night? I thought we had a date to watch television.
Oh, I'm sorry, Maisie.
Well, that's all right, Eddie. I watch the shows by myself. But believe me, it wasn't very romantic standing in front of the window of that radio store with utter strangers.
Look, honey...
And in the rain, too. It was terrible.
Well, I can explain why I didn't meet you, baby. I was in the library, wrapped up in Brown's hydrodynamics.
Well, you're lucky. I didn't even have a slicker.
That's a book on engineering, Maisie. I've been studying it for 3 weeks now. You see, Professor Brown has a new theory on making suspension structures.
Why don't you forget that engineering stuff, Eddie? You ain't made a dime at it. And all you got for 4 years of college is a hunk of paper that says, to whom it may concern.
But, Maisie...
And if you ask me, to whom it may concern don't seem to be very concerned.
Oh, I'm not so sure about that.
Well, gee, I ain't saying that being an engineer ain't nice, but... Eddie, you got a job?
Could be.
Oh, that's wonderful. How much?
Well, the salary, I'd say about $75.
$75 a week?
Hmm?
Eddie, we're millionaires. Oh, kiss me, John D. Come in.
Hey, matey, do you... Oh, pardon me.
Sit down, Merton. We'll be through soon.
Oh, Maisie? Eddie? I can come back later, Maisie. I sort of feel a little bit in the way.
Oh, no, Merton. And I want you to be the first to hear the good news. Eddie's got a job.
No. Well, congratulations,
Yeah.
Ed.
Well, I'm afraid congratulations are a little premature.
Premature?
Yeah.
Premature. Wait a minute. I have to...
Oh, you don't have to look it up in the dictionary, Maisie. That means I don't have the job yet.
You don't? But I thought you...
No, it's this way, honey. There is a draftsman's job open with the Bradley Engineering Company.
The Bradley Company? Say, that's a real big outfit. They employ about 100 people.
With me, it'll be 101. That is, if old man Bradley likes my bridge.
Eddie Jordan, what has your teeth got to do with getting a job?
Honey, that's why I was tied up at the library last night.
Oh.
Bradley advertised in the Engineer's Journal that he would award a job to the engineer who came up with the best sketch of a new suspension bridge that his company's contracted to erect over the river.
And you won it?
Oh, that's a stupid question, isn't it, Maisie?
Yeah, stupid question. Did you win it, Eddie?
No, but I'm going to. I got a swell idea from reading Professor Brown's new book last night. And, honey, I've got a sneaking suspicion that it's just what the doctor ordered.
Oh, you mean when Bradley gets a load of your sketch, he's bound to give you the job?
That's right, Merton. Gosh, I'm so happy I could kiss you.
Oh, please, Eddie, you're an engaged man, practically.
He means me.
Oh, well, I'm glad.
But I've still got some work to do on that sketch. I'm going to need the professor's book for reference. I'll see you when I get back from the library.
Oh, but, honey, couldn't I go with you? I get so lonesome being here by myself.
Oh, I'll stay with you, Maisie.
I don't get that kind of lonesome.
Oh.
Look, honey, I've got to get that sketch into Mr. Bradley by tomorrow morning. The competition closes then. See you later, babe.
Mm-hmm.
I've got to pick up my notes in my room and get to that library.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope Gladys hasn't loaned out that book.
Yeah, I hope Gladys hasn't loaned out that... Gladys?
Yeah, Maisie, that's the librarian's name. Gladys Hornswogeldorf.
Oh, well, I guess I don't have to worry about leaving Eddie alone with anybody with a name like that. She's probably one of those dried-out old maids with a face like a prune, huh?
Uh-uh.
No prune?
No prune.
Oh. What's she like, Mert?
Well, she's, quote, unquote.
Oh. And Eddie calls her by her first name, too.
Yeah, well, that don't mean anything, Maisie.
No, I guess that don't mean anything.
Well, I've got my notes. I'm off for the library.
Just a minute, Eddie. I'll get my hat.
Get your hat? What for?
I just remembered. I haven't read a book in years.
Maisie, not so loud. We're in a library.
Well, I didn't say anything, Eddie.
People are trying to read, and your shoes bother them.
Well, they bother me, too. I'll never buy shoes on sale again.
Shh.
Eddie, there's a strange man trying to talk to me.
Oh, he just said shh.
What?
Shh.
Please, this is a library.
I know. I can tell by all the books.
Maisie, shh.
That's much better.
Over here, Maisie.
She's pretty, isn't she, Eddie?
Who is?
Gladys.
Look, Maisie, I don't know what's cooking in that beautiful head of yours, but this is a library. I only come here to get books. Technical books. I'm working on a bridge. I've got plans.
That's why I came along. I want to find out what those plans are.
Please, if you folks want to stay here, you'll have to be more quiet.
Oh, sure, Gladys.
Ah, so this is Gladys, huh?
Please, miss. Some people come in here to read.
And other people come in here for other reasons.
Maisie, are you out of your mind?
What?
Answer the man, lady, so we can all go back to our silly reading.
Oh, shut up.
Miss, this is a library. You'll have to whisper.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, mister.
Yeah?
Shut up. Please. Now, if you can't be quiet, I'll have to ask you both to leave.
Sure. Don't mind Maisie, Gladys.
Oh. So you're the girl Eddie told me so much about.
Yes. And you're the girl he told me so little about.
Gladys, I'd like to take out something.
Oh, sure, Eddie.
Oh, don't get so excited, Gladys. You're not the something he'd like to take out, I hope.
I'm talking about a book. I was using it yesterday. Professor Brown's theory of hydrodynamics.
Oh, it hasn't been loaned out yet, Eddie. You'll find it back in the technological section, as usual.
Thanks. I'll be right back, Maisie.
I'd like to take out a book, too.
Anything particular in mind, honey?
No. Just something to walk around with on my head. I want to improve my posture.
Oh, yes. Eddie.
Yes?
A new book on suspension bridges just came in.
Yeah.
It's way back in the last aisle. In case you're interested, I'd be glad to go with you.
Never mind, dearie. I think we can get along without you.
But it's pretty dark back there, if you know what I mean.
That's why we can get along without you, if you know what I mean. Come on, Eddie. Eddie.
Please, Maisie, don't bother me. Can't you see I'm working?
Well, the library's no place to work, Eddie. You got your Professor Brown's book, so how's about coming back to the boarding house if you have to scribble things on paper?
These aren't scribblings, Maisie. They're rough plans for that bridge sketch. I have to have it tomorrow for Mr. Bradley, remember?
Well, why can't you take the book home and work on the plans there? Where you won't be disturbed by looking up.
Looking up?
Yeah, at that Gladys.
Maisie, when I look up, I'm just thinking.
Yeah, but I ain't so sure I like what you're thinking.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Maisie, please let me study.
You be quiet.
Shut up. Don't you dare talk to my girl like that.
He really loves me.
This has gone far enough.
What's the matter, jealous?
You're creating a disturbance. I'll have to ask you two to leave.
But the book, I haven't finished.
I'm sorry, Eddie. But you know the rules.
Yeah. Come on, Maisie.
No, I'm sorry, Eddie. I didn't think.
That's your trouble. You never think. Now I may never get to finish that bridge sketch. Maisie, I could shoot you.
Well, I deserve it, honey. But I'm afraid shooting is out.
Too bad.
Yeah, you'll have to use a bow and arrow. A gun is too noisy for a library.
The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Southern, will continue in just a moment. Maisie.
Oh, gosh, Maisie, I'm sorry about giving you that bum steer about Eddie and that librarian. This whole mess is my fault.
No, it's mine, Merton. I guess I'm just a drip.
Huh?
And like all drips, I'm just something you can keep hearing and can't turn off. If I'd have just kept my mouth shut, Eddie could have had that book he needs so much to finish the plans of that bridge.
Oh, don't feel that way, Maisie. Well, Eddie'll get over it. He'll take you back.
After what I did to him, he'd have to be out of his mind to take me back.
Well?
I don't aim to go through life with a crazy man. Come in.
Oh, Eddie, it's you.
Yeah. I wish it weren't.
Eddie, where?
I'm not talking to you.
Oh. Merton. Ask him where has he been.
Okay. Eddie, where have you been? Maisie, he says, Eddie, she says,
Tell her I used a little political pull and I got myself a library card to take out technical books.
Oh, you did?
Maisie, he said he
I heard him.
Gosh, Eddie, now you can take out that book.
Yeah, tell him.
She says, yeah.
But I just came from the library and somebody else took out the book. Tell her.
And Maisie, he
but
just come
this
back.
is an emergency. Can't you go to that company and borrow the book till tomorrow, tell him?
Yeah, Eddie, what she said, can't you?
Bill Maddox is the one that borrowed it. He went to engineering school with me.
Well, that makes it easier, don't it? Merton.
Oh, yeah. That makes it easier, don't it, Eddie?
Yeah, for Bill to get that job with old man Bradley. That book had all my notes on the bridge sketch in it.
You mean he's going to submit your sketch tomorrow to Bradley as his own?
Probably. Tell her.
Oh, let's stop this tell 'em game. This is serious.
She says, let's stop this tell 'em game.
Shut up. Shut up.
Oh.
Eddie, he can't do that.
But he is, darling. Little Billy Boy has taken a room at the Brighton Hotel, a nice, quiet room, where he can work without anybody bothering him.
But he shouldn't get that job. He's not as smart as you.
He's smarter. He has no girlfriend.
Oh, gosh. Well, ain't there nothing we can do? Ain't there nothing to keep him from turning in that sketch to Bradley in the morning?
Oh, sure. Bill could suddenly get a nervous breakdown. And I know just the little woman who could bring it on, but fast.
Oh! Say, that's a wonderful idea, Eddie.
I said something?
Merton.
Huh?
Yeah. I'm going to need your help.
What?
Can you get hold of a bellhop's uniform?
A bell? Oh, yeah, sure. I know one of the fellas at the Brighton Hotel. We once double-dated with a couple of chambermaids, and bellhop's uniform?
Yeah, for you.
Maisie, What's cooking in that head of yours?
Don't ask questions, Eddie. Just get to work. Can you remember enough of that bridge sketch to get it down on paper by tomorrow?
Yes, but Bill Maddox has a head start. He's bound to get his finished and submitted before mine if given half a chance to concentrate.
Yeah, but he ain't going to get a chance, honey. Here's one little chambermaid who's going to drive him so crazy he won't be able to finish. Come on, Mert.
Oh, good evening, sir. And what can I do for you?
Don't shout. I'm a sick man. Terrible headache. I'd like a room, a quiet one.
Do you have a reservation?
I'm Philip J. Bradley.
Not the Mr. Bradley of the Bradley Engineering Company.
Yes, I want a room just for the night. I can't sleep in my home. There's a cricket out in the garden someplace, and the noise is driving me crazy.
Oh, well, there's always room for you at the Brighton Hotel, Mr. Bradley. You sign here.
Okay. Oh, my head. I can't stand the roar of that pen scratching. I'm a sick man. I can't stand any noise. Headache, terrible headache.
Mr. Bradley, I can let you have room number 701. Now, I'm sure you'll find it very quiet because the gentleman who has the room above you, Mr. Bill Maddox, also insisted on quiet. So I know you won't be disturbed.
Are you sure?
Oh, yes. Mr. Maddox is going to be very busy working tonight. He's doing some drawing.
Well, I hope he uses a soft pencil. In my condition, the slightest sound makes my temples throb. I'll take that room.
Good.
No, stop that awful clanging. I can't stand it.
I'm sorry. Boy, take Mr. Bradley up to room 701.
Oh, come in.
Mr. Maddox. Mr. Bill Maddox.
Yeah?
I'm the chambermaid here. I just wanted to find out whether you're comfortable.
Oh, very, miss.
Oh, that's fine. We always like to have people who stay at the hotel very
Yes,
comfortable.
well, if you'll excuse me, I'll get back to work. You see, I've got a very important bridge sketch I've got to finish.
Oh, I used to play bridge once.
Miss.
Now, if we only had a third or a fourth, why we
Please.
could... Huh?
Now, this cable goes here. And this one goes...
You know something, Mr. Maddox?
What?
You shouldn't sit in that straight-back chair. That rocking chair is much more comfortable.
This cable... Miss, I can't work in a rocking chair. Rocking makes me sleepy.
Well, it won't rock if it was nailed to the floor.
You... Look, miss, I'm busy.
Oh, that's
really,
all right. I'm not. Hey, Martin!
What do you want, man?
Say, what is this? Look, bellhop, will you and this chambermaid...
Nail the rocker to the floor?
You...
Certainly. Let's do it, Martin.
Yeah, I just happen to have a hammer and nails with me.
Good.
There. Hand me another nail, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's good.
That ought to do it.
Yeah, won't budge.
Please. Will you please go away now? I'm working. I thought I told you to stop.
Well, that ain't us hammering. It must be an echo. Or might.
It's coming from room downstairs.
Now, look, please. I've got work to do. Now, you two get out of here.
Well, okay. Come on, Mike.
At last. Now, where was I? Oh, yeah. This cable goes... Yeah, it goes here. And the angle of inclination is...
Hello.
You again.
I'm sorry, but we chambermaids got to spend at least a half an hour in each room. Rules, you know.
Okay. Just sit down. Any place. But be quiet.
Sure.
Now, good. The angle of inclination is the angle. Must you hum, miss?
Well, I got to do something to keep me occupied.
The angle.
Come in.
I didn't hear any knock.
Oh, well, no use waiting till the last minute. See, there it is now. Come in.
Oh, fine.
Good evening, sir. Would you care for a picture of ice water?
No, get out.
Okay.
Now, where was I? The angle of
You'll be
increase-
sure to ring me if you change your mind.
Get out! I'll never get this sketch finished. The angle...
Mr. Maddox, does it annoy you that bad?
What?
The water dripping from that leaky faucet in the bathroom.
I can't even hear it.
Oh, of course you can. Listen real close.
You? Oh, yes. Yeah, I can hear it. Now, it doesn't bother me, no.
Oh, but it might.
But he ain't...
A thing like that can get to be very annoying. I'd better go in and fix it.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Anything to get you out of the way. Now, the ain't...
Now, let's see. Plumbers always start by banging on the pipe.
Stop that! Stop that!
I did. The dripping is gone.
Thank goodness. Now I can get back to work.
Oh, now it's running. I better hit these pipes some more. Oh, that echo again.
Miss.
Huh?
Miss!
Huh?
They want you to stop banging down there.
Well, that's silly. I'm not banging down there. I'm banging up here.
Young man! What the blazes do you want, you old goat?
Oh, goat! I have the room just below you. Who's been pounding on those pipes?
Yeah, that's what I'd like to know. I've been banging away to get you to stop.
And I've been banging away to get you to stop.
Copycat.
Now, look. I'm trying to get to work on some...
And I'm trying to get some sleep, and the slightest noise drives me crazy.
Well, then why were you hammering downstairs?
Why was I hammering?
Yes, and stop raising your voice to me.
You stop raising your voice to me.
I have to. You're taller.
Now, look, both of you. I got a sketch to finish. So now, out, both of you.
Fire!
Fire! I'm getting out of here.
Me too.
Oh, my gosh.
Where you going, Maisie?
Where am I going? Well, didn't you just show fire?
Yeah.
Well, where is it?
Down the street. I thought them fellas in here might like to go see it.
Oh, you're wonderful, Mercy.
You too.
Now, where's that book with Eddie's sketches?
Oh, here it is, Maisie.
Good. I'm going to rush him back to Eddie.
Uh-huh.
Gee, I bet he'll love me even more when he sees how much I helped him in getting that job with Mr. Bradley.
Gosh, you really mean it, Mr. Bradley? That draftsman job is honest to goodness mine?
That's right, Jordan. Your sketch of the suspension bridge was head and shoulders above all the others. You start working this Monday.
Gee, gosh. I don't know how to thank you, Mr. Bradley.
Oh, what I need now isn't thanks, Jordan. It's a new head. The one I have now feels like a B-29's using it for target practice.
Mr. Bradley, sir, do you think you can pull yourself together long enough to meet Maisie?
Maisie?
My fiancée.
Oh, that.
She's waiting outside to hear whether or not I... Well, you know. And now with my new job, we can finally get married. Everything that's happened, I owe to Maisie.
Oh, sure. Bring her in, Jordan. I always like to meet the little woman who stands behind the successful man.
Thanks. Wait till you meet Maisie, boss. You'll just love her. Come in, Maisie.
Sure, Ed. Is it, did he... you know.
Uh-huh.
Oh, gee, that's wonderful. I'm so glad.
Maisie, honey, I want my boss to meet you. Mr. Bradley, this is Maisie Revere.
Yeah, I'm very glad to meet you, Miss Revere.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. And
just a moment, Miss. That voice, it sounds familiar. Wait till I find my glasses.
Mr. Bradley, you don't want to cover up those great, big, beautiful eyes with glasses?
Oh, they're really not very big.
Maisie, honey, Mr. Bradley was kind enough to want to meet you. And he has a splitting headache, too.
He ain't the only one. Let's go, Eddie.
But what's the hurry?
Yeah, wait a minute. There's something familiar about you.
Me?
You remind me of a chambermaid last night. She had a peculiar accent, sort of like she came from Brooklyn.
Oh, Raleigh. Oh, utterly, Raleigh.
Yes.
Well, by Jove, that is rather a coincidence.
Maisie, honey, Mr. Bradley's going to pay me $85 a week.
$85?
Uh-huh.
Why, that's almost 40 pounds, Bob.
Well, do you think you and Eddie here can afford to get married on that, Miss Revere?
Oh, can we? It's a pipe.
Well, I'm glad. Pipe! Why, you're the one who was banging away at those pipes.
Maisie.
Out, Jordan, and take this walking Chinese torture cell with you.
But the job...
Yeah, what about the job?
Yeah!
That's what I was afraid of.
Out! And if I never see either of you again, I thank you.
Well, Maisie?
Eddie, honey, I didn't suspect... I didn't know that...
Maisie Revere, answer me this. How can you get everybody so mad at you? How can you get into so much trouble? How can you pull so many boners in one day?
It's easy, Eddie. I get up early.
In just a moment, we shall return to the Adventures of Maisie. Once again, here's Maisie.
Well, that job was pretty close for Eddie. But as the janitor said to the man who just missed the cuspidor, close isn't good enough. I tried, though. But as the saying goes, there's a certain place that's paved with good intentions. And the way Eddie feels now, I bet he wishes I was down there paving. But am I worried that Eddie won't forgive and forget? Am I afraid that he's mad enough to call off our engagement? You're darn tootin' I am.
You've just heard The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Sothern. Maisie was written by Arthur Phillips. Original music was composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman. Supporting cast included Sidney Miller, Frank Nelson, Lorene Tuttle, Pat McGeehan, Gerald Moore, and Jack Edwards. Jack McCoy speaking.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
The Abbott and Costello program brought to you by Camel, the cigarette that's first in the service. Camels stay fresh because they're packed to go around the world. This listen to the music of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the songs of Connie Haynes, tonight's special guest, Bert Gordon, the Mad Russian of radio, and starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Well, Costello, here it is, the last program of 1943, and you're late again. Now, where have you been?
Oh, Abbott, the worst thing just happened to me.
No.
Yeah, Mrs. Niles gave me a dog for Christmas present. And the dog just took a great big bite out of me.
Where did he bite you?
Well, if I'd have been wearing a license plate, he'd have got the last 3 numbers.
Where did this happen?
Well, let me see now. Where did this happen? In a crowded streetcar. It's the first time I ever gave my seat to a dog.
Look, Lou, never mind that. What kind of a dog did Mrs. Niles give you?
Well, do you remember that famous dog, Strongheart?
Yes, I remember Strongheart.
Well, this was his brother, Weak Stomach.
Listen, I'm not talking about that. Well, what is the dog's breed?
What is his breed?
Yes.
He breeds to his nose, like you and me.
No, you dummy. What type of a dog is he? A Spitz?
No, but he drools a little.
Look, there are different types of dogs, such as setters and pointers.
That's it, Abbott. That's what he is. He's a setter pointer.
A setter pointer?
Yeah, he sits all day and points at the icebox. Hey, that's the dog now, Abbott. He's out in the hall. Come on, Rover. Come on, Rover. Come on in the door. I said come in the door, not through the door.
Why, Costello. Lou, this is a wonderful dog.
Yeah. Listen to him. Just my luck to get a dog with asthma.
Now, cut that out. I'm going to show you how to handle dogs. Come here, Rover. Tell me, how much is 1 and 1? Did you hear that, Costello?
I missed it. I was here.
I'll try again. Rover, how much is 2 and 2? I told you he was a smart dog.
I'm going to see if he's really smart, Abbott. Rover, what time is it? 4:45.
Costello, isn't that the most wonderful thing you ever heard of? A talking dog.
Talking dog. Wait till I get the phone. Hello? Yes? What? Oh, you don't think so, eh? Okay, Smarty. Goodbye. How do you like that, Abbott? That was a friend of mine. He doesn't think there's anything wonderful about a talking dog.
Who's your friend?
Oh, just a horse. Come in and make it funny. It's costing camels a lot of money.
Oh, it's Ken Niles.
Well, if it isn't the spirit of 76 pounds.
Oh, yeah? Look who's talking. Listen, fat boy, why don't you unbutton your vest and open up a second front?
Very funny, Skinny. Very funny.
Now, Costello, Ken Niles is not skinny.
Not skinny, huh? He once worked in an olive factory. He used to crawl through the olive and pull the pimento in after him.
But pay no attention to Costello, Ken. I'm ashamed of him. He doesn't even appreciate the wonderful dog your wife gave him for Christmas.
Yeah, and what's more, he didn't even thank her for it.
Oh, yes, I did. I even kissed your wife on top of her head.
Why didn't you kiss her on the lips?
Her head is much smoother.
I heard that remark, Costello. Why, I ought to give you a thrashing, you little shrimp.
Me? A shrimp?
Yes, you're a shrimp. You only come up to my chin.
Which one?
Oh, Costello, are you suggesting that I look old?
Oh, don't look now, but your Social Security slip is showing.
Costello, how can you talk like that to Mrs. Niles after the nice present she gave you for Christmas? When you gave her nothing.
Oh, I don't know why you say nothing. Didn't I give her a picture, get her picture published in the paper?
Yes, but look where they put it. In the racing news.
Well, ain't that the dope sheet?
Oh, just look at this picture. Read what it says under it.
Oh, I don't think that. Oh, look what it says. This nag showed great promise as a 3-year-old, but is now running in cheap company.
Costello, that's an insult.
It most certainly is, and I'm leaving.
Then take the dog Rover with you. Every time he looks at me, he bites me.
Oh, that's silly. Rover hasn't got a tooth in his mouth.
I know that. They're all on my leg.
Oh, you can't talk that way about Rover. Why, I love that little dog almost as much as I do Kenneth.
Even more. You gave him a longer leash.
Come on, Rover. I'm taking you home. And don't even look at Mr. Costello.
Abbott! Get out of here! Get out! Abbott! He bit me again!
Take your foot out of Rover's mouth. You're trying to choke him.
Costello! Costello, leave that dog alone.
He won't leave me! Let my that
For the last straw, Costello. Just because you don't like me, you're trying to choke poor Rover. You'll regret this. I'll drag you through every court in the land. I'll even take you to the Supreme Court. And I'll stand before the judge and tell him my story. And when the judge looks into my face, what do you think he'll say?
Into a Japanese-held inlet right under enemy guns slides an American PT boat, out again on her daily routine hunt for Jap supply barges. They've got what it takes, these men of the plywood Navy, and so has their cigarette, Camels. First with men in all the services, according to actual sales records. Both at home and overseas, more people want Camel cigarettes. But remember, if your store's temporarily sold out, Camels are worth asking for again. They've always got more flavor, the result of expert blending of costlier tobaccos. And wherever you are, wherever you send Camels, they stay fresh, cool smoking and slow burning, because they're packed to go around the world. Camel's tobacco standard is the same for soldier, for civilian, anywhere in the world. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camel cigarettes. They stay fresh because they're packed to go around the world. Freddie Rich and the orchestra play an unusual arrangement of David Rose's lovely composition, Holiday for Strings.
Mrs. Niles will be here soon with a warrant for your arrest for choking that dog.
Abbott, I'm telling you before now, I didn't choke the dog. He bit me.
I know that, but you'll need a lawyer. Now, we've got to find a good barrister.
A what?
Don't you know what a barrister is?
Oh, yeah. I used to slide down a barrister when I was a kid.
Now, don't be silly. A barrister is a legal expert. The greatest barrister of all times was Gladstone. I suppose you never heard of Gladstone?
Oh, certainly I heard of Gladstone. My uncle had Gladstones, but he had to have them cut out.
Oh. How can you talk nonsense when you may have to face the... Listen, will you listen to me, please?
Yeah.
How can you talk all this nonsense when you may have to face a lawsuit for thousands of dollars? And where do you expect to get the money?
Well, what do you say? Where do you expect to get the money? You know where I expect to get the money.
What do you mean?
You're going to help me out.
How can I help you? I'm a pauper.
A pauper? Congratulations. What is it, a boy or a girl?
Oh. Never mind that. I'd still like to know where you're going to get the money.
Now, Abbott, you know I got the money coming. Now, this is the end of the year. No more after this.
What do you mean?
You know, 365 days in a year.
Well, I know that.
I'm working for you, and you owe me a whole year's salary.
Wait a minute.
365 days and
Wait a minute.
$365.
Wait a minute,
You
wait a
owe me
minute.
$1 a day or something
Just
like
a minute.
that.
Let's straighten this out.
Pay me out.
Just a minute.
Come on,
You say
pay
you
me
worked 365 days for me, and you want to be reimbursed.
Look, I don't want to burst anything. Just give me my money, $365. I'll get out. Hand over some of those Morgenthau MASH notes.
All right, look. Now, don't get excited. Take it easy. Now, listen. How many hours a day did you work?
8 hours a day.
And how many hours are there in a day?
Look, now, Abbott, don't try to put anything over on me. There's 24 hours in a day, all but February, which has 28.
You're absolutely right. There are 24 hours in a day. But by working 8 hours a day, you really only work 1/3 of each day. Is that right?
Well, that's according to the way you figure it.
Well, 1/3 of 365 is about $121. So you actually only have $121 coming to you. That's the way I reckon it.
You sure are wrecking it. Come on, get it up. Give me the dough.
Well, you did have $121 coming to you, but...
I knew there was a button that...
But you didn't work Sundays, did you?
No. I had to take a day off to wash my lingerie.
No. All right, there are 52 Sundays in a year. Deduct 52 from $121, which leaves $69 coming to you.
You're sure of that?
Positive.
You see, I don't want you to cheat yourself.
Now, that's mighty nice of you to look out for my interest.
I might as well look out for yours. You already wrecked mine. Come on, Abbott. Give me the money. Get up something, will you?
All right, I'd be glad to give you the $69, but...
Oh, hold on to your hats. Here we go again. Look, Abbott, give me a couple of dollars. How's that?
Well, you must admit you only worked a half a day on Saturdays. Isn't that right, partner?
Partner. Now that I'm losing money, I'm a partner. Look, will you give me $1? I'll settle. Give me a half a buck.
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Just a second. Just a minute. Now, wait a minute. Where was I?
You just had a toe hole on my $69.
Oh, yes, yes. A half a day on Saturdays, 52 Saturdays in a year. 1/2 of 52 is 26. So you will deduct 26 from 69, leaving the sum of $43.
Sum of?
Yes, sum of.
If I get some of it, I'll be lucky. Look, Abbott, give me a quarter. Will you let me have a quarter? Give me 20 cents.
Well, now, wait a minute.
I'm going out of here with something.
Now, wait a minute, just a minute. There's still a balance of $43. But...
Stop button. You're getting my goat.
But you took a 2 weeks vacation, didn't you?
Oh, yeah.
That's 14 days. Take 14 from $43, leaving you the exact sum of $29.
Look, Abbott, will you give me a dime? Is that asking too much? Will you give me...
Well,
give me anything.
Listen, I'd give you the $29, but...
Now I know it as good as you do.
How much time did you take off for lunch?
Oh, this is going to run into money. I took off 1 hour a day.
Very well. 365 hours is equal to 15 days, I take it.
You might as well take it. You've taken everything out. Go ahead. 15 for 29 leaves 14. But now I know it better than you do. Look, Abbott, give me some. Will you give me a nickel?
What do you mean?
Give me 4 pennies.
What do you mean, give you 4 pennies?
Look, can you spare a rat biscuit?
Now, listen.
Maybe you got a mothball.
A mothball?
Look, is it asking... Give me a sardine. Go ahead. Mrs. Niles is going to have me in a can anyway.
Just a minute. Let's straighten this thing out. There are 13 holidays in a year which you didn't work. And as you only have $14 coming to you, we deduct the 13 from the 14, leaving you the exact sum of $1. Here you are, my dear friend, and good luck to you.
Nice work, Abbott. I need money for a lawyer because Mrs. Niles is going to throw me in jail, and you're giving me only $1.
Let's have no more words about it.
$1 measly after I worked and slaved for you for a whole year.
I always pay my obligations. Here's your $1.
I wouldn't mind, Abbott. I wouldn't care if it was just for me alone. I need more than $1. I got another mouth to feed.
Now, listen. Your troubles are not my... wait a minute. You what?
I have another mouth to feed.
Another mouth to feed?
Yeah.
You never told me that.
I know it.
Why, you've been with me all this time, Costello, and now you tell me you have another mouth to feed?
I didn't want Windshield to hear it.
Why didn't you tell me that before?
I was ashamed.
Oh, you fortunate fellow. That's nothing to be ashamed of. I was only kidding about the other money. Here's your $365. And to show you that my heart's in the right place, here's $50 of my own. Oh, you should be so happy. What is it? A boy or a girl?
A goldfish.
Get out of here!
Tommy Haynes introduces a new song destined for the top of the list. You've got to talk me into it, baby.
You gotta talk me into it, baby. A little conversation might change my no to a maybe. You gotta spread it on thick like butter on bread. Results will be quick if you just use your head. I'm a baby lamb, and I love to be led by you. You gotta baby talk me into it, baby. For if it's Mendelssohn you hear, I might lend an ear, maybe. For I'm a cinch for a clinch, a blaze for a phrase of love words. Now that I've told you how, talk me into it now. You've got a baby, talk me into it, baby. A little conversation might change my no to a maybe. You gotta spread it on thick like butter on bread. Results will be quick if you just use your head. I'm a baby lamb, and I love to be led by you. You got a baby, talk me into it, baby. For if it's Mendelssohn you hear, I might lend an ear, maybe. For I'm a cinch for a clinch, a blaze for a phrase. I want your love, that's all that I crave. I've told you how. Yes, I've told you how. You've gotta talk me into it now.
Costello, where are you?
Here I am,
Listen, Mrs. Niles will be here any minute to place you under arrest. But don't worry. I hired a lawyer to defend you. I got my own personal mouthpiece.
You mean your wife?
No. When I say mouthpiece, I mean someone who argues, shoots off his mouth, and lays down the law.
That's still your wife.
There's the man who choked my dog, that little fat one. This is Oliver Storecheese of the Animal Aid Society. Mr. Storecheese, arrest that man.
Very well, Mr. Costello. You're under arrest. What's that? Come with me. I won't. Oh, darn it. Nobody ever wants to come along. Now, Levis, face it. You either come with me or pay the usual fine of $1. Oh, just $1. Did you hear that, Abbott? I can get out of the whole thing for $1. Here you are, Mr. Storecheese. I'd be glad to get it.
Just a minute, Costello. Paying that money would be an admission of your guilt.
Shut up, Abbott.
Now, wait a minute. Just a minute. I hired a lawyer for you, after all.
I can get out of this for $1.
Just a minute. I've hired your lawyer. He's an outstanding member of the bar, a learned counselor, and an expert at jurisprudence. His very voice has been known to spellbind in a jury. I can hear him now say...
How do you do?
Costello, this is your attorney, Bert Gordon, the Mad Russian.
Gentlemen, my card. Let me read that. Bert Gordon, attorney at law, DBTC. What does a DBTC mean? Don't bend the card.
Listen, Costello, the Russian's going to give you some advice.
Now, that is correct. Mr. Castoria, there are two courses in giving legal advice. Of course and B course. Of course, you don't have to take my advice. And B course, if you do, you'll have to pay for it. Hey, but this guy ain't no lawyer. Don't say that. Don't say. When I went to college, they gave me a Phi Beta Kappa key. Does it fit the hole in your head?
Please, Costello.
He's no college man. Mind dear you. I'll have you understand. I went to Vassar. That's a school for girls, a girls' school. I found that out one day when I was supporting the laundry. Now, see here, Mr. Costello. Get me another lawyer. Cheaper one. Mr. Costello, I'm waiting. Are you going to pay the fine of $1 or not? Okay, here's your dollar store, Chief. Just a minute, Mr. Cansmello. I forbid you to pay that particular dollar.
Well, he's very fortunate to get off with just $1 after the way he insulted me. Why, when he choked my little dog, a tear ran down my cheek.
Yes, ma'am, but it took one look at your face and ran right back up again.
Costello, why don't you listen to the Russian?
Yes, why not? You see, from the legal point of view, if you should pay this dollar, it would be absolutely perpendicular.
Perpendicular? What does that mean?
How dare you!
Oh, this is ridiculous. Come, Mr. Store Cheese. We're taking this case to court.
Wait a minute, Mrs. Niles. I'm going to pay the dollar.
It's too late.
Now look what you did, Abbott. You and your phony lawyer.
Don't be silly. The Russian's one of the greatest lawyers in the world.
That is correct. In my first case, I defended Dreyfus.
Dreyfus? Alfred Dreyfus of Devil's Island?
No, Reckless Dreyfus from Coney Island. Say, Mr. Castile. Don't worry about a thing when I'm here. I'm a great intellectual. My stock in trade is brains.
You got a funny-looking sample case.
Now, stop those remarks, Costello.
Get a load of his ears.
What's wrong with him?
Looks like the wind is blowing from his back.
Very funny.
Very funny?
Yes.
You think it's funny?
Yes.
Didn't I see you flying over Pomona?
No, it was Glendale.
What happened?
Shouldn't happen to our dog. Huh?
Logan, will you please take this dollar, Russian, go down to the court and settle the case?
Over my dead body. Remember the words of that old saying. Haste makes.
Go ahead.
There's more.
Well, come on, Costello. Let's go down to the court and fight this case. We'll win in no time.
Court of Common Pleas now in session. Case of Niles versus Costello. Mr. Gordon may question the defendant.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Kent tell you... Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I object!
You object? I didn't say nothing yet.
Costello, shut up. You keep out of this.
Abbott, get me out of here, will you? Will you pay the dollar?
Your Honor, you have heard the testimony. How can you call my client guilty?
But I didn't call him guilty.
Then why are you wasting my time?
The court finds the defendant, Lou Costello, guilty, and the fine is $1 or 30 days.
We won't pay the fine, Costello.
No, we'll appeal the case to a higher court. I got plenty time.
You just got some for me, too. Abbott, will you please give the man $1? Please give him $1.
The Supreme Court's now in session. First case, Niles versus Costello. The prisoner will step to the bar.
Costello, are the chains heavy?
No. Would you mind holding this 100-pound ball? Abbott, get me out of this. Please pay that one measly $1.
Order in the court. Remember, I am justice.
And I'm justice, too.
Justice who?
Just as good as you are.
You can't speak that way to me, young man. I've been sitting on this bench for 20 years.
Oh, just naturally lazy, eh?
Wait! Let me handle this case. Mr. Cantaloupe? Please tell the judge and jury the story of your life.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen.
That's enough.
What a short life.
Your Honor, my client would never hurt a dog. Mr. Corniello, tell the judge about your own little dog.
Okay. I once had a little dog.
Did he have long, wavy hair?
Uh-huh.
And did he have a cold nose?
Uh-huh.
And did he have very big ears?
Oh, yes.
Papa! Your Honor, I would like... Your Honor, I would like to ask my client just one question.
Request granted.
Thank you. Mr. Castellanos. Tell me something. Where were you on the night of December 23rd, 1943?
I was home.
You should have been with me. I had a wonderful time. The defense rests.
Alcatraz, here I come.
The court has considered the new evidence in this case. Prisoner Costello, when you placed your foot in the dog's mouth, you gave him hydrophobia, after which he bit two people who died immediately. Therefore, Lou Costello, you are found guilty of murder in the second degree, and it is the sentence of this court that you shall spend the rest of your natural life on the rock pile.
Abbott, please, pay the dollar.
Right this way, gentlemen. Only 5 minutes with a prisoner.
Abbott, get me out of here.
Costello, listen. We've got some news for you.
Absolutely. I just came from the capital. I saw the governor.
What did he say?
Pay the dollar.
That's what I've been trying to tell you.
Oh, now, don't get excited, Costello.
Mrs. Niles, what are you doing here?
Well, Mr. Store Cheese and I went to the governor, paid the dollar, and now everything's all straightened out. Costello, you're a free man.
Gee, the only friend I got. Thanks, Mrs. Niles.
Yes, Costello, we're sorry it all happened, so as a surprise, we brought a friend of yours to see you. Say hello to Mr. Costello, Rover.
Rover? Costello, you...
bit me again!
Costello, you...
bit me!
Costello, you've got your foot in the dog's mouth.
You're choking Rover again. Costello, you're under arrest. That'll cost you $1.
Don't pay the fine. We'll take it to the highest court.
Here we go again! Let me out of here! Get me out of here!
Abbott and Costello will be back in just a moment.
Thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute First Lieutenant Thomas H. Regan of Chicago, an ordnance officer at an American air base in England. When the flying fortress exploded above his field, it scattered 16 live bombs over the countryside. When each was located, Lieutenant Regan went from one to the other, and though each might have blown him to bits, he removed the fuse from all 16 bombs, rendering them all harmless. In your honor, Lieutenant Thomas H. Regan, the makers of Camels are sending to our soldiers overseas 300,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the 4 Camel shows honors a Yank of the Week, sends 300,000 Camel cigarettes overseas. A total of more than 1 million camels sent free each week. In this country, the traveling camel caravans have thanked audiences of more than 3.5 million Yanks with free shows and free camels. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 4 times a week, a shortwave to our men overseas and to South America. Listen tomorrow to Jimmy Durante and Gary Moore. Saturday to Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks. Monday to Blondie. And next Thursday to Abbott and Costello with their guest, Judy Canova. And now here's Abbott and Costello with a final word.
Thanks, Ken. We're a little late, so I'll just say good night and a Happy New Year to you all.
Great Abbott and Costello show next week at this same time when our guest will be Judy Canova. And remember, if you're looking for a cigarette that won't go flat no matter how many you smoke, get Camels. More flavor helps Camels hold up pack after pack. And now this is Ken Niles wishing you all a very pleasant holiday from Hollywood.
More pipes smoke Prince Albert than any other tobacco in the whole world. Prince Albert's no-bite treated for cool, tongue-happy smoking comfort. Crimp cut, too, to pack and burn and draw just right. More pipes smoke Prince Albert. It's the National Joy Smoke. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/EAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
8 minutes past 10. Time for the Sears Radio Theater. It's Thursday, and we invite you to stay tuned for Sears Radio Theater. Today, you'll hear a story involving the human emotions with your hostess, Cicely Tyson. Peter Leeds and Linda Kay Henning star as a young couple. They must do battle with governmental bureaucracies, a guardian, and relatives as they try to find a suitable rest home for two elderly ladies. Listen for This Home is Dissolved. Sears Radio Theater will begin after this message from your local station.
Harry, why are you wearing that silly hat?
Because we're going to the Washington's birthday party at W&J Sloan's, and here's a hat for you, too.
Harry, you mean a Washington's birthday sale, not a party.
No, at Sloan's, it's a savings party. Here, look at these fabulous values.
Hendredon Scene one bedroom, 20% off.
And a quilted print, loose pillow-back sofa love seat combo, just $600.
Look, all handmade area rugs, 30% off.
And a velvet swivel chair, only $150.
Why, at Sloan's, it really is like a savings party.
I'll say all special order upholstery, including Baker and Hendredon, 20% off.
A printed modular corner or armless unit, just $180.
Why, there are thousands of items on sale.
Let's go, Harry. Oh, where is it?
At Sloan's 5th Avenue and all Sloan's locations through Monday. American Express cards welcome.
The Washington's birthday savings party at W&J Sloan. Don't miss it.
I'm lost and lonely, scared and sad, trembling at the thought of making you mad. My love is yours, but at times you're so cold. If life's like this, take me before I grow old.
This song about child abuse was written by a man now serving time in a state prison. It is estimated that there are at least 1 million cases of child abuse in America each year. Child abusers and their children can both be helped. Find out how. Write Prevent Child Abuse, Box 2866, Chicago, Illinois, 60690.
Please stop the hurt I've suffered since my birth. Join the abused child's fight. Put an end to the sleepless night.
A message of the Ad Council and the National Committee for Prevention of Child Abuse.
This is Cicely Tyson. Perhaps you've wondered why there seems to be no place in the world for so many of the elderly whose friends have died, whose relatives are distant, uncaring, or dead, who spend their lives in rooms or on park benches. A young man writing a letter to his congressman cared enough to reach out across the generations to two elderly sisters from Finland, living their last lonely years in their adopted land. 2 years ago, Tony Corter and his wife Louise had become managers of an old apartment building in order to take the financial burden off their graduate studies. During that time, they befriended the sisters and month by month witnessed their mental and physical deterioration. Wait a moment. Do I smell smoke?
Do you smell smoke, Louise? Oh, come on. It must be Anna and Amelia.
Oh, no. They're burning their dinner again.
I've got the pass key. We might as well go right in. I'll check the kitchen, Louise. Why don't you throw open a few windows? It was the cabbage, burned to a crisp.
Didn't you smell the smoke, Anna?
No. I must have been thinking of something else.
Amelia?
What?
Didn't you see or smell the smoke, Amelia?
Who's smoke?
And that's only the beginning of our story.
Sears Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. Brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. Your hosts, Lorne Green. I'll bring you stories of the Old West and the New.
Andy Griffith with a look at the funny side of life.
Vincent Price with tales of mystery and suspense.
Cicely Tyson with stories about love, hate, and related things.
Richard Widmark. I'll bring you stories of pure adventure.
5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week. Brought to you in Elliott Lewis production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, This Home is Dissolved, by Chris Fortunato. Our stars, Peter Leeds and Linda K. Henning.
I sell draperies at Sears. Yesterday, a lady came in and said that she'd been in and out of about every store in town looking for draperies and at this point didn't know what she wanted anymore. I asked questions about her tastes and decor and then made suggestions. She was thrilled. She found what she wanted and learned a little, too. It made me feel good to know that I helped her out. Sears people are friendly people who help you find what you want.
Sears, where America shops.
Presenting Sears' very charming spring shirt dress in small yarn-dyed woven checks, stripes, or plaids. It's a great versatile dress for work because to finish off the dress, Sears has conjured up a complementing vest. Vests come lined or reversible in enchanting colors that work wonderful spells on the rest of your wardrobe, too. Sears vest plus a dress, the bewitchingly correct dress this spring. Available at most larger Sears retail stores. Nearly everyone at our party mentioned our new Sears Dream Supreme carpeting.
Didn't anyone say anything about my rutabaga dip?
Marvin said Dream Supreme looks so thick and luxurious. He loved its velvety, soft, plush pile.
What about my rutabaga dip?
Eloise adored the color
of my rutabaga dip.
I told her that avocado lime is just one of Dream Supreme's 20 lustrous colors, and when Doris heard that Dream Supreme is so reasonably priced and treated with Scotchgard brand fabric protector...
Okay, what about my tuna fish upside down cake?
Dream Supreme carpeting in most larger Sears retail stores. Oh, here I go again. It's time to rent one of those steam-type carpet cleaners.
Why rent? Now Sears puts power in a carpet cleaner you can own yourself. The Power Spray from Sears for easy home carpet cleaning. Power Spray sprays hot water into your carpet, then sucks up the dirty water.
You can see the dirt you get out. Dirt you didn't even know was there.
The Power Spray Carpet Cleaner, a convenient carpet cleaner you can own yourself. Available at most Sears retail stores. Kenmore. Solid as Sears.
What would you do about an elderly couple who had lost their memory and their sense of time, who could no longer find their way home, who could no longer smell or see smoke when it filled their apartment, and the responsibility for their welfare is yours? Tony and Louise Corder thought they had the answer and took upon themselves a task they had long contemplated without the slightest suspicion of how difficult it would be.
Dear Mr. Congressman, I never thought I'd be writing to you when I first attempted to find a solution to the problem of the elderly sisters in my apartment building. So obvious was their helplessness that I thought placing them in a good rest home would be an easy task.
Social Services, Mrs. Dodge speaking.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Dodge. This is Tony Corder. I'm calling on behalf of Anna Ulbeck, one of your clients.
Oh, yes, we've spoken before. Is there any problem?
Yes, there is. Mrs. Dodge, I think it's time for Anna and her sister Amelia to go to a rest home. They've reached a point where they can't go outside without forgetting their keys and even forgetting where they live sometimes. Also, they've burnt their dinner nearly every night this month.
Well, perhaps I can arrange for an attendant to visit them during the week.
That won't stop them from being a danger to the building. What they need is round-the-clock supervision.
It would reduce the danger if somebody cooked their meals.
Mrs. Dodge, may I explain further? These ladies can no longer reason for themselves. Their problems go far beyond the mere cooking of meals.
But unless they have something physically wrong with them, it's hard to put them anywhere.
What has to be wrong with them?
Well, a debilitating illness or injury, incontinence, something like that.
Do we have to wait for one of them to fall down a flight of stairs or suffocate the other tenants with gas fumes? Isn't there any procedure for this kind of situation?
Well, I really don't know. Doesn't one of them have a son?
Yes, Amelia does, but I don't think she's seen him more than twice in the past 15 years. Oh, they have a closet full of toasters and radios, which he sends them every Christmas.
Oh, gosh. Well, how about their friend? That man who helps them pay their bills. What's his name, August?
Yes. All right, Mrs. Dodge, I'll speak with him about it. But what I would like to do is to find some agency to take the matter in hand.
Well, I just don't know if there are any. Now, what you can do is to get out the phone book and start calling board and care homes. Then we can take it from there.
All right, Mrs. Dodge. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Will she help, Tony?
She seems content to let Anna and Amelia burn their place down.
What are we going to do?
Continue making inquiries, I guess. I called many rest homes and was surprised to learn how little the government pays towards institutionalized care for the elderly. The situation was complicated because the older of the sisters, Amelia, possessed a bank account of nearly $40,000, while the younger Anna had very little money. The problem was in finding a good home that, along with accepting privately paying resident, would accept someone relying solely on government assistance. We were determined to keep the sisters together. At that time, I tried to enlist the help of the sister's friend, August.
Oh, hi there, Tony. I was expecting you.
Oh, hello, August.
Look here, I just picked up some groceries for Anna and Amelia. You see, I picked them up some bread. They were almost all out of it, and they were out of meat, too. I don't know what they've been eating the past few days. So I got them some ground beef and pork chops. You see, these are the kind they like. Shoulder cut, good for barbecue. Also butter, whole pounder, string beans, a few other things like that, carrots and onions. They were really low on things.
August, I wanted to ask you...
Look here. They didn't have any coffee left, so I bought them another 5-pound tin. And see here, I got them those shortbread cookies they like.
August, I need your help to...
So what was it you wanted to see me about?
Well, the sisters have really been losing their grip on reality these past couple of months, and Louise and I feel it's time for them to go into a rest home.
Oh, sure, it's tough for these little ladies. They forget things and get confused.
It's not just that, August.
Anna!
Oh, hi there. I didn't even know you were here.
Yeah, I've been here 10 minutes putting away the groceries.
Well, isn't that nice of you? What's that?
I was just saying to your dear sister that I put the groceries away. I got you some ground beef and pork chops, also vegetables and 5 pounds of coffee.
What?
5 pounds of coffee.
Aren't you a good boy? My sister has a sense of humor.
Anna and Amelia, Tony here wants you to move out of your apartment.
You don't have to be so abrupt about it. Ladies, it would be safer for you if if you went to live in a rest home. Louise and I will find a nice place where there'll be people to help you.
Anna, how do you feel about leaving your home?
I like my home. Where are we going?
Well, Tony here says you can't take care of yourself. Tell me something, Anna. Who does your house cleaning for you?
Oh, I do. I pick up a speck here and a speck there as I walk around.
Hey, look how neat and clean they keep their home. Everything in its place, no dust or dirt anywhere. I bet your apartment isn't as orderly as this.
You're getting off the track, August. I am not denying that Anna and Amelia keep a neat home. I just don't think they're safe going out alone or using a gas stove any longer.
You think, but you don't really know. You can't come in here and tell them they have to leave their home just like that. There are procedures to follow. Amelia has a son who might have something to say about this.
Oh, fine. I hope he's more responsive than last summer when his mother got knocked down on the sidewalk.
He lives out in the valley and he's a little out of touch with things. But you can't just pick up these ladies and take them somewhere. They can't help the way they are. They're like children. I told Amelia the other day, we start off as children and we end up as children.
Maybe we can talk again some other time. Goodbye, Amelia. Anna, so long.
Come again.
These ladies have been here longer than you, I bet. How long you been manager of this building?
2 years.
You see? They have been here longer than you. 10 years.
Yes, but that hasn't
No,
anything to...
moving them out might be a long procedure. It might take months. Maybe you won't even be here anymore. See you later.
How did it go?
Oh, not so good. August bullies them into saying what he wants them to say.
Doesn't he agree that they should go?
Well, he refuses to commit himself on that point. But, honey, let me tell you something I found out.
What?
When August had his back to me in the kitchen, I noticed a couple of bank books lying on the counter. Out of curiosity, I peeked into them and saw his name typed in as co-signature on both of their accounts. Now, I wonder if that has something to do with his wanting them to stay right where they are.
Oh, you don't think that he's...
Oh, I certainly do indeed. Once again, I called the social worker, Mrs. Dodge, and begged her to make a home visit to see the situation at first hand.
I'm sorry, Mr. Corda. There's nothing I can do.
Well, if nobody is willing to help, I'll just move them myself into the first vacancy I find.
Oh, but that's illegal. Now, you aren't their guardian.
Illegal?
That's right.
Then how do you make it legal?
You'll have to find that out. Now, sometimes the psychiatric ward at the hospital can certify people as incompetent, and then they can handle the placement. At least that's what I've heard.
It was the lead I had been looking for. I called the psychiatric ward, and they referred me to the mental health clinic. Mr. Abel called upon the sisters, told us he understood the urgency of the problem, and promised to file a petition of incompetency with the court and to contact us in a few days. A week passed, and we didn't hear from Mr. Abel. So my wife decided to call me.
Hello?
Mr. Abel?
Yes?
This is Louise Corta, calling on behalf of Anna and Amelia, whom you met last week.
Oh, yes.
My husband and I wanted to know if you had filed the petition of incompetency yet.
Well, no, but I have somebody in the office calling rest homes.
Well, why haven't you filed the petition?
No petition? I can't believe this guy.
Well, we can't do that tomorrow.
But you said you would do it last week.
I happen to be very busy here.
Well, then you should have told us that in the first place. And you should have told us you weren't going to file the petition.
Mrs. Corder, let me explain what's involved in this situation.
All the while, I had been pacing the floor trying to pick up the gist of the conversation. We were face to face with an unresponsive bureaucracy, and I was becoming increasingly angry. When the downstairs doorbell rang, I called to my wife. "It's the front door, Louise. I'll get it." I had an intuition who it might be, and peering through the curtain, my intuition was confirmed. There stood Anna and Amelia, their pocketbooks hanging open, fumbling with the door handle. I raced back upstairs to my apartment.
Yes, I understand.
Louise, let me speak to him. Hello, Mr. Abel. The ladies have just rung the outside doorbell for the 4th time this week. Do you want to come over and let them in?
What?
Tony.
If you're so concerned as you said you were last week, why don't you come over here and prove it? We are sick and tired of getting the runaround from everybody. Can't somebody help these ladies?
You're being absurd.
Tony, he said he would help.
Shh, Louise. The situation is absurd, Mr. Abel. Why is it that old people have to be shunted aside and ignored as if their problems were imaginary?
He explained it to me, Tony.
Unless you stop giving me the runaround, there's no sense discussing the matter anymore, Mr. Abel.
Oh, Tony, why did you hang up on him? I think you've gone just a little bit too far. Mr. Abel said his clinic is calling all over town to find vacancies.
Oh, we can find all the vacancies we want, but nobody has the right to move Anna and Amelia until that petition is filed with the court.
They will help, Tony.
Mrs. Dodge says she can't do anything. August, we suspect, has reasons for wanting the girls to remain here. And Mr. Abel has given us only vague promises. And until any of them decide to help, we will have to see this thing through ourselves.
Hey, look, in here, inside this stylish man's dress shirt. I'm a Sears Value dress shirt label just popping with pride because Sears Value dress shirts are sure to be popular for a number of reasons. They have fashion spread collars, come in classic patterns and solids in short and long sleeves. You'll appreciate the perma-pressed polyester or polyester cotton blends for easy care, plus at low-value prices. What a buy! Just look for me, the value dress shirt label at Sears Men's Store, where style, sense, and satisfaction combine to label me right for you.
Your baby's room. Furnish it with the quaintness and charm of Sears Jenny Lind's crib, dresser, and chest. Your baby will be secure in our old-fashioned crib built with high sides and a safety drop-side latch. And each handsome maple color piece comes in a non-toxic finish. Sears Jenny Lind dresser and chest is furniture that will adapt gracefully as baby grows older, too. So visit us soon, because Sears has baby buys bundled up. Available at most Sears retail stores.
Today I found the bedroom suite of my dreams at a great price.
That's a coincidence. I found one that has all the features.
Well, mine has authentic country styling.
So does mine.
Does yours have a beautiful 26-step finish?
Nothing but, and I get a choice of 13 different pieces.
All built to last for a long time?
Yes, with sturdy tongue and groove construction and dovetail jointed drawers.
Is yours
Sears Open Hearth Bedroom Furniture? Sears Open Hearth Bedroom Collection. Expert craftsmanship at a reasonable price. Select from 13 different pieces. Now at most Sears retail stores.
Tony and Louise Cotter had come to a dead end in their efforts to assist the two old ladies who were tenants of their apartment building. Faceless civil servants at the opposite end of a telephone referred the problem from one office to another. Finally, the Cotters decided to act on their own.
Marshall Street.
Well, I hope it's better than the home we visited this morning.
Well, it should be. It was recommended by their physician, Dr. Jackson.
At least we have 2 more prospects after this.
Hello? Mrs. Smith?
Yes, come right in. You came at just the right time. Dr. Jackson called yesterday asking if I could accept 2 more residents, and sure enough, I'd just finished cleaning a double room. Oh, this is a stroke of luck for your 2 ladies. Now, let me show you the living room first.
Look at these pictures on the wall. Why is it that people think that paintings of sad-eyed cats make for a cheerful environment?
Our people are free to watch TV or read the magazines we provide or play cards or do pretty much anything they want. Now, if you'll just follow me.
It looks like everyone is submitted to the TV.
What do you mean? Half of them are staring at their feet.
Oh, excuse me, Mrs. Smith. Are there any attendants here?
I'm here during the day. Then I have a girl come in during the afternoon, and another girl stays here all night. Oh, yes, we're very secure here. Then, of course, we have someone in to cook meals and help with the laundry. Here's the kitchen. Step in. Look around if you like.
It's smaller than ours is.
How old was it you said your ladies are?
One is 93, the other 86.
Do you think they'd prefer their meals brought to them? Most of our people take their meals in their rooms.
Probably not. They usually eat standing up in the kitchen.
Well, I'm not sure we can work it out for them. Now, let me show you the upstairs.
Isn't it hard for most of the old people to get up and down these stairs? They're kind of steep.
Oh, no. They get up and down. Of course, if they don't want to go down for their meals, they can be served in their rooms, as I said before.
Well, shouldn't they be in a convalescent hospital if they can't get around?
No, not necessarily. All our residents are ambulatory. If there are any problems, we call Dr. Jackson.
Does he make regular visits?
Every other month.
That's not very often.
These are all his patients, you see. He knows the medical history of each and every one of our residents. Now, here's that nice room I was telling you about. It's all ready anytime your ladies would like to move in.
I'd like to take a look at the view.
By all means. It's very nice. You can see down to the neighbor's backyard, and they have such a pretty lemon tree growing there. Do you see?
Yes.
Understand from what you told me on the phone that one of the sisters received supplementary Social Security and that the other would be a privately paying resident.
That's correct.
Mrs. Smith, we have other homes to visit today, so we won't be making a commitment yet.
Oh, well, surely. I'd like to show you the upstairs porch. Now, we keep this door locked at all times for the security of our residents. We don't want anybody wandering out onto our porch here. Down below, you see our backyard.
It doesn't look like anybody uses it.
We have little cookouts here from time to time. Everyone loves it. Shall we go back downstairs?
We visited the 2 remaining rest homes and found them to be almost exact copies of the 2 previously inspected. We wished that someone could have been with us to confirm that what we had seen was not a bad dream. A further development occurred the next day when my wife had a chance encounter with Amelia's son, Mr. Tuwami. He was standing in the hallway waiting for his mother or aunt to answer the buzzer when Louise came in from outdoors.
Hi, you must be Mr. Tuwami.
Yes. How do you know me?
I'm friends with your mother and your aunt.
Oh. They don't answer.
Well, sometimes you have to knock and call out to them at the same time. Let me try. Hello, Anna? Amelia? Hello?
Connie, wait a minute.
Oh, Anna, you have to unhook the chain.
Oh, I didn't see that. How are you today? Oh, Carl.
Hi, Aunt Anna. Thought I'd drop by and see how things are going.
Oh, everything is fine. Come in. You just in time for coffee.
Smells pretty strong to me.
Yeah, does it?
Oh, no, it's boiling over. Not again. Ow! Oh, it's hot.
Strong coffee, Aunt Anna, huh? Is that the secret of longevity?
I don't really know.
Were you going to have a cup, Anna? I can water it down for you.
Yes, I think I will. Let me ask my sister if she wants one.
Is Mother here?
By the way, Mr. Tuwami.
Yes?
I would like to talk to you about the situation here with your mother and aunt.
Oh, yes. August told me to make a visit. We can talk in a minute. Mother?
Do you want a cup of coffee? Coffee.
Mother? It's me, Carl.
Yes, I'll have coffee. Carl is here.
Hi, Mother. I just dropped by to see how you were making out.
What do you want this time?
What do you mean? I want to see you, that's all.
Do you want coffee?
Coffee? Oh, sure. Have the girl pour me a cup, too.
The girl? Who does he think he is?
Did you want coffee, dear?
Oh, no, thanks. There's just enough for the 3 of you. How long has it been since you've seen Carl?
Oh, I don't remember. I'll go ask my sister.
Oh, no, don't bother, Anna. It's not important. Here's your coffee. Milk and sugar are here on the counter if you want them.
That is fine.
Mr. Tuwami, your coffee is ready.
Oh, no table service, eh? All right, I'm coming.
Anna, why don't you go in and sit down?
What a good idea. I'm glad you thought of that. You come too.
Well, I want to put away these things first.
Oops. Now, watch it there, Aunt Anna. Don't sip while you walk. Half a cup with some milk, that's what I'll have.
It's poured already. Here, you can pour what you don't want into the sink.
Well, if the oil crunch comes again, we can put this in our gas tanks. This would make Mother a millionaire.
I think this is as good a time as any to discuss your mother's situation.
Yeah, she's pretty chipper, my mother, isn't she?
Well, that's what I wanted to talk with you about. Your mother isn't chipper these days, nor is Anna. As you can see for yourself, they have trouble doing something as simple as opening a door or boiling a pot of coffee. They can't live alone any longer, and I would appreciate it if you would help me put them in a rest home Unless you have any better ideas.
Well, you can't do much with my mother. She's a feisty one.
She needs care and supervision, Mr. Twomey.
I don't seem to understand. Now, you say you have found them a rest home?
Well, no, not yet.
Now,
but...
you have the cart before the horse. Oh, the exuberance of youth. Chalk it up to that.
I don't know what you're laughing about. I asked you to help your own mother. She and your aunt are both liable to get seriously hurt living alone.
Well, she survived such a rascal as myself, didn't she?
Well, that's right. The radios and toasters piled up in the closet haven't fallen on her yet.
It's not nice to keep them waiting any longer. Shall we go into the living room?
Are you willing to help find a rest home or not?
You can talk to me tomorrow. I'll be here until then.
Mr. Twomey.
Yes?
Your mother's coffee is sitting on the counter. Why don't you see if she wants milk and sugar and bring it out to her?
Mother, do you want cream and sugar in your coffee? Mother?
My sister is hard of hearing.
We found out the next day that Amelia's son had driven back to his home 6 hours away. So much for caring relatives. I began to wonder why he had come by in the first place. And I thought I understood the relevance of his mother's question. What do you want this time? It seemed he was as content as August to let the ladies fumble along in their apartment. A voice within me told me it might have something to do with Amelia's considerable bank account. Obviously, this money would be eaten away if she went into a rest home. Soon afterwards, we had a stroke of good fortune and found a clean, well-managed rest home with 2 vacancies. I contacted the mental health worker. Surely he would help us now.
Mr. Carter, be patient. The petition can wait. We're still checking our list of homes.
Save your energy. We found 2 vacancies at the Briggs home. We'll put them in there ourselves. Unless someone else cares to do it.
Oh, don't fool yourself. You can't take these ladies just like that. Have you spoken to August about this?
You know as well as I that he wants them to stay there so he doesn't have to share Amelia's bank book with anyone. Louise even spoke to Amelia's son yesterday, but he couldn't care less.
Well, I can't speak for August or Amelia's son, but I am very concerned with what happens to these 2 ladies.
Then come over here and help us put them into the Briggs home. Take some of the burden off our shoulders.
Have Anna and Amelia been warned? Have you given them time to understand what is happening?
Mr. Abel, we can't pass up this vacancy. We had hard enough time finding it.
Now, I'm warning you, you're getting yourself into hot legal trouble doing this on your own. These ladies have rights, you know.
They have the rights to be treated kindly and sensibly, which is what I am doing.
What did he say, Tony?
He said he's not going to help and that moving Anna and Amelia is illegal.
Oh, Tony, I can't go through with it. I can't rip 2 sweet, helpless old ladies away from their homes.
Shall we leave them be and let them kill themselves along with everyone else in the building?
On a rational level, what you're saying is right. But I don't have the heart for it.
Oh, fine. This is a fine time to desert me. How am I going to move them along?
Tony, now we're both at our wits' end. Why don't we sleep on it and work things out tomorrow? Please.
Oh, all right. Maybe the night will make it all go away.
Sears Radio Theater will return after this message from your local station.
Listen with your heart and you'll hear more than words.
Grandma?
Yes, sweetheart?
Did my mother ever do anything bad?
Well, what do you mean?
Did she always clean up her room?
Listen with your heart and you'll hear love.
Seems to me I had to remind her to clean up her room on occasion.
Sometimes I forget, too.
Well, everyone forgets once in a while.
Listen with your heart and start to understand.
Grandma, does my mom love Jimmy more than me?
No. Your mother used to ask me that about her brother.
Really?
Listen with your heart and you'll hear love.
You remind me an awful lot of your mother when she was a little girl.
Listening, caring, and sharing. That's what understanding is all about.
Listen with your heart and you'll hear love.
From the Mormons, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
What if you went off to college and found that you were different from everyone else?
And everything was designed for them, not for you. Suppose you went to the library and all the books you needed were in Braille, and you were the only one who couldn't read. You'd feel left out, wouldn't you? And what if you went to class and found that there were no chairs because all the other students rolled in with their own wheelchairs? Suppose one of your professors gave his lectures talking with his hands, only his hands, and everyone understood sign language except you. You'd think it wasn't fair. Well, that's how handicapped people feel now when they go to college and find extra handicaps. But things are changing, and we have free information that can help. Write Closer Look, Box 1492, Washington, D.C., 20013. A public service message on behalf of the United States Office of Education.
Cicely Tyson again, and here's the concluding act of This Home is Dissolved.
Following morning, I set an irrevocable course for myself and arranged with the director of the Briggs home to bring Anna and Amelia over at 7:30 that evening. I called Mrs. Dodge, but she was unwilling to come out and help us. She said she didn't handle placement.
You have to have them certified, Mr. Cordet. Now, I thought you knew that.
Mrs. Dodge, the mental health clinic are still dragging their heels about that. Yet they tell me if I move the ladies, I'm breaking the law.
You are breaking the law if they're unwilling. But if they go to the rest home willingly, it's all right.
Oh.
Now, if you do manage to place them this evening, why don't you call me tomorrow?
There's nothing she can do.
Well, somebody has to help us.
All the somebodies obviously don't want to help.
Well, I'm calling Mr. Abel. I can't stand this any longer.
If you'll just be patient, we can do the best for them.
How can you say that? You haven't had to live with this for months on end. You haven't had to save them from a new catastrophe every day or wash their stinky old clothes because they're too feeble to do it themselves.
I don't want to hear the whole story of your involvement, Mrs. Corder. You told me once already. Frankly, I feel you aren't acting in the best interest of the ladies. You seem to be moving them to benefit yourselves more than them.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, Mr. Abel, you take courses in detachment so you don't have to get your hands dirty helping somebody else.
Hello?
Tony?
It's August.
Oh, no.
Tony?
What can I do for you?
I'm visiting Anna and Amelia. Can you come on down?
Oh, sure. I'll be right there.
Does he know?
Well, if he does, he's not letting on.
I'll go downstairs with you.
Hello, Tony, Louise. Come on in.
Hello, Anna.
Oh, it's you. Isn't that nice?
Hello, Amelia. Amelia? Hi.
Hi.
I took them to the bank today and got some money withdrawn. So, here's the money for next month's rent. Why don't you count it to make sure it's all there? We wouldn't want the landlord to be shortchanged.
We can't accept the rent. If we do, we're legally bound to accept the ladies as tenants next month. We aren't going to be tricked into keeping them here.
There are only 5 days until the 1st. You can't kick these poor ladies out onto the street.
Oh, who said anything about kicking them out into the street? We want them to go into a good rest home.
Amelia!
August, what's the point explaining everything to her? She can't make any decisions anymore.
Well, she has to know.
She already knows.
August, what is it you wanted to see us about?
I wanted to pay the rent, that's all, and see if you found a rest home yet.
No, not yet.
Because if you find something, I have to take them to see if they like it first.
That's all right by me.
Also, if you want these ladies to leave, we have to have a letter from the landlord. They want to see in writing what they've been doing wrong.
Oh, come on, August.
You don't need a sheet of paper from the landlord to tell you what's obvious.
These ladies are confused. They want to see in writing what these accusations are.
Accusations? You make it sound like we're putting them on trial.
Amelia doesn't understand why she has to leave. She thinks you're making up stories about her.
Amelia is an old woman with a lot of pride. But it's obvious to everyone who sees her that she can't take care of herself.
Who says it's obvious? You. Well, that's not enough. We have to see it in writing.
All right, if that's what you want.
I have the authority of the landlord, and I'll write up an eviction notice right now. Louise, will you please hand me that pad and pencil on the telephone table? Thank you.
These two sisters have been here longer than you.
What does that have to do with their inability to continue living on their own?
Tony, write the note. We can't go on arguing.
You see? Listen to a woman. They'll always set you straight.
Here's the eviction notice.
Now, without this, we can't do anything. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Satisfied? We have to go. Come on, Louise.
Wait a minute. You say here, due to the problems cited above, I must ask you to vacate your apartment as soon as possible. You didn't say 30 days. As soon as possible could mean 3 months.
Oh, give it back and I'll change it.
No. This is fine, just the way it is.
I don't get it.
He wants the ladies to stay here forever so he can keep his hands on their money.
You're talking through your hat. What do you know?
Oh, let's go, Louise.
What if he stays there all evening?
Oh, he won't. He doesn't know we plan to move the ladies tonight.
Oh, I wouldn't be so sure of that. Look how tricky he was trying to give us the rent.
We'll have to stand here in the doorway and listen for him to leave.
Whoever thought it would come to this? Playing cat and mouse.
We waited in our doorway for the next 15 or 20 minutes, then... It was him, no doubt about it.
Tony, I feel butterflies in my stomach.
Oh, honey, it's going to be tough. But we're doing what's right. We might as well go down now.
Anna! Come in. I can't believe I'm doing this.
May we come in?
Oh, surely.
Anna, we wanted to take you and Amelia to visit a nice home not too far away.
Yes, that'll be nice.
Well, why don't you put on a coat? It's chilly outdoors.
Amelia, we wanted you and Anna to come with us to look at a home nearby.
What?
We want to take you and Anna for a little drive to look at a home. Here's your coat.
Oh.
Let me help you put it on. Louise, is Anna ready?
All set.
Here I am. I forgot where we were going. Where was it?
It was another 10 minutes before we found their purses and escorted them out to the car.
Where are you taking us? My sister doesn't understand.
Amelia, we are taking you to look at a place to live where there'll be people to help you all the time.
And you? You help us, too.
Yes, we'll help you, too, Anna. They have no idea what's happening.
Oh, Louise, don't you understand? We're doing what's right.
I know what we're doing is right. Just let me have my feelings.
At the Briggs home, we were met by the director, Mrs. Roy. She had once set about gaining the sisters' trust with her warm, comforting manner. Together, we inspected the facilities. Then we sat in the large kitchen as Anna and Amelia had indicated an urge for coffee.
Anna, do you like it here?
Oh, yes. It seems very pleasant and comfortable.
Oh, Mrs. Roy and her assistants will take very good care of you.
That's right. We'll get along just fine. Would you like any more coffee, Anna?
Oh, no. Thank you.
Amelia?
She has only one cup.
Oh, fine. It would be best if both of you left quietly without saying goodbye. It would be much better for them. Tomorrow you can return with their personal belongings.
Are we staying here?
She knows. Now, I'll take care of it. Don't you worry. Oh, she's going to have a harder time of it than her sister.
Informed her that we had taken Anna and Amelia to the Briggs home. She asked if they had gone willingly. Yes, I replied. But I knew in my heart that they had only gone as willingly as people who have been fooled.
Oh, here they are on the porch.
Oh, it looks like them.
Hello, Anna. Hello, Amelia.
We brought you some of your belongings.
Oh, I must have forgotten.
Oh, it's pleasant here with the geraniums and the mimosa tree.
Pretty indeed.
How's Amelia?
She's tired out talking to Huldah and to me. That is hard to hear. She used to be in my Finnish singing group.
Oh, pleased to meet you.
How do you do, Huldah?
Oh, how nice they should come and visit, Anna.
Oh, we plan to visit you often.
And maybe we'll visit you.
I hope, Mr. Congressman, that when you plan future policy, you think of the crime my wife and I committed, and of the greater crime against the elderly, which goes unreported every day. The crime of neglect.
I love to eat.
But it takes so long to cook.
That's why we both love our new Kenmore microwave oven from Sears.
I can cook a 5-pound roast medium rare in just 30 minutes, or 3 strips of bacon in 3.5 minutes on a paper plate. Bake 2 potatoes in 8 minutes, and cook vegetables faster than boiling them in water.
That means less time in the kitchen.
And more with you.
Fast, clean, cool cooking with Sears Kenmore microwave ovens, all with automatic defrost. Choose the right model for your kitchen from the many styles available at most Sears retail stores.
Hey, look, in here, inside this stylish man's dress shirt. I'm a Sears Value dress shirt label just popping with pride because Sears Value dress shirts are sure to be popular for a number of reasons. They have fashion spread collars, come in classic patterns and solids in short and long sleeves. You'll appreciate the perma-pressed polyester or polyester cotton blends for easy care, plus at low value prices, what a buy! Just look for me, the Value dress shirt label at Sears Men's Store, where style, sense, and satisfaction combine to label me right for you.
What would it cost to replace your car's muffler, including installation?
Oh, I'd say about $50.
No, wait, $45.
It'd be around $30.
I guess about $40. The aluminized Sears muzzler is only $19.99.
That's half of what I guessed. It's hard to believe. On a Cadillac?
That's a terrific price with installation included. Should have known it. Sears.
The muzzler, just $19.99 installed. Clamps if needed, 99 cents each extra. Sizes to fit most American-made cars. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii at most Sears Tire and Auto Centers.
When I need advice, I go to my mom.
Why not? It's free.
Now that I'm married and moving into a new house, I want all the advice I can get. So when Mom says shop Sears, I listen.
You should. Sears is a great help on those big items you'll need for your new home. Major appliances like washers, dryers, and refrigerators. They'll deliver, install, and service. I always depend on Sears. You should, too.
Sears, where America shops.
You've been listening to Sears Radio Theater, brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. This Home is Dissolved was written by Chris Fortunato, produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Your hostess was Cicely Tyson. Our stars were Peter Leeds and Linda K. Henning. Also heard were Lurene Tuttle, Marvin Miller, Virginia Gregg, Paula Winslow, and Jerry Hausner. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. Art Gilmore speaking. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of CDI.
Selling plaids are out anyway. Yeah, we'll back order his silly trousers. We get the piece goods on the 4th, we finish them on the 15th, we ship them on the 15th. That means you receive shipment on the 18th. Oh, no. That's a Sunday. The 19th, at the absolute latest. I'm very sorry. Thank you. Nobody but nobody is showing cups this year. They're a waste of good polyester, which, by the way, no one's buying either this year. Yeah. Oh, okay, baby. Ciao. Boy, Boy, the things people expect from you these days.
Here's that invoice, Mr. Stanley. Are you feeling all right? You're sweating.
It's heartburn or something. Get me your salsa. I feel nauseous.
It could be heartburn. It could be heart attack. Know the symptoms of heart attack. Contact your American Heart Association. We're fighting for your life.
For some kids, running and jumping is only a dream. Some kids can't even walk. Shriners Hospitals for Crippled Children often make dreams come true. At Shriners Hospitals,
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Star, wavy lines, square.
7, 7, 3.
CBS Radio and its 217 affiliated stations present the CBS Radio Workshop, radio's distinguished series dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, report on ESP, a study of clairvoyance, telepathy, and extrasensory perception taken from actual case records. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. John McIntyre. Extrasensory perception, clairvoyance, telepathy, precognition. These are the laboratory words. But in everyday life, you and I are faced with a multitude of strange occurrences. Item: a man is about to board a certain airliner. Suddenly, on a hunch, he turns back to the ticket window and changes to another flight. An hour later, the plane he would have been on crashes into a mountainside. Item: a mother suddenly and unaccountably breaks into tears at the moment her son is killed 1,000 miles away. Reason? Unknown, unexplained.
Cross, square.
Today, modern scientists are delving deeper and deeper into these mysteries.
Star.
In the science laboratory of a great
Circle.
university, a girl sits at a table
Cross.
and draws cards from an automatic shuffling
Cross.
machine. On the face of each
line.
card is one of 5
Star.
possible designs. A star, a circle, a cross,
Square.
a square, 3 wavy lines. Without looking at the cards, the girl tries to identify
Star.
the designs by mental impressions, by clairvoyance.
9.
At another table, a man watches dice tumble about in a revolving cage. The man calls out a number.
6.
The dice are cast. The number is 6. At still another table, an experimenter stares at a photograph of a tree and tries to project a mental image of this tree to an artist at a drawing board in the next room. These are only a few of the experiments by which modern science hopes to probe into these unexplained phenomena, to solve one of life's greatest riddles.
Mr. McIntyre, may I interrupt for just a moment?
Certainly.
My name is Lawrence Dobkin.
Mr. Dobkin?
Now, it's my contention most of these things can be explained. Properly investigated with adequate controls, science can show a perfectly normal, logical explanation for almost any of these so-called psychic phenomena.
I see.
Excuse me, Mr. McIntyre. I'm Russell Thorson, and I'd like to ask Mr. Dobkin a question.
Well, go right ahead, Mr. Thorson.
Mr. Dobkin, do you feel that science has been able to determine by what means certain men and women are able to consult a forked stick and discover water far underground?
You mean a water dowser?
Yes.
Oh, well, that's a superstition that goes back to the Middle Ages.
I believe it's more than a superstition. I believe it's extrasensory perception.
Oh? Gentlemen, may I make a suggestion?
Certainly, Mr. McIntyre.
The workshop has included the case of a water dowser in tonight's report. For case number 1, we have invited a gentleman who can give us an eyewitness account of how a water dowser works. Mr. Robert Ballin.
To begin with, let me say that my experience is limited to the method used by one particular dowser, Mr. Henry Gross, game warden of Biddeford, Maine, probably the country's best-known dowser. 2 books have been written about him by Kenneth Roberts, author of such bestsellers as Northwest Passage and Oliver Wiswell. As a result of reading of Mr. Roberts' books on Henry Gross, I decided to employ him to find water on my farm, which is just outside Manchester, Vermont. Shortly after I bought the farm, in the fall of 1954, the spring that supplied all my water suddenly went dry. Some of my neighbors said nothing could be done about it. Some said I should call in a geologist and try to drill a well. Instead, I got in touch with Kenneth Roberts and Mr. Henry Gross. I asked if Mr. Gross would be willing to come over from Maine and douse my farm. He said he would for a fee of $500 in expenses, and a day or so later, he drove up to my front door. He was a man of about 60, a little less than medium height, quiet, soft-spoken country gentleman. I invited him into the house for a cup of coffee, and Mr. Gross explained the conditions that I must agree to.
Now, Mr. Ballin, if I tell you where to dig your well, you must dig right there at that spot, and not maybe off a few feet north or south.
Yes, I understand that, Mr. Gross.
And don't bring in one of those big bulldozers for the digging.
Oh?
Old machine's too heavy. Would mash the earth down so tight it'd crush the veins, send the water off in a new direction.
Yes, I could see that it might.
All right, we can get started.
Most of my farm is on a hillside with a good deal of natural growth. As we walked along, Mr. Gross pulled up a goldenrod plant and bent it into the shape of the letter V. He took one fork of the branch in each hand and held the point directly in front of him in a horizontal position. He aimed slowly to the right, then to the left. Suddenly, the branch dipped downward.
Uh-huh. Yes, looks like your old spring, the one that dried out, is straight up the hill.
I didn't tell you where it was, did I?
Oh, didn't need to. That's where my rod says it is. That's why it dipped.
Well, in other words, if the rod points down, that indicates water?
Mm-hmm. Or if I'm asking the rod a question, a dip means yes. If it doesn't dip, that's no.
Can the rod tell how near we are to the spring?
I'll ask it. How far away is the old spring? More than 100 yards?
We waited a moment, and then the rod dipped again.
More than 200 yards?
Another pause, then another dip.
More than 500 yards?
This time it was motionless.
Seems to be less than 500. Is it 450 yards? Is it 460 yards?
The questions continued until the rod indicated the old spring was 458 yards up the hill. We then paced off the distance and found it to be 457 yards. Now, considering that a man's stride cannot be exact, the rod's accuracy was phenomenal.
Know why this spring went dry? It was off on a tributary, and this long drought parched it out.
You think the main vein is still flowing?
Mm-hmm. Just a question of finding it.
We worked our way down the slope until the divining rod dipped again. Then Mr. Gross began walking back and forth and asking the rod questions. Finally, we had worked ourselves almost up to my back door. And then Mr. Gross laid the rod aside.
Mr. Ballin, you've got a good vein. It comes down from the top of that hill. It's about 20 feet wide. The deepest part is 7 feet. And behind your house, it rises to within 4 feet of the surface.
Huh?
Now, this is the place to dig. You'll find it's excellent drinking water.
Fine. If it's only 4 feet, I can dig it myself.
Sure. Be good exercise.
Mr. Gross, 2 or 3 times while you were working, you seemed to break into perspiration and tremble.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it happens now and then. Takes a little out of you when you feel the water.
You say feel?
Well, that's the only way I can describe it.
Well, then you must be able to find the water without using a divining rod.
I do sometimes, but the rod is a help.
Well, tell me, do you think other dowsers feel water the same way you do?
Can't say, but I do know that most of us are outdoor folks. We're at home in the woods and fields. I think that's important. Very important.
I followed Mr. Gross's instructions and started digging in the spot that he had indicated. The top earth was dry and caked. But at about 18 inches, the soil was damp. At 2 feet, it was moist. At 3 feet, water seeped into the hole. So far as we could tell, the water vein was exactly at the depth that Mr. Gross had predicted.
And now, I'd like to present in person the gentleman who participated in this remarkable phenomenon, Mr. Robert W. Ballin, a vice president of the world's largest advertising agency, the J. Walter Thompson Company. Mr. Ballin.
Thank you, Mr. McIntyre.
Would you care to make any comments on this case?
No, I don't think so, except to say I realize that my experience with Mr. Henry Gross was quite impossible, except for one thing. It actually happened through no other device than one man's unusual powers.
Thank you, Mr. Ballin. And you might be interested to know that in preparing this program, the workshop has inquired as to Mr. Henry Gross's recent activities as a water dowser. He has been employed by the city of Fredericksburg, Texas, by landowners on the island of St. Croix in the Virgin Islands, by such firms as Bristol-Myers Chemical Laboratories, the A.C. Lawrence Leather Company, a subsidiary of Swift & Company, by 2 large electronic factories in New Jersey, and by Canada's largest munitions plant.
Excuse me, Mr. McIntyre. May I just make a comment?
Certainly, Mr. Dobkin.
Thank you. Now, science has investigated water dowsing. It appears that when that rod twists and dips in the dowser's hands, well, that's actually caused by an unconscious muscular action. Now, if that's correct, there's no mystery about it.
But there is. There most certainly is.
In what way, Mr. Thorson?
Well, even if the dowser should control the rod by this unconscious muscular action, what is it that affects his muscles? If the dowser has some strange affinity for water, how does he feel it?
Well, now, these are
and
several...
how is it that Mr. Gross, over a flowing vein of water, can hold 2 dowsing rods, each slightly off-center, and have one rod work frontward and the other backward? Muscles can't do that.
Well, but now you're getting off into the supernatural.
The supernatural or the natural in a way not yet understood by science. In every era since the age of ice and of the mastodon, man has believed in the miraculous. He turned to the witch doctors, the soothsayers, to the astrologers, the magicians, to the frauds and the cunning cheats. Again and again his faith was betrayed, and yet he believed. He believed because there was something that was beyond his knowledge. In the Bible there are miracles. Belshazzar feasted with 1,000 nobles, and a hand appeared and wrote on the wall, Mene, Mene, Tekel, Upharsin. And in that night was Belshazzar, the king of the Chaldeans, slain. Pharaoh dreamed a dream of 7 fat years and 7 lean years. Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, slept and saw a vision of himself humbled as unto the beasts of the field. What are these dreams, these visions?
To be exact, sir, they're phenomena that come under the heading of precognition. That is to say, the knowing of an event before it actually happens.
Now, just a minute.
Yes, Mr. Dunn.
At times, you know, science finds it difficult to accept biblical stories as literal fact. They are very effective, yes, as literature. But we can't possibly prove that these things actually did occur.
Nor can we prove that they did not, sir.
Yes, well, all right. Now we're quibbling.
How about some modern examples? Would you accept them?
That depends on the quality of the evidence. We all know that certain people are given to telling some very remarkable things, which are either pure imagination or events that have been poorly observed and wrongly interpreted.
Mr. Dobkin, I doubt if you would charge fraud or mistake in the 2 cases I'm proposing. They're both a matter of public record. Mr. McIntyre, would you please?
With pleasure. Case number 2, which might be called precognition. The year was 1858. The Mississippi riverboat, Pennsylvania, was laying over at St. Louis. Among the crew were Henry Clemens and his older brother Sam, Samuel Clemens, who would one day write his way to fame under the pen name of Mark Twain. While the steamboat loaded cargo, Sam went ashore to stay overnight at the home of his sister, Pamela. Early the following morning, Pamela was awakened by a noise downstairs and a voice.
Henry! Henry!
Pamela reached for her robe and hurried downstairs. She entered the sitting room to find her brother Samuel staring wildly about.
Sam, what are you doing up at this hour?
It seemed so real.
What?
I was so sure of it, I jumped out of bed and came down to look at him.
Sam.
When he wasn't here, I thought they'd moved him.
Who, Sam? Moved who?
Henry. He was dead.
Oh, Sam, you were just having another one of your nightmares.
It was as real as you are, Pamela. I saw Henry stretched out here in this sitting room. He was in a metal coffin. There was a bouquet on his chest. White flowers. All white. Except for one red rose in the center. It was so vivid.
Sam, it was just a dream.
Yes.
A few weeks later, on June 13th, 60 miles below Memphis, the boilers of the steamboat Pennsylvania exploded. Among the 160 dead was Henry Clemens. In a Memphis warehouse, the victims were laid out in a long line of wooden coffins. There was but one metal coffin. Samuel Clemens stood beside it and gazed down at his brother's body. On the chest was a bouquet of white flowers, all white, except for one red rose in the center. Case number 3. 7 years later, in the second week of April, 1865, another man dreamed a dream. Afterward, he told it to his wife and to his best friend.
There seemed to be a death-like stillness about me. Then I heard subdued sobs, as if a number of people were weeping. I thought I left my bed and wandered downstairs. I went from room to room. No living person was in sight, but the same mournful sounds of distress met me as I passed along. I was both puzzled and alarmed. I kept on until I arrived at the east room. There before me was a catafalque on which rested a corpse wrapped in funeral vestments. Around it a throng of people, some gazing mournfully upon the corpse, others weeping pitifully. I asked one of the soldiers there, "Who is dead in the White House?" "The president," he said. "He was killed by an assassin."
That same week, in April, the man who dreamed that dream, Abraham Lincoln, attended a play at Ford's Theater. Later, his body lay in state in the East Room.
Yes.
Well, gentlemen?
Well, first I'd like to ask Mr. Dobkin if he questions the validity of those two dreams.
No, Mr. Thorson. I accept them as correct statements of actual events.
Thank you.
But now, tell me, have you never had a dream of dying or of falling downstairs or being in an auto accident?
Oh, I imagine I have.
Oh, I know I have. Well, let's suppose that everybody in the United States has had at least one dream of accident or of disaster. That's 165 million dreams. Now, the simple law of averages guarantees that some of those dreams will come true.
I think this is a good time to quote Dr. Sigmund Freud. He said, if one regards oneself as a skeptic, it is well from time to time to be skeptical about one's skepticism. And on clairvoyant dreams, he said, just a minute. Mr. McIntyre, would you oblige me again?
Certainly. In Vienna, in 1925, Dr. Sigmund Freud, the great pioneer in the science of psychoanalysis, had this to say.
If there are such things as telepathic messages, the possibility cannot be dismissed of their reaching someone during sleep. The further possibility arises that telepathic messages received in the course of the day may only be dealt with during a dream of the following night.
I hope you paid particular attention to that last part, Mr. Dodkin. There is a possibility that telepathic messages might come to a person only in a dream.
Yes, I got that point.
All right. Doesn't that suggest something to you? At the very time of President Lincoln's dream, John Wilkes Booth was planning his assassination. Using Freud's theory, Lincoln might have picked up Booth's murderous thoughts by telepathy. Therefore, the dream.
Well, it's a startling idea, certainly, but again, there's no possible proof.
The world is filled with things difficult to prove. Their mere existence is our proof.
Well...
We scientists have spent centuries studying the animal world. And what do we come up with? Mystery.
Item, the homing pigeon.
The homing pigeon can find its way back to its home loft over distances up to 100 miles. In some cases, the distance has approached 1,000 miles. Means by which the bird determines latitude, longitude, curvature of the Earth, unknown.
Item, household pets.
Dogs and cats have been separated from their owner and have returned on foot over distances of many hundreds of miles. Bobby, a collie, traveled almost 2,000 miles between the states of Indiana and Oregon. Means of determining direction, unknown.
Item, the European eel.
The European eel swims from inland rivers into the Atlantic, makes its way 2,000 miles to a deep off the West Indies. There it spawns and dies. The baby eels born off the West Indies return across the Atlantic and ascend the same rivers from which their parents had come years before. Method of finding their way? Unknown.
Well, this is all very interesting, Mr. Thorson, but these are things that we call instinct.
Yes, and what is instinct? Can science explain it?
Well, we're investigating it,
and we still don't know. I say that instinct includes clairvoyance and telepathy at work at an animal level.
Yes, but that is simply argument.
Mr. McIntyre, may we have the case of Lady the Wonder Horse?
Certainly. Case number 4. An example of clairvoyance as told by Mr. Stuart Wyatt.
Well, it was back in the fall of 1950, late October. My wife Nancy and our 12-year-old boy Billy and I went up to spend a weekend at our mountain cabin. This was back in eastern Tennessee on the shore of a small lake. Late Saturday afternoon, Billy went out in a sailboat. I told him not to because it looked like there was a storm blowing up, but, well, you know how kids are. But, well, anyway, the wind kept getting stronger and stronger. Nancy and I got worried. We saw Billy trying to take in sail, but he couldn't do it fast enough. And the mast broke and the boat capsized. I swam out to the wreckage, but there was no sign of Billy. So we telephoned the nearest forest ranger station, and they sent over a couple of men with a search boat. They couldn't find anything either. That night in the pouring rain, we had over 200 volunteers combing the woods and the shore. They even brought in bloodhounds. But after 2 days of this, the chief ranger, Anderson, was pretty discouraged.
Oh, we've dragged the lake 3 times, Mr. Wyatt, and still nothing. I'm afraid the body must be caught under the ledge or something where our equipment can't reach it. Looks like there's nothing more we can do.
When I told that to my wife, it's a funny thing, Mr. McIntyre. She just suddenly stopped crying. She said, all right, now it's time to try that horse she'd read about. It's supposed to be able to find missing children, and its name was Lady. I told her it was ridiculous, but, well, we'd tried everything else.
The horse which Mrs. Wyatt had read about is Lady, owned by Mrs. C.D. Fonda of Richmond, Virginia. Mr. and Mrs. Wyatt found the 25-year-old mare waiting for them in her barn. In front of her was a strange contrivance of levers and wooden blocks with letters of the alphabet and numbers running from 1 to 10. Following instructions, the Wyatts asked Lady a test question.
Lady, tell me, what was my maiden name?
The horse moved toward one of the levers. She pressed her nose against the lever, and a block with the letter L came into view.
L.
E.
E, that's right, Lee, Nancy Lee.
Oh, this is impossible. Nobody around here knows your maiden name.
Lady does.
Well...
Lady, is my son Billy alive? Lady?
A. L. I. Alive.
God, oh, God.
Lady, where is Billy? Lady, where is Billy? C. A. B.
B. Cave, he's in a cave.
Mr. and Mrs. Wyatt telephoned from Richmond to Chief Ranger Anderson back in Tennessee. They told him to search for a cave. The following is from the official report of Ranger Anderson.
The Wyatt boy was found in a small cave approximately 1 1/4 miles northeast of the lake. He was unconscious. Dr. Warner gave him a blood transfusion and he was removed to the hospital. When I was able to question him, the Wyatt boy stated these circumstances. After the sailboat capsized and sank, he swam to the nearest shore. While attempting to return home through the woods, he stumbled into an animal trap. The trap broke his left leg, and he began to lose blood. In a state of fright and confusion, he then began to crawl in a direction away from the lake. He discovered the cave and decided to stay there until the rainstorm was over. Sometime during the night, he lost consciousness. He remembered nothing more until reviving in the hospital. He was discharged therefrom on October 28th, fully recovered.
Cases similar to that of the Wyatt boy, in which the horse lady has guided searchers to the recovery of the bodies of missing children, may be read in Newsweek magazine, the issues of October 25th, 1948, December 22nd, 1952, and February 16th, 1953. In Time magazine, issue of December 15th, 1952, in Life magazine, issue of December 22nd, 1952, and in Popular Mechanics magazine, issue of March, 1952. Yes, the dramatization you just heard was a composite of several such actual cases. Item, Emanuel Swedenborg.
Emanuel Swedenborg, scientist and philosopher, in September 1759, saw in a waking dream a disastrous fire which was burning at that very moment in the city of Stockholm, 50 miles away. He specified the houses which were then in flames and gave the correct hour at which the fire was extinguished.
Item, Leo Tolstoy.
In 1910, Count Leo Tolstoy, famous author, sent a message to the Tsar of Russia, the German Kaiser, and the King of England, in which he described his dream of World War I 4 years before it occurred. He stated when the war would begin, where it would be, outlined its horrors, foresaw the League of Nations.
And now, gentlemen, any questions? You, Mr. Thorson?
I rest my case.
You, Mr. Dobkin?
I rest my case.
Wavy lines, star, circle.
A girl sits at a table and draws cards from an automatic shuffling machine.
Circle.
By the mathematical laws of
Square.
chance, she should correctly identify,
Wavy
without looking at
line.
the cards, 5 out of every 25 drawn.
Cross.
This girl has
Square.
scored as high as 9 and 15
Star.
cards consecutively correct.
Star.
In one such experiment, the score has
Cross.
exceeded the laws of chance by odds of
Square.
400,000 to 1.
Star.
In still other cases,
Star.
the odds have risen to the astronomical ratio of 1 trillion and 1 quadrillion to 1.
6.
In laboratories and universities
6.
throughout the United States and Europe and South
7.
Africa, the research goes on.
12.
New light is being shed on the
7.
phenomena of telepathy and
2.
clairvoyance. The day may be not far distant
5.
when science will establish the principles of
11.
extrasensory perception and its operation as firmly as the
10.
laws which govern nuclear fission.
Star.
The ideas advanced
Wavy
by
line.
Professor Sigmund Freud and by other
Square.
investigators may yet be
Circle.
proven fact.
Circle.
That long before man's first crude
Wavy
stammerings, long
Star.
before he first chiseled his ideographs
Star.
into stone,
Star.
man communicated to fellow man
Star.
through thought.
Star. Star.
Tonight, the CBS Radio Workshop has presented Report on ESP, directed by Jack Johnstone. Research and script by Leonard St. Clair. John McIntyre was the narrator. The cast included Lucille Meredith, Lillian Bayef, Don Diamond, Lawrence Dobkin, Russell Thorson, Stacey Harris, Robert Ballin, Forrest Lewis, Sam Edwards, Raymond Burr, and Bert Holland. Original music for tonight's program was composed and conducted by Amerigo Marino, with vocal by Norma Zimmer. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in Hollywood by William Frug. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when we present Cops and Robbers, a unique experiment in which real-life detectives use actual police methods to solve a fictional crime. Presented on the CBS Radio Workshop. On the New York Philharmonic Symphony broadcast, presented by most of these same stations this Sunday, you'll hear the second of 2 all-Mozart programs. Bruno Walter will conduct the Mozart Symphony No. 25 in G major, and then we'll present the rarely performed Mozart Requiem. That's this Sunday on CBS Radio.
Star. Star. Star.
Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS
Star.
News, to be followed on most of these stations by The Jack Carson Show.
5. 11.
America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
9.
Exciting adventure seekers through a diverse culture, captivating, heart-pounding adventures, mouth-watering cuisine, and hidden gems of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty. Experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.